Radio check, 1, 2, 3. We should be live. Thank you everyone for tuning in and welcome along to the coverage here in Bahrain. Um, hope you are all enjoying your morning, afternoon, evening, or night, depending on where you are or in the world. And we'll be getting underway for testing in approximately 14 minutes time, and the data will be loading up shortly as well. And just to a few of the people that were asking in the chat, yes, for the entirety of this week, only the final hour will be broadcast, and then for next week, the entire day will be broadcast. So cars will be hitting the track very, very soon, and we'll see how that goes. I was waiting here and wondering who started talking to me. Don't scare me like that. Yeah. I know quite a lot of people actually just quite a lot of people that are sort of just always waiting around on the streams, which is quite nice actually. Very much is appreciated. Ready for another 10-hour stream? Indeed, I am. No, I have not got a mic stand. I'm still using my hand. But yes, I am ready for another 10-hour stream. My voice is actually a lot better. So, I normally find this it happened last year as well. The first day of testing was really bad in terms of my throat and things like that. But then today is, and the second day was actually not so bad. So, I think that's quite nice. Here we go. The data is coming through. We'll be getting the colours coming through as well for the drivers, and we'll just give it a quick refresh, and it'll be back very, very soon. Did you just wake up? Yeah, about half an hour ago or so. So it was nothing too crazy. All right. In terms of how testing went and things like that, for the first day it was all right for some of the teams. Some teams definitely did have some pretty big reliability issues that they sort of need to get fixed pretty quickly. Otherwise, they will be suffering from quite a bit of problems in terms of getting enough data and things like that. But Red Bull seem to be looking good. Toto Wolff says that Red Bull is the team to beat and things like that. So I don't know. I don't know how much I believe Toto Wolff, but Red Bull definitely did look strong yesterday, and Mercedes had the reliability issues. I think that Honda also had their ones, which again was a bit of a problem for them. But we'll see if they can. We'll see if they can recover. See if they can. Essentially, what they said was it was an engine anomaly. So they saw something in the data that they shouldn't have seen in the data, and that is why. That's why they stopped for the day and they tried to figure it out, but they still couldn't figure out whatever the problem was, which sounds a little bit strange, to be honest. But I guess we'll have to see how that works out for them. I don't know what's going on with the data today. It's having a little bit of its. It doesn't know which team all of the drivers are from, which is a good start to the day. But I'm sure it'll load in the next 10 minutes or so. Is it Lando the whole day? I shall check who is driving for the whole day. I think they haven't actually posted it just yet. Or maybe they have put it on their Instagram. I just haven't checked it. So give me a sec. I'll check the official F1 Instagram. That's normally where they announce who's driving on which day. Doesn't seem like they've announced anything on who is driving today. They announced who was driving yesterday, being Wednesday, but no post just yet about who is driving today. So I'm sure we'll find out shortly, but it'll probably be the opposite of the driver. So Alonso will be driving today instead of Stroll. We'll have Behrman driving instead of Ocon. We'll have Lawson driving instead of Lindblad. And there was one other driver. It was Pierre Gasly, I think. Oh no, not Pierre Gasly. there was one other driver that was sat out for for all of yesterday. So we shall see who that is. Yeah, let's give this data a refresh. Maybe it's figured out which team all of the drivers are in. Predictions for the season. I don't know. Oh yeah, Hadjar. Yes, Hadjar will be driving tomorrow because Max Verstappen was driving for all of yesterday. Oh well, Hadjar will be driving today because Max Verstappen was driving all of yesterday. Yeah. So don't know what's going on with the data right now. They don't know which team which driver's in, but it seems like Lando Norris, at least his car is switched on because it's saying that he's got some revs on his engine. He's in neutral, idling the car. But yeah, so I guess that must be that Norris is starting out the day. Definitely a solid lap count from Williams. That was a very good job there from both of them. It was Carlos Sainz in the morning, Alex Albon in the afternoon, and they put together, I think, over 140 laps, the both of them. So, yeah, good progress for the Williams team, and they did a nice job there. So, no sort of complaints whatsoever. Will the broadcast be at the same time as yesterday, 3 p.m? Yeah, the broadcast will be at the same time as yesterday. Yeah. Seem sleepier than usual? Well, maybe I am a little bit, but I'm also trying not to talk too loudly because, there are my friends sleeping around me, the people that I live with, so, yeah, don't want to wake them up this early on in the day. I have to ask, was the evening session conditions faster than with the changing conditions? It definitely was. We had a pretty consistent wind in the morning, and then at the start of the afternoon session, the wind really picked up. But then towards the end, you'd had the entire day worth of rubbering in on the circuit, and then you had... after you had the entire days of rubbering in, then you had all of the... drivers go out on a very grippy circuit and the wind conditions really dropped to pretty much no wind whatsoever. So, yeah, the end of the day yesterday was some very nice track conditions. Yeah. Thoughts on Audi? I think Audi are doing all right. Still had a minor issue yesterday with Hulkenberg, but managed to get it going and not hamper their running too much. So that was definitely pretty good from their part. Yeah, I think that Audi will be doing all right. Once the day gets going, their side pods do look interesting for sure. And we'll sort of see how that. See if that affects their performance or anything like that, or if they're going to be quick or slow, or how it works. You planning to stream for 9 hours today? Yes, I am. How are you feeling about the Williams? Well, so from what we've seen, they've done well so far. So yeah, I think it's okay. It's 9 o'clock in Bahrain, maybe 9 o'clock or maybe 10 o'clock. I don't remember the time zone difference from the UK. But yeah, does it look like Hamilton is suiting this season a little bit more? Yeah, Hamilton's definitely a lot happier by the looks of it about this year's car, and he thinks that it's nicer to drive, and they're a little bit more oversteery and things like that, which he said is better than last year's car. So a sign in the right direction for Lewis Hamilton, and maybe he'll be able to perform this year alongside Charles Leclerc. But yeah, it will still be a tough journey for him to sort of recover to his former self, shall we put it that way? So yeah, we'll see how he does. Williams are quite composed. Yeah, Williams look pretty good, to be fair. We shall sort of see how they do, but they look pretty solid as of right now. Yeah, I need to change some settings here. YouTube is giving me a few warnings about my settings. I think everything should be okay now. Alright, yeah. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Hi, so is Oscar not testing today? It could be that Norris is driving in the morning and Oscar is driving in the afternoon, but it hasn't been, officially put out on the F1 Twitter, so I mean, we'll check maybe their story posts, and they'll have something there on who's driving and who's not. But no, they don't actually. So, oh no, they've just posted it 4 minutes ago. Norris is driving all of today. So, look, Piastri will be driving all of tomorrow. Antonelli is driving in the morning. Russell is driving in the afternoon. Hadjar is driving for the entire day today. Leclerc is also driving for the entire day today. Albon in the morning. Sainz in the afternoon. Lawson in the morning. Lindblad in the afternoon. Alonso for the entire day. Behrman for the entire day. Hulkenberg in the morning. Bortoletto in the afternoon, Gasly for the entire day, and then Perez in the morning and Bottas in the afternoon. So still a reasonably good mix. The only drivers that are doing the entire day are Lando Norris, Isaac Hadjar, Charles Leclerc, Alonso, Behrman, and Gasly. And then the rest of the teams will be switching around their drivers at the halfway point. Okay. Yeah. Do you think Hadjar can compete with Max? Yeah, I think Hadjar will be able to compete. I don't think it will be a huge landslide, especially at the start of the season. But I think as the season goes on, I think it'll get harder and harder for Isaac Hadjar. And my reasoning for that is Alex Albon did give sort of a podcast and talking about how it was to be Max Verstappen's teammate. And when he was saying that, he was essentially saying that the way that the car starts out at the start of the season is totally fine and it's relatively drivable. But as the season progresses, Max wants the car to get sharper and sharper in terms of the setup. He wants it to get more and more pointy. And for that reason, it becomes harder and harder to drive. So yeah, I think that is the sort of pain point that Alex Albon was suffering from, and I think the same thing will happen with Isaac Hadjar. But given that this is a totally new set of regulations, I have a feeling the car will start off relatively balanced. Both the drivers will be able to drive it, and then depending on how much they listen to Max Verstappen on how pointy to make the car, then Isaac Hadjar may suffer a little bit later on. Okay. Aston and Bahrain have not been promising. They've been running limiters and reporting anomalies, same as the shakedown. Yes, the quickest speeds that the Astons were doing through the speed traps was 298 kilometers per hour from Stroll yesterday. So it was not quick whatsoever compared to the other drivers. And it looks like, if you ask me for sort of my opinion of what's going on at the Aston Martin team, I think that when you're designing a car and a Formula One car for performance, you always have to make some compromises between you can't have the most perfect aerodynamic setup because that's not going to leave space for cooling and that's not going to leave space for your engine. You can't have the most the most powerful cooling system and the most powerful engine because that's not going to leave space for the aerodynamics and the aerodynamic design. So there's always a bit of a compromise to be made. However, I think what has happened, and this is totally speculation really from my part, but I personally think what could have happened is at the Aston Martin team, Adrian Newey joined, and a lot of people obviously know that Adrian Newey is very good at his car design, very good at his aerodynamic design. And in terms of that compromise, where you sort of have a bit of a balance between the engine manufacturer and the aerodynamic design, that compromise got pushed so heavily towards the engine, and the engine has to compromise so much because Adrian Newey, the best Formula One engineer there is, the one with all of the knowledge and the design skills and etc., has said, I want this aerodynamic thing, and everyone has listened to him, and nobody sort of said, no, I think this is not going to work because the engine isn't going to work. Nobody's come and said that, and for that reason, then Aston Martin have ended up with a car design that is, super heavily skewed towards really good aerodynamics and then not leaving potentially enough space for the engine and the cooling systems and things like that. So, but this is, my outside perspective, and I'm sort of just guessing at things really. But let's see. Okay, it looks like we have got some issues with the data. We've got a VSC deployed, some drivers making their way out to the end of the pit lane. As you can see, Lando Norris is coming out as a grey colour because the yeah, because there's issues with the data. So I shall put that up on the screen. So hopefully we don't get too many messages about that. But yeah. Give me just a second. Where's it gone? Okay. I will. I'll try and figure something out to get this sorted. But to be honest, I might just have to wait and refresh things like that. It's not slime. It's Floviz. Yeah, I mean it is not. It isn't called slime or anything. It is called Floviz. That's sort of the official name for it. But yeah, essentially that's sort of how it goes. You put the Floviz on, and then you drive the car around, and the air moves the sort of slimy oil around, and for that reason, you then have your you can figure out what the air is doing and things like that, and yeah. All right, what I'm going to do actually is maybe put it over to here. I think these, yeah, okay, this is working relatively well. So you guys can at least see the data here for the 4 drivers that are out on track, and then we'll get the rest of the data coming through once there's some sort of fix for this. When do we get the new pedal thing? We did it yesterday, actually. It's quite nice, very interesting indeed. So we'll definitely talk about that later on once everything starts working out. But for now, we've got these cars out on the track. And what I might do actually is zoom in a little bit as well. Give me a sec. Actually, no, I'm not going to zoom in because that will definitely mess with absolutely everything. Let me see. Live data, live timing. Yeah, okay. I think this is all right for now. The colors will come through once we get once these things get sorted out. But you can see, overtake mode has been enabled, so this is something new. It's not DRS or anything. It's overtake mode is enabled and things like that. So it's pretty good. You think Mercedes are sandbagging? I don't. Well, I think all of the teams are sort of sandbagging and hiding their performance a little bit. Then none of them are coming out and saying, I'm the quickest team or I'm the slowest team. So, yeah, in terms of that, yeah, I don't think there's much to sort of say about who is sandbagging and who isn't. I think Mercedes are just driving around doing their run plan, really. Yeah, I can't seem to figure out what to do about this data, but yeah. Oh, there we go. We've got a few more cars coming out onto the track. That's Alex Albon. Gasly's coming out as well. No, folks. So you can see here the 4 different lines that we've got here. Those are the overtake lines around the racetrack. So it got updated overnight, and you can see now wherever the green dot is, that's where you can see. Not the green dot, sorry, the green dashed lines going across the racetrack. That is where overtake mode is enabled, and the drivers can drop their front wing and drop their rear wing, and they can go quicker down the straights. Is Alonso driving today? Yes, Alonso should be driving today as long as they've figured out whatever engine issues that they were having yesterday. Alonso should be allowed to go out onto the circuit and take part. Oh, it looks like the data has frozen, so maybe this is a good sign. Maybe it's going to refresh itself and start working properly. In fact, I will refresh it. So just give me a second. I'm just going to. Charles Leclerc across the line there, a 157.5, so definitely pretty slow. But the data's back in 3, 2, 1, and looks like we're stuck with the same thing. Yeah, we'll get the other data coming through. Well, well, I hope it'll start coming through, but I guess we shall see. Okay. I'm very curious, are they going to display battery levels? No, they will not be displaying battery levels, because that sort of hides the strategy that all of the teams are trying to work out. They're trying to work out what is the best possible strategy to drive quickly, to drive as quick, to learn all of these things about the car and whatever. And showing the battery percentage will essentially sort of leak all of this information on what's the best way to drive, and what's the quickest way to do all of these things. Gasly's GPS is bugging again. Yes, it is. So they haven't fixed the transponder issues overnight. So, am I surprised? Absolutely not. But, it looks like it's going to be another day of telling everyone that Gasly's GPS is broken. However, he's cooking there. You can see all of these purple mini sectors. And in the first sector, he's done a 32.3, which is not too bad, really. Yesterday, we were looking at lap time, the first sector times being approximately 30 seconds, so pretty solid there from him. And 43 seconds in the middle sector as well, so again, going purple. Hajar is cooking very nicely. Yes, the quickest time yesterday was the 1 minute 34.8, so, Charles Leclerc is way off that, but again, it's not really the biggest concern right now when we have another, it will be, including today, we've got another 5 days of testing. So we get Pierre Gasly going up into the 1 minute 40s, up into first position. Very nicely done there. Sergio Perez makes his way out onto the circuit as well. Perez's GPS was broken yesterday and his transponder was broken. Does it look like that? Oh, there we go. Colours are back. Very nice, very nice. Okay, let's switch back to the testing layout, and you can see there that we've got the pedals and the throttle information and things like that, and I think we are, again, Sergio Perez's transponder is broken because we are, it says that he's in neutral, so yeah, he's definitely not in neutral. Okay, there we go. So you'll get the sector times and things like that. Alright, so hopefully this is all the data that you guys wanted to see, so I hope you guys, hope that's all good. And thanks everyone for tuning in, by the way, folks. If you haven't hit the subscribe button, be sure to do so. It goes a long way to helping out the channel. And hit the like button as well. It very much essentially helps the channel out a lot, helps the algorithm out a lot, and I'd be very grateful after doing these super long days of streaming. Alright, so we've got Charles Leclerc out onto the circuit now, and he is doing some laps. So let's see, actually, Charles Leclerc going down the straights, 250 kilometers per hour, look at that, Charles Leclerc is doing a constant speeder on 250 Ks. They've probably got the aero rates on the car, trying to work out what the aerodynamics doing at 250 kilometers per hour. Does that change to what the aerodynamics are doing at 100 miles per hour, or 100 kilometers per hour? Like, how does it change? Is there more performance? Is there less performance? I guess we'll have to see. Is that Perez stopped, or is he going slowly? Perez is going very, very slowly through the middle sector. I don't know if he's spun or if he has got an engine issue, but it is Perez, and he is going super duper slowly. That part is partially uphill, so I don't know if he's lost power and is slowly rolling up the hill. You can see that he's doing 29 kilometers per hour according to the GPS. And he's on some very old hard tyres as well. And now this bit's down the hill, so is he going to pick up any more speed? No, it still says a solid 29 kilometers per hour, 28 a little bit. He's now to go around the corner. No yellow flag though. So who knows? His GPS has just jumped a little bit now. Little strange about what's going on there with Sergio Perez, but I have a feeling it could be limp home mode. This is normally what happens to the cars. They have a sort of a safe mode where if things aren't working as expected, if things are overheating or something goes wrong, they basically reduce power to the absolute minimum, or maybe he's just driving purely on electric charge, and he's just using his electric motors to come back to the pits because there could be some issue with the internal combustion engine. But yeah, now his speed's dropping 22, 21, 19, 17, and now it's down to 11, 10, and 0. Okay, well, that says 0. He's potentially stopped there at the side of the circuit. If he has, then there'll be yellow flags. And yeah, there's a red flag actually. Red flag is out. The whole track hasn't gone red, but you can see here at the bottom left, all the way over there, the red flag is out. So everyone's going to come back to the pits. Sergio Perez had a breakdown. So this is the Ferrari engine in the Cadillac that has had a breakdown on, the first 12 minutes of testing. Okay. The name of the website, it's not a website. It's called Multiviewer, but you do need to have an F1 TV subscription to actually be able to use it properly. So, yeah. What team do you think will complete their debugging first, then start focusing on performance? All of the teams will be doing that, really. All of the teams will be looking to sort of try and work out what their performance is like. Later on, and right now they'll be looking to make sure all of their issues that they've got with their cars are resolved and fixed. Put a solar panel on Perez's car, yeah. I don't know really. I don't know why he will have stopped, and I definitely think that the teams could implement some sort of safe modes where you completely switch off the engine, like the internal combustion side, and if you think there's some sort of issue, then you just drive back on the electric motor, because the battery is definitely big enough that if you're driving slowly, you'll be able to drive back just on the electric motor, sort of like a hybrid car essentially. And I guess you could have a similar thing for if the electric motor's sort of like messed up and it's overheating and things like that, then you could have it so it's just driving on the power unit and the internal combustion engine to come back to the pits, and you get it resolved there rather than stopping in the middle of the circuit, because not only is this ruining sort of testing for the rest of the people, like they're not getting their time out on the track, but it is also a big headache for the Cadillac team to bring Sergio Perez right back to the pits and everything. So they have just declared track clear now for Sergio Perez. So yeah, maybe they've declared the track is clear, so they must have picked up Perez's car already, and will be they'll let the green light out at the end of the pit lane shortly. Is Lewis driving today? I think no. Lewis is not driving. Charles Leclerc is driving for the entirety of today. Yes, that is correct. Charles Leclerc is driving for the entirety of today. So is Lando Norris. So is Fernando Alonso. So is Behrman, and so is Gasly. For all of the remaining teams, and so is Hadjar. Sorry. And for all of the remaining teams, the drivers will be swapping at the halfway point today, at the lunch break. Session is resuming in 1 minute's time, folks. No, I don't think Sergio Perez crashed. Sergio Perez was going extremely slowly, about 30 kilometers per hour, and then came down to a speed of 0, which sort of indicates to me that he had an engine issue. Yeah. Because he managed to go at least about half a kilometer or so, or 3/4 of a kilometer, just sort of trundling around at 30 kilometers per hour. And if he had crashed, either that wouldn't have happened, and if he could have driven half a kilometer and he'd crashed, he could have probably made it back to the pits. But no, he stopped at the middle of the circuit because he must have had a problem. So yeah. Gasly's quickest through the speed traps. They're purple in all 3 sectors as well. So very nice job there from Pierre Gasly. And Lando Norris out onto the circuit now. So is Ollie Behrman. Okay. Right. Is Aston cooked with the rumours coming up? Well, firstly, I'd appreciate it if you didn't spam. And secondly, we don't really know. These are rumours at the end of the day. There were rumours that Williams were 30 kilograms overweight, and it turns out that they're not 30 kilograms overweight, and they're 400 grams heavier than the Mercedes car, which is, absolutely nothing. I'm sure, like, your phone probably weighs 200 grams, so they've got extra 2 phones worth of weights on the Williams car. So, there are rumours, but you probably shouldn't believe them most of the time because the media get bored and the media don't get enough people clicking on their website to get enough people watching their adverts, and that's why they come up with these rumours or stories or whatever you want to call them. The stories and the news that comes out over the Formula One off season is never very accurate. So I would not trust that too much. Yeah, you can see here Liam Lawson just making his way out of the... Liam Lawson was doing an 80 km/h fixed speed run as well, actually, but now he's made his way out onto Sector 2. F1 Gamer, were you able to watch the hour of F1 TV yesterday? They showed a really cool slow-mo of the active aero on each car and highlighted the 15-minute mark that highlighted the differences. I did not watch the hour of coverage on F1 TV yesterday. I watched sort of the final hour of the broadcast, but I also wasn't paying full attention to it because I was, commentating and such. But I will go back and rewatch some of these things because it's definitely pretty interesting, definitely pretty cool. And the other thing is that someone yesterday asked a very good question. I must say, Behrman's doing a fixed speed run there at 240 k's. But someone asked a very interesting question yesterday about on the front wing, would the team have 2 separate actuators, one for the right hand side, one for the left hand side? And I sort of gave you the answer that whichever one's lighter is the one that the team has picked. But some teams have gone for a single actuator, modifying both sides of the front wing and modifying both sides of the front wing, the left side and the right side. But some teams have gone for 2. So I think Audi is one of the teams that have got 2 separate actuators, one on the left, one on the right, that will do the lifting of the front wing. And I think it's maybe Mercedes that have just got one that lifts both sides of the front wing all in one go. So definitely quite interesting. And that's the thing about Formula One. It's not just about all of the racing, but the technology that goes behind it is what makes it pretty dang awesome. Toto Wolf keeps trying to hype up Red Bull for some reason, and he's trying to take the sandbag to a new level. Yeah. I'm sure some of you, maybe this is your first time listening to a pre-season test and all of the news cycle that goes around it. But my suggestion to you would be just ignore all of the news cycles. Like, I know that the first time I watched preseason testing was 2019, and I was a Ferrari fan at the time, right, because I was supporting Seb Vettel, and there was loads of really good news coming out of Ferrari, like, Ferrari going to have so much more top speed than Mercedes and XYZ and all of these different things. And it turned out that in 2019 Ferrari won a grand total of about 4 races. So I wouldn't sweat it too much in terms of if your team is doing well or not in preseason testing, because to be honest, it's not that relevant. Ferrari next year is our year, indeed. Next year is always Ferrari's year. That's just how it's been since the beginning of time. All right. Give me a sec. Max is not doing any testing. That is correct, ladies and gents. Isaac Hadjar will be driving for the entire day today. So will Fernando Alonso. Both of them are yet to come out onto the track. First 20 minutes, and we haven't seen either of the cars. Liam Lawson is out on the track, though. So potentially we were thinking yesterday that Racing Bulls did have an issue with their car. Arvin Lindblad stopped after 75 laps of driving yesterday, which was a little bit short compared to what everyone else did, and that was considering Lindblad was driving for the entire day. I sort of speculated that it either could be an engine issue, or it could be that Lindblad's neck was just very, very sore after doing 75 laps of racing. or not racing, of 75 laps of driving. But yeah, so from what we could figure out, they had either had an engine issue or Lindblad's neck was sore, but Liam Lawson has hit the track immediately, and the car seems to be doing all right. So potentially they could have had an engine issue, but they will have fixed it overnight, and it seems to be working all right, given that Liam Lawson has completed 3 laps and is continuing on. Now this is the 3rd lap running now that Ollie Behrman is doing, fixed 240 kilometers per hour going down the start-finish straight. And this is the thing, wind is now at 10 kilometers per hour, blowing from the southwesterly direction across the racetrack, so that'll be affecting all of their readings and their results on what the air is doing. Yeah, quite interesting. Okay. Can you explain why teams sandbag, or why not to reveal their true speed? Well, okay, so how it works in Formula One is you've got very quick sort of design cycles. So, for example, let's say you're designing a plane or you're designing a car, right? And you look at someone else's car that they've designed, and I'm talking about sort of road cars here, right? So. You look at someone else's road car that they've designed and you're like, oh, I really like this feature. This seems really cool. I'm going to add it into my own car. So, let's imagine your BMW, you like something that Audi has done and you want to copy them. It's going to take you about a year for the whole design process to go through for you to get this all of stuff manufactured from wherever in the world it's getting manufactured, then getting shipped across the world, put into factories, put into a new car. So that takes an entire year. But in the world of Formula One, the way that it works is that within 2 weeks, within 1 week, the engineers that are working back at the factory will come up with a design, and if they've got inspiration from someone else that, oh, this is a design and we know that it's going to work well, then yeah, they can pretty much copy the design from whichever team is doing well, and then within 1 week they'll have the upgrade package designed, they'll have it manufactured, they'll have it fitted to the car, and they'll have it on the track. So the reason for sandbagging in testing is that the teams will not reveal who is quick, because let's say, for example, Audi go out onto the track right now and they break the lap record because their car is so quick this year. Then every single person in the Formula One paddock is going to take thousands of photos of the Audi car from every single angle and realize, okay, this is the quickest car on the grid. What can we do to copy this car? And within a week, within 2 weeks, every other team will have copied some aspect of the Audi car design, and then the performance advantage that they did have by being the quickest car on the grid, by coming up with all of these cool ideas, is basically gone to zero. So the reason for sandbagging is that you could have the quickest car on the grid, and you don't want to reveal that, because if you do reveal it, everyone's going to copy you, and come the first race in Australia, you will not be the quickest car on the grid again, or everyone else in 2nd and 3rd and 4th position, they could have been a lot further away, but now they're a lot closer. So that's the main reason for not revealing your pace, because in the world of Formula One, as we know, with what happened with Racing Point, or Tracing Point, as you would like to call them, back in 2020, they were quite good at copying the Mercedes car, and performed quite well because of it. Isn't copying like that illegal? Well, the copying like that it's illegal if you get a 3D camera. So this is what Racing Point or Tracing Point did back in either 2020 or 2021. I think it was 2020 actually. Yes, they got a 3D camera that can sort of what it will do, it'll be able to tell you the shape of all of these different things. So for example, right, I've got this mug here, right? And if I scan it with a 3D camera, it'll be able to tell me the dimensions of the mug in lengthwise. It'll be able to tell me the dimensions of the handle, how thick it is, and all of these different things. So you cannot use a 3D camera to do all of these sort of things, to copy the dimensions directly. But you can take photos, you can copy ideas, steal ideas and things like that. That is totally allowed, and that's sort of how Formula One works, to be honest. Will the last hour be broadcast like yesterday? Indeed it will. Indeed it will. All right. 3D cameras are so nice for 3D printing. Yeah, I know they are. They are very, very handy indeed, aren't they? Just makes life so much easier rather than having to design something in design software. You can just take a camera out and give it a quick scan. Can't wait for Alonso to say GP2 engine when he comes out on the track. Yeah, I would love to see what the team radios are. They'd give us so much insight into what's going on with the drivers. If someone's breaking down, then you'll be able to listen to their radio and see what they're saying. Yeah. Okay. How does your voice withstand hours of talking? I think I just sort of get used to it, really. Definitely the first day is bad, but then second day, I don't know, my voice has just got used to it. I mean, I have been doing this for now 5 years now, so I remember it used to be pretty bad, but it's just got better. I think also there are quite a few other jobs where you do have to do this much talking. I think as a teacher, when you're teaching, your 5 hours or 6 hours of lessons per day, you've got quite a bit of talking to do. So it's not just me. All right, here's just a fun fact from the onboard. Showed almost 90% of the grid of running new steering wheels beside Red Bull, V-Carb and McLaren. Oh, that's interesting. Well, this is the thing with so many different settings now on the cars, and so many different modes from the MGUK and the battery deployment and overtake button and things like that. It makes sense to sort of redesign the steering wheel a little bit to make it a bit more suited to your drivers and how exactly they would prefer it. Quick question. If it is an engine issue with Cadillac, could they ask Ferrari for insight on the fix? Yes, most likely. If it is an engine issue themselves, I think how it works, I'm not 100% certain, but the Mercedes team has some people assigned to the customer teams. So, for example, you've got 100 people at the Mercedes factory. 80 of them are working on the Mercedes engine itself, and then you've got probably 10 of them that are working with the Mercedes team to try and integrate the car into the engine and all of these different things. And then the remaining 10 people get split out between, Alpine, and they get split out between McLaren, and they sort of will share some of the information. Of course, they won't leak all of the engine information to them, but they'll help them out with any sort of issues that they're having, any technical problems. They can come to the Mercedes folks that are assigned to the team and say, I've got this problem with the car. This is what the sensors are showing. Is there a fix? So that's sort of how it works. But once I get the Mercedes F1 engineer on the channel on a podcast at some point, these sort of questions will get answered. All right. How do you think Lindblad would go realistically? I think Lindblad will do okay. I mean, I don't think it's going to be, some outstanding performance. I think very similar to how I could say Antonelli did in the first few weekends. It was definitely very, very good, and he was reasonably close to Russell, but still, there was definitely a big difference in the championship between the two drivers. I think the same thing's going to happen here with Lindblad and Lawson. Lawson's got a bit more experience, and yeah. Okay. Alrighty, let me just adjust a few things. Okie dokes. Yeah, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. If you haven't subscribed, be sure to do that. Hopefully we can make our way towards 1,000 likes. And yeah, Lawson out on the track. I think Leclerc's about to come out onto the track, and Gasly is already out on the circuit. What channel do you watch F1 testing? I'm not watching F1 testing right now, purely just sort of commentating off the data. Nobody is broadcasting this information about the cars right now. Okay. Oh, Gasly back into the pits. Who's driving for Red Bull today? It's going to be Isaac Hadjar that is driving in the morning, and he will also be driving in the afternoon. Yeah. The wind has started blowing now upwards from the southern direction. This is another thing here in Bahrain. The wind is reasonably strong, and because you are in a desert, there's a lot of sand and sort of dust that just gets blown around onto the circuit. So, the drivers will have done a lot of driving yesterday, and the circuit will have been very, very rubbered in. But as of right now, in the first half an hour of testing or so, the track itself is actually quite dirty, and there's a lot of sand about, and well, it's not really ideal, to be honest. So that's going to take a while to get everything cleaned up, but of course you have the constant process of the wind blowing more sand onto the track, so it will never be ideal as long as the wind keeps blowing. But yeah, that's what the drivers have to deal with. Where is Albon? Albon is currently in the pit lane. Yeah, he's come out and done 3 laps today and is in the pit. Sergio Perez, without even completing one full lap, had an engine issue and had to stop at the side of the circuit. Yeah. That is correct, folks. We have only got 1 car per team, and they are swapping out their drivers from day to day, or morning to afternoon. Any feedback on the tyres? Do you think the increased amount of lockups was due to lack of downforce? Definitely due to lack of downforce, and it also depends on the tyres, I don't know what Pirelli have exactly done with their tyre compounds, because what will have happened is, of course, the 2026 cars will have got slower, meaning that and they'll have less downforce. And Alonso's out onto the circuit. Okay, good sign here for Aston Martin, getting out onto the track within the first hour. Yeah, what was I talking about? Yeah, the tyres. So with the cars getting slower, you've got less downforce, and that will help. That will increase the amount of lockups and things like that. But it will also mean that there's not as much force going through the tyres. And you can make the tyre compound softer. But on the flip side, the tyres also have got a lot narrower. So they used to be very, very wide, and now they're narrower. And for that reason, that means that for each for each bit of the tyre, each bit of rubber that is actually on the tyre itself, you've got a lot more force going through it because, the tyres isn't as wide, so it would get spread across a much wider area when the tyre was wide. But now that the tyre is very, very thin, or not very, very thin, but it's thinner, that force doesn't get distributed across as big of an area. So for that reason, you'd also want to increase the hardness and reduce the softness of the tire. So there's 2 sort of competing factors. One is saying, I should increase the hardness, and the other is saying I should increase the softness of the tire compound. So I don't know exactly what Pirelli have done with the tire compounds this year, but yeah, things seem to be all right. There have definitely been lockups, but again, turn number 10 is definitely the most notorious corner on the calendar for lockups for the drivers. It is extremely tricky, and in fact I'll take you through a flying lap of it and sort of explain why it's extremely tricky. But yeah, I wouldn't be too worried about the lockups because it is very common here in Bahrain. Happy belated birthday to Lawson. He just turned 24 yesterday. Oh, well, that was very nice to Liam Lawson. Bit of a surprise that they didn't give him a chance to drive a car on his birthday, but, it is what it is. Fernando Alonso, is he coming back into the pits? No, he's not. He's continuing on. What speeds is he doing? 290 kilometers per hour. Come on, Honda. We were hoping of speeds up to 300, but absolutely not. Yeah, Aston Martin are yet to exceed 300 kilometers per hour in Barcelona, yet to exceed 300 kilometers per hour here in Bahrain. Every other team has gone quicker than 300 kilometers per hour, except for Aston Martin. Dark grey works well for Audi. All right, well that's a good sign, because I was spending quite a bit of time yesterday trying to figure out what colour to use. So I think dark grey works all right, and you can still see it okay. A whopping 45 kilometer per hour deficit between Aston and Red Bull. It's quite big. Estimation for the pole time Bahrain this year. I'm gonna go with the one. I will go with a 132 maybe. Yeah, 132 seems okay. Who knows? Is the data still having an issue? You've put issues with the data. Yeah, there's a few issues. Gasly's GPS isn't working, and neither is Sergio Perez's, but they're both in the pit lane right now, so you can't really tell. But yeah, those drivers, again, have their problems like we saw yesterday. I hope for smaller wheels and wheelbase equals lots of overtaking. Yeah, for sure. No, smaller wheels, narrower cars, smaller wheelbase definitely should help sort of the agility of the cars. Definitely before, with the cars being so big, they feel a bit like a truck that you're driving them around, compared to the much lighter and nimbler cars from the 2000s and 2010s and things like that. So it's definitely a good step that Formula One has taken this year. Newey said overtaking will be similar to last year. Well, I don't know. We'll just have to see. Really, it depends on the overtake mode and how that sort of works out, how the teams decide to use it and things like that. Because there's a chance that it works out really well for them, and they can see lots of different. And you could have loads of different overtaking because of it, or there's a chance that it's the same. Everyone just uses the overtake button at the same time, and nobody actually gets an overtake done. So we shall see. Adrian Newey's design cars are so notorious for overheating. Yeah, this is what I was worried about. I mean, I said it just probably, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes ago, but I think the compromise that has been, every single team has to make a compromise with regards to, am I going to have the best possible aerodynamics or the best possible engine? You've got to pick a ground in the middle where you have a bit of a balance between the two, and you leave enough space for cooling, and you leave enough space for the packaging, for the hydraulics, for this and that and the other, and for the battery and the electric motors. You've got to leave space for all of this stuff, but if you want the most perfect aerodynamics possible, then you listen to Adrian Newey, you make everything as tiny as possible and compact as possible, which could be good in the aerodynamics department, but it may not be so good in the engine department. And I have a feeling that that is partially to blame why Honda has been behind on their development of an internal combustion engine. Because to be honest with you, we know that Honda can make an internal combustion engine. They did it for Red Bull, and they had a fantastic engine last year, and they had a fantastic engine for the past few years as well. So it's not that Honda can't make an engine, and it's just that if you give them an impossible task, then it's either an impossible task, or it takes a really long time to figure out how to solve it. What is the DRS column for? I have a DRS column. There's no DRS column here. You mean I think you mean the dots here. These dots are. Oh, there is a DRS column actually. Yeah, let me get rid of that. I am just a little bit blind, aren't I? Yeah, there's no need for the DRS column, to be honest, because we've got no DRS in Formula One right now. So there we go. Okie dokes. Yeah. What are the lines between turn 10 and 11? So those dotted lines, and the dotted lines down the main straight, and between turn 3 and 4, and between turn 14 and 13, those are where the drivers can drop their rear wing and bring them into like a DRS mode essentially, and do the same for the front wing as well. So it's a top speed mode where you drop your front wing, drop your rear wing, and you can go quicker down the straights. You don't have to be within 1 second of the driver ahead of you to do that. You can just activate it whenever you want. So it's not like DRS in that sense, but the mechanism that the rear wing uses is very, very similar. Please add the gaps. I will be adding the gaps. Yeah, that's the one column I was missing. Okay, brilliant. Let me just mess with that for a second. Let's add the gaps in. Gaps. Gap to leader. All right, and let's move that over to there. Save. Brilliant. This is ever so slightly cut off the screen now, isn't it? Yeah. Let me just adjust a few things here, folks. Yeah, there we go. Should be able to read everything. Will Isaac drive today? Indeed, Isaac will be driving today. Toto Self Red Bull will be the benchmark. Do you think that's true? I don't know. Red Bull seem to be doing all right, so it's not out of the ordinary to imagine that they would be the benchmark. But just the fact that it came from Toto Wolff gives me a bit of a I'm a little bit concerned. Why would he say that? You've got to think about whenever the team principals or something like this say something to the media, you've got to think why is Toto Wolff saying this? And it could be to deflect away the hype that Mercedes have already built up, and all of the talk going around that Mercedes is the best car in the paddock right now, and their engine's really good and whatever. It might just be to deflect a little bit of that, and I can definitely see that happening. So I guess I don't really know. What do you think? What do you think the reason for Toto Wolff saying that is? Because there are many different reasons why he would say it. But yeah, let me know why you think he's saying that. Okay. He must have said it to get out of the spotlight about the compression ratio talks. Yeah. Definitely deflection tactics. They're both very, very, very sly people. They know what they're doing. As a team principal, you got to say nice things about. Okay, saying nice things about Red Bull because Horner's gone. Maybe. Yeah, Ollie Behrman goes through the speed trap at 302 kilometers per hour, so nicely done there from Ollie Behrman. And yeah, as you can see, he's exceeded the speed of 300 and 300 k's, and Alonso is yet to do that. He's back into the pits now. 2 laps completed by Fernando Alonso. Back into the pits, not any more done so far. Did I miss anything? No, not particularly. I get the data from Multiviewer, but you do need an F1 TV Pro subscription to get access to it. So, yeah. Try a refresh. Oh, the screen showing up black. Yeah, maybe just refresh the video. Should be good. Go Bortoletto. Yeah, Bortoletto. Is he driving today, actually? Hulkenberg's driving, I think, in the morning. Bortoletto will be driving in the afternoon. So that's the situation there. Hello, bro. I'm glad Formula One's back for another season. Indeed, I am glad as well. Why no Hamilton? Hamilton will be driving tomorrow. Charles Leclerc is driving for the entire day today. So Lewis Hamilton will be driving for the entire day tomorrow. Yeah. The fact that Max shift downs to first and some corners allows for longer recharging on the straights without risking greater wear will definitely make a difference in the long run. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. I don't exactly know why that would be the case in terms of shifting down to first allows for more recharging on the straights, but there's loads of different things. So as I sort of mentioned yesterday, if I asked you on a race car, at which point is it going to be going the fastest on a racetrack, and your answer is probably going to be at the end of the long straight, just before they hit the brakes for the corner. But with the way things have been going now in Formula One, the cars are not going the fastest around right at the end of the straight. It's around the halfway point. So what they do, they accelerate up to 310 kilometers per hour, for example, and then they slow down to probably around 300 or so, because they're recharging the battery halfway down the straight, and then they slam on the brakes to slow down for the corner. So that is essentially how it's been going for the Formula 1 teams as of right now. But let's see how it goes overall. Pierre Gasly comes across the line, a 138.0 from him, and he goes 7/10 up from Ollie Behrman's time. I don't think you need Apple TV to watch it. I think if you've still got an F1 TV subscription, you still should be able to watch it. But I'm not 100% sure of the rules in America. I definitely know that they've changed around a little bit. Okay. What was the maximum speed of Stroll yesterday? Stroll did 298 on the speed trap yesterday and didn't go any quicker. So, yeah. Is there a limit on how much energy they can use in a lap? That is correct. The limit has been changed since the last regulation cycle, and you can increase it. But that limit has gone up essentially. But there's still a limit. You can't just deploy 100% of your battery over the course of one lap. You use the F1 app, but connect your Apple TV account. Oh, okay. Isn't Max shifting to first gear so the battery recharges quickly for the coming straights? It's shorter recharges, not longer. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. If you I know for a fact that your recharge rate and your recharge efficiency is related to how high up you are in the RPM range. The more RPM you've got, the better chance you are going to have at recharging your car quickly, and the more power you can put into the battery to fill it back up again. So Shifting down into first gear while you're slowing down for a corner means that rather than your revs from 2,000 dipping from, let's say, 10,000 revs per minute down to, let's say, 7,000 before you get back onto the power slowly out of a hairpin. If you drop it back into first, your revs are going to spike from probably 8,000 back up to 10,000, back up to 11,000, and then they'll slowly come back down again a little bit. But on average, you will be spending more time at a higher RPM, and hence you'll be charging up your battery more, but you'll also be wearing out your engine more. So it's more, there is more, there's trade-offs with that, essentially. Yeah, there's trade-offs. Yeah. Charge the battery while rev matching. Yeah, loads of different things as well. Wondering when Aston Martin will open the tab and see the true performance. Yeah, I mean, who knows really. What's the issue with the GPS positioning? We can see Behrman on the track. Behrman is currently in the pit lane exit, and you can see him coming out now, and Charles Leclerc is following him out. It's Pierre Gasly's GPS that is broken. He is currently on the circuit right now, and it says that he is in the pit lane in neutral, but yeah, he's not. Perez had a throttle issue apparently. Okay, well, thank you for that information. I guess the throttle issue may not be a Ferrari power unit thing, because there's quite a long sequence of things that goes between the pedal, and then it gets connected through various different things, goes through the ECU, and then it goes to the engine. So it could be a problem, maybe it could just be his throttle pedal snapped, because that is also a thing that happens. The throttle pedals are extremely light in Formula One, actually. I read an article a very long time ago that Ferrari's power unit, Ferrari's throttle pedal was only 30 grams, and 30 grams is extremely light. I mean, I don't know if I've got anything that is 30 grams. Maybe, I don't know, this spoon might be 30 grams. I've just dropped a little bit of water. Okay, let's not mess up my laptop. But yeah, so they've got a throttle pedal that can take, or a throttle pedal or a brake pedal that can take, the entire force of an F1 driver stamping on it to slow down from 300 k's to 100 kilometers per hour in the space of a few seconds, and that pedal is 30 grams heavy, and it's made out of titanium or something. And that's a news article from around 2019, I think. So I'm sure that they've got much more advanced since then, but yeah, it could genuinely just be that their throttle pedal had a bit of a failure when it got manufactured and it broke. I'm not saying that's what it is. It could be something else though. It's most likely something else, but it's quite interesting that their brake pedals that they had in the Ferrari car and the throttle pedals 30 grams heavy, and they can take such heavy forces. Right. Can you add the number of laps posted by each driver? There is. The first column there, you can see Pierre Gasly has done 16 laps, Behrman's done 11, Leclerc's done 12, and then you've got the number of laps that those sets of tyres have done as well. So you've got all the information there. Leclerc's really out there cruising. Indeed he is, man. Leclerc is there chilling, not doing any sort of quick lap times whatsoever, but he's on 31 lap old soft tyres as well, so I wouldn't imagine he's pushing too hard. Is Verstappen running today? No, he's not. Verstappen did, 35 laps yesterday. I'm sure he needs a little bit of a break. I'm sure Max was Twitch streaming yesterday, actually, I think. So, but yeah, no, Max isn't driving today. Isaac Hadjar's driving for the whole day today. And then we've got Max and Hadjar going half and half on Friday. 136 laps. Okay, there you go. Verstappen's not driving though, yeah. It'll be Isaac Hadjar that's driving for the whole day today. Is the tyre age information on Leclerc's correct? It is. Leclerc may have only done 12 laps today, but he still he still did laps on those tyres yesterday, and that is why the tyre information is correct. So Renault has a Mercedes power unit now. That is correct. Max was Twitch streaming yesterday, and Lando was in his chat. Oh, okay. I think I saw something that Lando was saying that I bet on Max winning in Australia. So interesting there from Lando Norris when he was on Max Verstappen's Twitch stream. Do the teams use two cars, or no? The teams use a single car for both of the drivers, and they change out the seats and the pedals and the steering wheel in the afternoon break. Okie dokes. Yeah, a lot more cars out onto the circuit now. Perez seems to be doing all right as well, and he was having some issues going through turn number 8, and that's where his issues began. So right now he's doing a speed of about 106 kilometers per hour as he makes his way through there. I think his GPS again is having a few issues because it's not updating his speed, but yeah, he's still continuing on around the circuit, and things are going all right for him by the looks of it. Yeah, he's going backwards sometimes. Clearly some sort of problem with the GPS. Is 32 laps really correct on a set of red tyres? I mean, there are already holes in the canvas. Well, these are soft tyres, but these are the hardest of Pirelli's range. So this is C1s are the hards, C2s are the mediums, and C3s are the softs. So it's still C3. It's not a C4 or a C5 or a C6. So it's still relatively hard in the Pirelli compound range. So yeah, that's why he's doing 33 laps. Alonso's definitely running some specific speeds for aero testing. Yeah, I mean, Alonso's still in the pits. He did 2 laps, hasn't come out since. So, yeah, I mean, he did 2 laps about 20 minutes ago and hasn't come out. So maybe they're fitting some aero rakes to the car. Maybe there's a problem. I guess we'll see. Didn't they drop the C6 for this year? I think they have, actually, yeah. So I should probably not mention the C6. It's the same. I'm going to have quite a few problems like this because for the last however many years I've been saying 10 teams and 20 cars on the grid, and I've already done it quite a few times, but I will totally forget the fact that there is an 11th team on the grid, and yeah, I will I'll say 10 cars or 10 teams or something like this. So yeah. It's going to take a little getting used to. It's like how I still sometimes call the Racing Bull AlphaTauri, and maybe I should. Maybe I should call it AlphaTauri. Maybe I should call it Sugar-Free Red Bull. Maybe I should call it Toro Rosso or Minardi. Do you think all 6 days of testing and 3 days of shakedown are needed for the F1 teams this year? No, I think it's a little bit of overkill, to be honest. The teams, always want more days of testing. If you give a team the opportunity to test for 100 days, they will test for 100 days. But if so I think you could probably get away with I think 4 days in Bahrain is probably enough. You could have done 2 days this week, 2 days next week, and that would have been sufficient, especially considering they had time in Barcelona. But, the teams asked for more testing, and the FIA were like, yeah, sure, why not? Give me, am I wrong? You wearing the same shirt as yesterday? No, I am wearing the same shirt as yesterday. I quite like it, really. It's nice and comfy. So, Lando Norris, purple sector 2. Alonso getting McLaren Honda flashbacks. Yeah, he definitely is. Lando Norris goes across the line, 136.1, 1.5 seconds clear of Pierre Gasly. What are Bottas's impressions of Cadillac? I don't think Bottas has come out and made too many statements. I think the laps that they did were pretty good yesterday. Both of the drivers, if you add their laps together, they totaled over 100 laps. So solid start. Yeah, not much more that can really be said. Is it nighttime in Bahrain right now? No, it is. It is the morning in Bahrain. So. Yeah, wind speed is 10 kilometers per hour, air temperature is 26 26 degrees, and track temperature is 34 degrees. The live footage is only out in the last hour, that is correct. Leclerc only completed 13 laps as of F1 Live's timings. Yeah, Leclerc has only completed 13 laps. It says over here 13 laps for Charles Leclerc. He's done 33 laps on those tyres because he did 20 laps yesterday. Has Hadjar been out since his crash in Barcelona? Um, I think maybe he did drive one more day in Barcelona. I'm not sure, but he's definitely going to come out today, and that's his job. He's driving around the car in Bahrain for the Red Bull team today. So he should be coming out at some point, but it's been nearly an hour since the start of testing, and no sign of the Red Bull on the racetrack. It is only the last hour of the evening session. It is not the last hour of the morning session, unfortunately. Is Toto Wolff bluffing when he says Red Bull is looking good? Yeah, I presume so. I don't see why Toto Wolff has any sort of why he would say that unless he's bluffing. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So we're 1 hour in. We have had 10 of the 11 cars come out onto the circuit, and the only car remaining is the Red Bull. 2 laps have been completed by Fernando Alonso, 3 laps have been completed by Kimi Antonelli, and yeah, those are the 2 lowest. But Perez had his problems with his car, so he's only done 4. Norris hasn't done that many, neither has Albon. The most laps have been completed by Pierre Gasly. Of course, they've lost a little bit of time yesterday with Colapinto having his issue with the Mercedes power unit. They were cut short in their running time in the morning session, also cut short in the afternoon session, so Gasly's doing his best to make up for lost time. Alex Albon, I think, as well, has now just come out onto the circuit. It's good to see him out. It'll be ideal if he could get some more laps onto the board. Red Bull have a leak in the hydraulics, and they won't be out for the first 2 hours. Well, thanks for the information there. Very much is appreciated. So there we go. Some hydraulic issue for the Red Bull team, and they'll be coming out in about 1 hour's time. Is Red Bull still using the 18:1 power unit? I don't think they are, because now they've switched to the side of saying the 18:1 rule is a bad rule and we should only have 16:1, and they're telling the FIA that they should change the rule to rule out the Mercedes power unit. So it would make sense that they've got a 16:1 power unit, because if they had an 18:1 power unit, they wouldn't be saying, let's get rid of the 18:1 power unit. So clearly they tried to make one work, they didn't get it to work, and for that reason, they're now changed their stance on it, and they're saying, we should ban this. Leclerc's on 33 old softs. Yeah, again, these are very old soft tyres, and you've also got to consider that Leclerc has not been pushing at full speed on so many of these laps. It is testing, so that means he'll come out of the pits, do 3 or 4 laps, and then come back in, and an in lap will be slow and an out lap will be slow. Yeah, it's not too much of a concern, really. Who's they? I think I was talking about the Red Bull team then. So Red Bull had initially, they said that, oh no, the 18:1 power unit compression thing is totally a-okay. We've got an engine that does that. Or they didn't say that directly, but they were essentially implying that they did have an engine that did that, and they were like, oh yeah, it's all right. I think the rule's okay. But now they've changed their side and they're saying, oh no, the rule's not okay. We're not allowing this. It seems like a bad idea, etc., etc. And that's most likely because they tried to design an engine with an 18:1 compression ratio, didn't get it to work, and now flipped their side on the rules. Yeah. Okay. Catalyst software related, not power unit related. Oh, brilliant. Okay. Where are you guys getting all of this information from? Because is this F1 Twitter that's putting out all of this information? Because I know there are a few reliable sources about what's going on the racetrack and things like that, but I also know that there's quite a few dodgy sources that people will just say whatever, and yeah. Kilm Illman. All right, yeah, fair enough. He seems like a pretty reliable guy. Okay. Do you think the Alpine's rear wing opening down will help them in the long run? Well, it's definitely a little bit more of a complicated system. and it could result in the rear wing not closing properly. But the reason that they've done that is because they have found it to be more aerodynamically suitable, and it'll give them more top speed than the other way of opening up the rear wing. So they've done their test. They think it's going to be more efficient, and they're going to get more top speed. So I guess it will help them in the long term. But the impact is how big of an impact is that really going to be? Because they will, potentially go an extra 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers per hour quicker down the straights, but their car could be slightly heavier because of it, because they need a really heavy duty actuator to be able to let the rear wing fold flat backwards and then fold back up again, compared to a team that can use a very light actuator to just bring the rear wing flap upwards. So it's an interesting system for sure. But of course, it's always a series of trade-offs when you're designing something, and it may give them a bit more top speed, but then they've got a very heavy actuator at the top of the car, which makes the center of mass worse. So maybe the cornering is ever so slightly worse. But they've made the decision that that's better. Why is Behrman not slamming on the accelerator pedal on the straights? Because he's clearly not. I don't think his task for this run will to be go quickly down the straights. His task will maybe be something else. So that's why he's not going all that quickly down the straights. Really, I can't think of exactly what the task will be, to be honest. If he's not going 100% on the throttle, but I haven't seen him cap out at any speed or anything like that. So he's going up now. He's now fully on the power, and getting onto the brakes really, really early as well as. Is Oliver Behrman, so slowly onto the power as he exits turn number 15, and he's up through the gears, reaching, and he slams onto the brakes as he comes into the pits. So, maybe he's just doing an in-lap, and for that reason, he doesn't want to put too much stress on the power unit, and hence will just be driving around slowly. I don't know if you saw Alpine's halo from the onboard, but that thing is thick, and it's running the F1 75 style aero fins on the top of the halo. Yeah, no, it's definitely interesting. Of all of the different tricks that the teams are using, and I will also be very curious to see what will get copied for Australia, because I know for a fact things will get copied. The cars will be different from right now till Australia, so. Things like that, making the halo section a little bit thicker, adding a little fin to it to give you a bit more aerodynamic performance. Will all the teams copy that? Will they say, oh, we don't think it's beneficial? Who knows? Alrighty. Is Sky Sports live? No, it is not. No, it is not. I tried using the 2026 cars on the Ace mod for Assetto Corsa, and they used the data from real life to make it realistic. The cars feel lower downforce than last year. Also, the aero feels a bit worse. Yeah, that is true. That's sort of how it goes, really. They have made the cars slower in the corners. They have made them quicker down the straights, and that should hopefully help overtaking, hopefully help racing. In one of the F1 interviews last year, Ollie made it in the game not to go flat out during the Monaco race. He said he actually went faster. Oh, yeah, I mean, it's, I'm not exactly sure why that would be the case, but it allows you to control the throttle a little bit better when you're sort of not trying to go flat out immediately. Maybe it's that. Not sure. Alonso not hitting 300 kilometers per hour yet. Not yet. Nico Hulkenberg out on the circuit. Let's see what speed he gets up to as he comes onto the straight 220 Ks, and he's doing it. Look at that. He's doing a constant speed run at 220. Lando Norris 7th gear 276 before he gets onto the brakes. Albon up to 284 kilometers per hour as he comes across the line, then backs off the power. And just coasting in towards turn at number 1. What do you think about Honda right now? Do you think the power unit needs to change? Pro Newey went to extreme. Yeah, I think that's potentially what it could be. But Alonso's back out onto the track now, folks. So let's have a look what he can do and what speed he's going to be reaching, because he is on 8-lap old set of medium tyres. He's reaching up through the gears, 7th gear, up to 280 kilometers per hour, and then back onto the brakes for turn 14. All right, now back out onto the main straight goes Fernando Alonso. 250, 270, 290, 299, 299, 7th gear. He doesn't even shift up into 8th. So Honda Power Unit's doing all right. I mean, he got up to 299, but Max Verstappen yesterday got up to 336. So there is definitely more margin, and Alonso didn't even shift up into 8th gear at this point. So I'm not 100% certain with how that's going. You're not 100% sure if that's going to work out for Alonso, though. Hasn't shifted into the last gear. Max definitely got into 8th last year. Yeah, for sure. And the drivers did switch at approximately 300 Ks. You know, from what I could tell, of course, the data's a little bit difficult to work with sometimes, but I could tell around about that at 300 kilometers per hour, that is the point when they'd switch from 7th up into 8th. And so Alonso may have been hitting the limiter in 7th gear. He may have been slightly shy of the limiter, but up into 300 kilometers per hour. And so it goes. Would be good to see the top end speed logged on the data screen. Yeah, I don't know if that's actually an option. I will have a look a little bit later on. F1 Gamer, it's the engine modes or the engine power, but some cars didn't reach 8th gear like Audi, but the McLaren and Red Bull has. Yeah, no, some cars definitely have. Other cars are, trying to run it conservative. I know that Aston Martin, they are down on running time, so it makes total sense for them to not go full power and to just keep the car in 7th gear, not go up to 320. But here they are coming down the straight again. 290, 299, 301. 301. 301 is the top speed for Fernando Alonso. Okay, 1 kilometer per hour quicker than last time. But, it is in Aston Martin's best interest to gather aerodynamic information, to gather tyre information, to gather setup information before they start pushing the engine up into the 320 range, 330 range, because at the end of the day, they also need all of that information. And if Alonso now, on the next lap, tries to go 330 kilometers per hour, causes an engine failure, then they've lost another day of running, which is just, again, more problematic. So I would not be surprised if they keep the engine in 7th gear for the entire test this week, and then next week they figure out what to do about the engine. Cadillac could lean harder into the asymmetric livery, asymmetric racing suits, shirts, hats. Yeah, they definitely could. I think it's quite a nice idea to have that. Definitely does stand out. Race starts are going to be nasty. Yeah, the race starts are going to be mega because the cars accelerate so quickly. You're going to have the electric motor just going full send coming out of the starting grid, and the drivers will be going up to ridiculous speeds, really. Alonso also had to lift, did he? Oh no, Alonso had to lift because he was going around Lawson. Okay, so don't worry about that. I thought Alonso was lifting through 12, and I was like, that doesn't make much sense. This is like Ford versus Ferrari, where Shelby tells the driver to rev to 8,000 RPM. Yeah, actually, that's pretty good, pretty similar, actually. Yeah, it's quite a good film, actually, Ford versus Ferrari, if you haven't watched it. And here we go with Alonso again, down the main straight. Oh, up into 8th gear, 304 kilometers per hour. Okay, so he's gone up another 3 kilometers per hour this time. So maybe we will reach 320. And, or maybe he will have shifted up into 8th gear and the team's like, oh no, cancel, abort, and then come back into the pits. We'll see. But things seem to be going well, and he's continuing up the next straight, so 304 kilometers per hour. They're slowly pushing it up and checking the engine is okay. I think that on the race start they won't activate the electric motor until a certain distance. I think for sure, actually, that's a good idea because you get that instant torque, but the wheel spin to control on an electric motor is so hard when you don't have traction control. All of these electric cars that will beat, an internal combustion engine car in a drag race, all of them have traction control. If you give it to an ordinary person to try and drive an electric car which has loads of torque without traction control, you end up with what happened to Richard Hammond and the Rimac. So, it's quite the difficult thing to handle. So, yeah, maybe, you know, these Formula One drivers are very, very good at managing wheel spin and things like that. So maybe they'll have the electric motor slowly sort of ramp up as they build up the speed. But yeah, we shall see. This is the pedal. The pedal and the live speed is nice. Yeah, no, it's pretty good to have, isn't it? So here we go. Alonso onto the brakes now at turn number 14. Onto the power. He's going through the corner in third gear, up into fourth, then fifth, sixth as well. He's in seventh, holding that till 300, and then shifts up into eighth. And now he's holding 297, and then drops back down again. So getting some more clipping for Fernando Alonso. Liam Lawson stopped. No, that's fine. He's just going slowly through sector 2. Don't worry about that one. Yeah, messed up a corner and then was just going very, very slowly. Yeah, his middle sector time was 77 seconds. So, yeah, a bit dodgy there for Liam Lawson. Whereas Red Bull have a hydraulic leak, apparently, and they will not be driving at least for the next 50 minutes or so. They need to get that fixed, and then they'll send out Isaac Hadjar. This is more entertaining than day one. Yeah, I mean, we didn't have this data up in day one, did we? So it's definitely a good idea. I don't know who suggested it, or maybe I just came up with it. I'm not sure, but it's definitely a good idea to have this information up. Mercedes ain't moving. Yeah, Kimi Antonelli had issues yesterday, and they stopped him for ages, and then it came out in the final hour of testing. But again, he's done 3 laps, and Kimi Antonelli back into the pits. Red Bull are replacing all the parts that Max wore out yesterday. Yeah, I mean, 135 laps for Max will have been pretty tough on him, but 135 laps on the car as well, that's never been stress tested before on a race circuit like this, will also have been a bit of a challenge. And driving over curbs and bumps and things like that. So maybe that's where the hydraulic leak came from. It could have been a very slow leak as well. I'm sure you guys know what a slow puncture is, but a slow leak very, very similar. You get few little drops leaking out at a time, so the team wouldn't have noticed it when Max was there, driving around on the race yesterday. But they would have seen, there's some hydraulic fluid dropping out. When they check the levels this morning before Hadjar goes out onto the circuit, they'll be like, they're looking at all the numbers and they're like, oh, this number seems pretty low for hydraulic pressure, and then they realise that they've got a leak somewhere. Gasly did 332. Well, there you go. So the Mercedes engine can definitely get up to 332. The quickest we've seen so far is Max Verstappen 336 down the straight yesterday. So, yeah, but a purple sector 1 from Pierre Gasly from that very quick speed down the start-finish straight. Okay. All right. Why is Leclerc in the pits? Well, he's just come out of the pits. But Ferrari are doing this thing where they just come into the pits, come out of the pits, come into the pits, come out of the pits. Gathering. I think Ferrari must be doing setup information. They must have. They come into the pits, change the front wing, maybe change the suspension a little bit, then send Leclerc back out. He does 4 or 5 laps. He has some feedback. They come back into the pits. They change another thing. Then they go out, come back in. So it seems like that's what Ferrari are doing right now. Okay, let's see what Alonso's going to do now. He's coming through sector number 3 and coming towards turn 14. Let's see what he does down the straight. But Gasly seems to be doing quite nicely. Again, another purple first sector, I think. Oh no, he's now about to come across the line, this first sector. Fernando Alonso onto the power, and it looks like he's coming to the pit lane actually. So, we'll see. We'll keep a note of that though. So Fernando Alonso comes into the pit lane at 2 hours and 46 minutes remaining on the clock. How long does it take him to come back out again? Is that, if it takes him potentially another hour and a half, that could be another engine issue that we're seeing. If he comes out in another 20 minutes or so, then probably just some setup changes and things like that. All right. Albon 295, very nice. Yeah, the green is the green is the top speed zone, so you can use overtake at different parts of the racetrack, but the green section is when you drop your rear wing and drop your front wing to go quickly down the straights, and yeah, you can do that on wherever it is, you've got the green dotted lines. Can you elaborate on the Red Bull hydraulic issue? well, I don't know for certain what the issue is. I don't think they're really going to tell anyone. But yeah, some sort of issue with their hydraulics. Must have been a leak. Must have been the water, and they're going to have to find the leak firstly, then patch it, then ensure that it doesn't happen again, and probably take some photos and send it back to the factory so then they can design a better replacement part for it or something. Yeah. Leclerc 336. Well, there we go, folks. So Leclerc's done 336, purple in sector 1, and so now we know the Red Bull power unit can do 336 down the straight. We know the Ferrari power unit can do 336 down the straight. We've seen Gasly, now what's he going up to, 327, 328? Yeah, that's about it for them. So the quickest we've seen the Mercedes go is 332, and which is the power unit that's remaining, the Audi power unit. So we'll see what Hulkenberg's doing when he comes around the corner next time. Glad to have you back, watching from Guyana, which is in South Africa. Oh, brilliant. Glad you're enjoying, folks. Glad you are enjoying. All right, well, here comes Hulkenberg now, coming down the straights. Oh, he puts on the brakes, and it looks like he's going into the pit lane. Yeah. All right, yeah, Leclerc's on a fresh set of soft tyres, and up into 8th gear as well before he hits turn number 14. So very, very good power through there. And onto the power he comes, and it is... Does he go flat across the line? Yes, he does. It is purple in all 3 sectors for Charles Leclerc, 1.3 seconds clear of Lando Norris, and it's a 134.4, which is quicker than the lap time we saw yesterday from Max Verstappen, which was a 134.8, I think, from Max. So we're down into the 134s and a 134.4 from Charles Leclerc. Very, very nice. Do you think Aston Martin can fix the issue? Is it software, cooling Honda clowns? Do we have any other info other than that? No, unfortunately, I don't have any further information. But Alonso came into the pits 3 minutes ago. We'll find out when he comes out shortly. But yeah, if he takes another 2 hours to come out, you can definitely believe that it's going to be an engine issue. But if he comes out relatively quickly, then it could be a sign that the Honda engine, whatever issue they had yesterday, has been resolved and they're doing okay. John A. Trius, thanks for the $2 donation. I want to see Toyota take over the Haas engine and all. Yeah, Toyota would be a great team to have in Formula One. Of course, the Toyota racing sort of logo that they've got on the Haas car looks brilliant, and Toyota have got quite a bit of motorsport history, so why not bring them into Formula One? Maybe as a different team, keep Haas are doing all right, and bring Toyota in as a new engine manufacturer, new car designer, and that would be pretty awesome. Behrman went up to 326. Okay. Toyota and V8 Supercars this year should be good. Oh, okay. V8 Supercars is, yeah, it's a pretty cool racing series, to be honest. I haven't watched much of it, but I've seen a few clips here and there, and it does look pretty dang awesome. Is Hadjar's car broken? Yes, it is. Hydraulic leak. Alrighty. Right, well, here we've got Pierre Gasly. Going up through the gears. What speed is he reaching? 292, 293. And he's holding 293 constantly as he's going down the straight, and then he brakes. So he's not clipping in the sense that he's slowing down, but he's holding a constant speed, sort of like setting cruise control at 292. But yeah, so that's a different way of going about it. So you could, there are different ways you could do it. You could speed up and have your peak speed reached halfway down the straight. You reach 310, and then you drop your speed back down to 300 or so when you hit the braking zone. Or you could hold 295, or you could hold 300 for the entire straight, and yeah, not recharge. Well, you could sort of recharge a little bit while going down the straight, but hold a constant speed rather than going up and then coming back down again. So, who knows? The teams are testing out what's quicker, what's not, and it'll be interesting to see what they're doing in Australia. Welcome back, bro. How's the job interview? Job interview was good. I got an email yesterday during the stream itself, saying you've been invited. You've been we liked you in the job interview, and can you come to the final interview next week? So I've got the final interview with two sort of high up people in the company, and hopefully I get the job. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Because I'm sure, as many of you know, the job market and the world economy is not the best right now, to say the least. So yeah, Ollie Behrman up to 314, and then he clips back down to 304 before he slams on the brakes there. So Ollie Behrman doing sort of a different strategy to what Alpine are doing. Watching from Kampala, Uganda. Wow, we've got loads of different people all around the world. YouTube featured live stream. Congrats. YouTube featured live stream. What does that mean? I should probably know, given that I'm a YouTuber, what a YouTube featured live stream is. But yeah, I guess I'll find out because I am streaming. 4,500 people watching. Thanks everyone for watching, by the way. Hope you are all enjoying the coverage. Does Audi still have the same side pods? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Definitely interesting side pods, to say the least. Very much like Red Bull side pods in 2023, which they tried and then they stopped using because they didn't work for them. So I guess we'll see. Oh, we got a few people watching from Mars. Oh, that's pretty awesome. Yeah. No, we had a few people watching the Abu Dhabi stream from the International Space Station. So yeah, a few people from Mars, a few people from the International Space Station. I think a few people from the Moon as well. Pretty good going, really. Very. It's not even international. It's what's the word? It's universe wide. Yeah, universe wide or solar system wide. Yeah. All right. Charles Leclerc holding 240 kilometers per hour through turn 12. Pretty good going there from Charles. I mean, it's a relatively fresh set of soft tyres. He goes purple in the middle sector, but 240 kilometers per hour through turn 12 is mega. All right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take you through a flying lap of the circuit. Where has it gone? Here we go. Okay. So this is the Bahrain circuit. We're going to cover up a little bit of the data for now. You come out of the final corner. Main thing here, get a fantastic exit onto the start-finish straight. And this is the old game, so this is a 2025 game. The drivers reach approximately 320 kilometers per hour by the end of the straight. But of course, it's slightly different now with the different downforce levels and whatever. You slam onto the brakes for turn number 1. And the main thing here isn't really to get a good exit. You don't want to go all the way over to the left-hand side. You want to bring yourself over to the right so you can get a good exit through turn 2 and get flat onto the power very early on. That is the big one. As soon as you can get onto the power through turn 2, so you can be flat for turn 3. Turn number 4 here, again, you're braking, trying to use as much curb here on the left-hand side. The track really tightens up there on the exit, so you've got to be careful not to run wide and exceed track limits. Tap the brakes, flick it to the right, and then hold it to the left, little on approximately half throttle. That's what most of the drivers are doing here. Going through turn number 8, you can see here I'm going through there in second gear, but a lot of the drivers are using first gear because, of course, we've got lower downforce levels this year, so lower speeds through the corners. Then through turn number 10, again, I went through here in second gear, but we've got a lot of drivers going through here in first gear in these current cars. Now going up the hill towards turn number 11, onto the brakes, nice and early for a slow in and fast out, full on the throttle, and then you hold it through turns number 12 as flat as you can. The cars this year are also going flat, but it's also a lot trickier to hold it flat. The drivers, when it's full of fuel, might have to do a little lift here and there. And then you make your way towards the final corner, where your main thing is, again, just get a good exit onto the main straight. It doesn't matter how slowly you enter it, it's about how fast you exit it. And there you go. that is a lap of the Bahrain circuit. As you can see, there is a lot of sand about on the Bahrain circuit, given that we're in a desert, so a lot of these laps are affected by the sandbags that are in the car. Okay. Got a few people watching from Earth. That's pretty awesome. Is George going to drive today? I think he is. Yeah, George is driving in the afternoon. All right. Oh, we got some people from Siberia. Interesting. All right. I want to see Leclerc, George, and Oscar win the World Drivers' Championship, but I don't know who I want to root for this year. Yeah, it's quite a difficult one, really, though, between those three. What does clipping mean? Clipping, it's an interesting word, isn't it? Right, so clipping is when the drivers are going down the straights, they are accelerating up into, as quickly as they can go. And clipping is essentially the cars slowing down because the battery is not deploying down the straight. So you've got, your power from the engine, and you've also got your power from the battery. Those two combined will accelerate you for the first half of the straight. So, from about this point here, your battery and your engine working together to accelerate you down the straight. And you reach around about this point here when you realize that, if I keep using up my battery all of the time, I'm going to run out of battery charge. So what happens is the teams slowly start reducing the amount of power that you're getting from the battery. So let's say you're getting 1,000 horsepower, right? At this point here in the straight, they start reducing the amount of power you're getting from your battery. So then they say, oh, we're only going to give you 400 horsepower from your battery. You'll still get your 500 from the engine, but now your total is down to 900 horsepower. And you start slowing down a little bit. And that is essentially what clipping is, the process of slowing down even though you're full throttle on the straight. It's Shift, thanks for the channel membership. Oh, you're in the Grand Slam tier, buddy. Thank you very, very much, mate. That really does help out the channel a lot. And yeah, much appreciated for the channel membership. Hope you enjoy. Keep it up, bro. Love the content. Glad that you're enjoying it, guys. All right. Are you expecting the races to be more like Formula E because of energy saving? Well, I think there'll be some elements like Formula E races, but at least in these cars with the MGUK, you can recharge the battery loads. As long as you're running in high revs and you're braking at the right times and doing the correct things. So I don't think there'll be that much of let's conserve our fuel and let's conserve our energy, because the teams know that they can just recharge it back up with the MGUK. The MGU-H was removed because it was complicated. It doesn't have many practical applications in sort of the real world. Like, you're not getting an MGU-H in a road car. However, an MGU-K, I think, are much more practical to use in sort of road cars and things like that. And also, they made the exhaust sounds terrible. They make the noise of the car sound really bad, and now they sound a lot better with it by removing the MGU-H. And yeah, it's not the most efficient thing in the world as well. All right. Red Bull isn't running because they've got hydraulic issues. Also, folks, we're getting pretty close to 1,000 likes. If you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. I'm also going to drop a link into the chat to Proton VPN. They are the sponsors of the channel here in 2026, and it would very much be appreciated if you guys are interested in getting Proton VPN, so you can watch the races using connecting to an Austrian server, and then on SRF or Service TV you can watch the races that way. I know. Well, we had 500 or so people using that method last year to watch the races. Go ahead and check out Proton VPN. The instructions were pretty simple. So, but I did do a bit of research yesterday, and it doesn't look like you can use any of those methods to actually watch the pre-season testing, unfortunately. So, yeah. So you can watch Formula 1 for $3 a month if you get Proton VPN, join an Austrian server and Service TV, but that is only applicable for the practice sessions, the qualifying sessions and the races. It doesn't work for pre-season testing, unfortunately, so do apologise for that. But obviously I've got to mention them. They are the channel sponsor, helping out immensely. We're keeping the channel going. So yeah. Ignore me if you've had this criticism before, but could you work on reducing the filler? It's not going to stop me from watching your content, but it's a place to improve. No, I've definitely had that feedback before, and no, much appreciated for the feedback. If any of you guys do have any feedback about improving my commentary and things like that, be sure to let me know. I will do my best. And regarding the thing, it is definitely a lot worse in preseason testing. I can tell you that because, well, there's just not that much to talk about. We've got one car out on the track in the form of Charles Leclerc right now. So, yeah, there's a lot more sort of ums and ahs and talking about random things. But I do think that when we get closer to the qualifyings and the races, and I'm sort of just in the flow of things and just talking, it's a little bit better. I, however, did do that. One time I downloaded the captions that YouTube provides on my live streams. I downloaded it and I Control F and searched the amount of times that I said and it came out to approximately, I think I said approximately 2 times a minute when I was sort of doing a qualifying stream maybe. So yeah, it's definitely a lot more now that it's preseason testing, but yeah, it's definitely something to always work on as well. So far past my bedtime. Good night, everyone. Yeah, good night, folks. Good night. I'm sure there's a lot of you that are probably, I don't know, guess which time zone that'd be. Probably Australia. No, it's probably getting reasonably late, I think. Okay. 0 ohms is unnatural. Yeah, there's also that as well. But I don't really know. I haven't noticed the professional sort of Sky Sports commentators say and are a lot, but there are also 2 of them, so it makes it very much easier to sort of fill the space in that sort of regard. And yeah, it's different. Again, this is not trying to be too professional, and I'm not trying to be the most, yeah, professional is probably the right word. It's much more relaxed and laid back, and we talk about whatever and have jokes and things like that. So it's, I think it's okay. Creeper behind you. Creeper behind me? Okay. 7:30 p.m. in Melbourne. All right, it's not that bad then, I guess, in Melbourne. In New Zealand, maybe a little bit later on. When you have nothing to talk about, comes pretty naturally. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Okay. What country are you from? I'm from the UK. I was originally born in India, but I'm living in the UK right now. You can see well, you can't see, but we can sort of tell that it's very cloudy outside, not very sunny whatsoever. I was sort of blown away by the fact that it was sunny yesterday a little bit. But no, we're back to very grey clouds in the outside world. Is Alonso out? Yeah, Alonso's just come out of the pit lane. There we go. So he came in at 2 hours and 46 minutes remaining. Now there are 2 hours and 27 minutes remaining. So approximately 20 minutes or so spent in the pits. So that's probably some setup changes. Not unlikely to be any sort of engine issue, which is a good sign, really. It's a good sign for the Honda power unit. Whatever engine anomaly they had yesterday seemed to have been resolved, at least for the first little bit of testing today. And maybe it will continue on that way. How is Williams doing? Any predictions for them this year? Well, my prediction is that Williams is going to be top team this year, so I don't know. All right. Best commentary and how the new systems are working. Love from South Africa. Thank you very much, buddy. Do the halos seem smaller? I think the halos seem a little bit smaller just because the cars are smaller, and maybe they are adjusted to size to fit the car properly, because it doesn't make sense to reduce the size of the car but then also keep the halo really, really big. So I'm sure the halo, its strength properties and the forces that it will resist will still be the same, while its size may be ever so slightly smaller though. Okay. Cadillac and Audi are the slowest. Yeah, I mean, we just don't really know, do we? The Ferrari power unit can reach 336. The Red Bull can reach 336. The Mercedes have reached 332 as far as I've seen, but maybe yesterday they also hit 336. And we yet to see what Honda can do. The Honda, what's the quickest we've seen from Fernando Alonso? Was it 304? I think it was 304, the quickest we've seen from Fernando Alonso. And we're yet to see what Nico Hülkenberg can do. It'll come through in the speed traps there. The quickest we've seen from Hülkenberg through the speed trap itself is 279, but we've seen momentary glimpses where they go quicker and then they're slower by the point of the speed trap. Seb Vettel coming back from retirement after hearing the Indian Grand Prix coming back in 2027. Yeah, that'd be pretty good if Seb Vettel's back. Joins the Audi team, of course, German driver in a German team, and wins the Indian Grand Prix again, because he won in 2010, 2011, 2012, and 2013, I think. What is my name? My name is Larry. Yeah. All right, Alonso's out on the track now. Let's see what he's going to be doing. His first sector looks all right, not too bad, and 32.0 on a set of medium tyres. Just 11, 12, and 13. Ah, okay. Yeah, maybe they didn't race in 2010 in India. Can you put some music onto the stream? I don't think I can. It probably runs the risk of me getting copyrighted, which I'd rather not do. And yeah. Oh, all 3 poles and victories. Well, there you go. And then you've got the iconic 2013 where he does the donuts and then he bows down to his car. What an incredible photo that is. Alonso's braking a little early. Maybe. Right, let's see. He's coming onto the power there, out of the final corner, flat on the throttle, and it is 285, 295, and 295, and holds it at 290 before getting onto the brakes. So yeah, you can see Alonso clipping there, but he gets up to 295. All right, Perez's GPS is glitching out as standard. Are the fans allowed onto the track? Yes, you can buy tickets. They are only like $30 actually, surprisingly enough. $30 for the entire day of pre-season testing. The much more expensive part is, flying to Bahrain and getting a hotel there, but you can actually go. The tickets aren't that bad. All right, Norris coming out onto the circuit very soon as well. And so is Gasly. Oh, Gasly's GPS is working as well. Okay, that's good to see. Walking is free. Yeah, well, let me just walk to Bahrain. Don't worry about it. I live 30 minutes from Bahrain. Well, maybe you could go visit the racetrack then. That'd be pretty cool. I'm sure if I lived 30 minutes away from Silverstone, I'm sure I could go at some other point. Not when there's a Formula 1 race, but just go see the track. I saw on Twitter that yesterday they had a limit around 10,000 RPM. Today they should go to 12,000. I don't know if it's true, and what motivates the team to do that. Well, we'll have a look. I think I can also bring up the RPM range, actually. Give me just a second here, folks. I'm going to see if I can bring up the RPM that the teams are running at, because that could also be a little bit interesting. So give me just a second. RPM. Oh, we can get the RPM. Okay, I am going to pop that here. It's probably going to move some other things off the board, but let's keep an eye. Well, we'll get the Sector 3 timings back up onto the screen shortly, but while Alonso's out on the circuit, you can see Alonso now, he just momentarily went up to 11,000 RPM. There you go, 11,000 RPM, and then he shifts. Okay. Interesting. So let's see if he shifts up into 12,000. Let's keep an eye on the other drivers as well. So I've not got all of the eyes in the world, but if you guys could help me out, you can see Norris there goes up to 12,000 before shifting. Alonso, I think again 11,000. Okay. Yeah, Alonso 11.1, and then he shifts. Let's see now, he's opening it up onto a straight, and then if Norris is going up to 12.1, 12.2 before shifting. Gasly is also doing the same, so that's the Mercedes power unit. Alonso now onto the brakes again, so I don't think he went that high up in the RPM limit. Okay. We'll focus on him exactly. Once he comes out onto the main start-finish straight, then we'll have a look at what RPM he's doing. But it is interesting, actually. Thanks for the message there. Who was that? Yeah, tweet showed doing max 12,000. Okay. Well, thanks for the info, guys. Norris hit 335. Okay. Very nice then. And Alonso now coming out onto the straight. What is his RPM doing? He's in 7th gear, up to 11,000, and he is sitting there at 11,000. Yeah, Alonso sits at 11,000, doesn't shift up into a further gear. Norris is at 12k. Okay, so that makes sense then. So Norris goes up to 335 kilometers per hour. So we know the Mercedes power unit can also go that quick. And then he's also going up to 12.4 thousand RPM. Alonso, on the flip side, however, I don't think is going that high up in the rev range. He is definitely capping out maybe at 11.5, maybe at 11 itself. Now he's going through some of these twisty corners and things, so we can't tell for certain. Albon exiting the pits, that's good to see. Okay. Right, let's have a look then. So Alonso coming through turn number 10 now on the brakes, about 6,000 RPM as he gets onto the power, and then 11,200 I see again. 11,300, yeah, that's the highest that I've seen from Alonso, 11,300. So they're not going, they've still got an extra 1,000 revs left to go on the Honda power unit. They're running it a little bit lower. And all right, well, there we go. A little bit more information for the people watching the stream. That's pretty nice. Yeah, it seems like that they've got the rev limiter set at 11.5 and Alonso shifting at probably 11.2 or so. Let's have a look at it again now. Going through the gears, 3rd to 4th. Yeah, Alonso's doing a little bit of short shifting there as well, but I've not seen it go up 11,000 and a half. So Lando hit 11,1200. Well, 12,700. Okay. Well, there we go, folks. I'm going to get rid of the RPM again, but there we go. We found out some more information. Honda are limiting their RPM range. McLaren and everyone else, not so much. Did anyone notice Lando is copying Max's braking tactic right now? Well, I have not noticed that. However, I wouldn't be surprised, that all of the teams, whatever data and information they can get from the other teams, they're going to try them out because there's always a chance that someone else has figured out a better trick than they have. Hulkenberg hit 12,000. Okay, thank you. Thank you for that message in the chat as well. So then we can tell that Audi are relatively confident with their reliability. They're pushing Hulkenberg up to 12,000. Honda, not so much. They're keeping their revs below 11,500. So that means the engine has the potential to reach higher RPM. Yes, that is correct. So they do have more potential to reach a higher RPM. However, there's also the fact that they aren't doing it right now suggests to me that there could be potential reliability issues with running the engine at a higher RPM. There always is, but more reliability problems. But the fact that they aren't doing it means that they probably have already seen something that could come up and decided not to do it. Why is Kimi only set 3 laps? Probably because he's got more issues with his engine. Why am I not live on Twitch? Because for me to stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time, I would need double the internet connection. And while my internet connection is good, it may be good enough to stream on Twitch as well. So I might do it for the second week of preseason testing. But yeah, as of this week, I probably will not be streaming on Twitch. Yeah. What website are you using, folks? It is called Multiviewer. You need to get F1 TV Pro to get access to it. There's a link in the description to F1 TV Pro. It's quite pricey, so you could just watch it on my stream if you would like. My God, I'm old. Literally 20 years from Alonso's latest title. Yeah, 20 years. Wow. And he's still racing as well. Still racing. Got to respect the grind there from him. RPM doesn't mean anything. I mean, they can do 12k RPM with 300 horsepower and 11k with 350. We don't know anything about the battery or the electric motor. No, you definitely are correct in that regard, depending on the different types of engine and things like that. But you do have to consider that Formula One engines are extremely close on horsepower, and they're extremely similar in the design that they've got, meaning that I believe that it's highly, highly unlikely that you're going to have a team with 1,000 less revs and more horsepower. It could be very easily done in a road car. It could, I'm sure, even be done on if you compare a 1 litre motorbike engine to a 1 litre car engine, there'll be huge differences in how they work and how they operate, and huge differences in torque and horsepower. But because the Formula One regulation set is so strict, I know for a fact that Honda will be leaving horsepower on the table because they're not running to the full RPM range. Yeah. Any news on Hadjar? Well, they said that they should get the car fixed within 2 hours of the start of the testing day, so it's been 1 hour and 45 minutes, and still no sign of them on the track. All right. Are the green zones active aero zones or overtake zones? They are active aero zones, and as far as I know, yeah. The active aero, I don't think, is available in all of the different areas. Maybe it should be, but I don't think it is. So, yeah, take of that what you will. From the research that I've done, those are the active aero zones. So the Honda engine will fumble. Maybe they are not sure with the cooling system. It could be that. Maybe Honda have a cooling system that will only allow them to run to 11,000 RPM. They need to design a better cooling system to then cool the car when it gets up to a higher RPM range. So, it could be that. But again, it's not anything that we know for certain. Or it could be issues that they think that the engine's going to seize up, or some other problems going to happen with the engine if they run too high in the RPM. So it could be a cooling issue. It could be a manufacturing issue. Loads of different things that could be going wrong. GP2 engine, GP2, maybe. Honda said that they are going to be very late to some of the components, and you went very aggressive, and that's a bad mix for the first part of the season. Yeah, no, I didn't even see this, whatever Honda said, and I sort of predicted that anyway. Newey will have went aggressive with the cooling package and the amount of space that they gave to Honda, and hence Honda a little bit behind schedule getting everything to work. Does Alonso have gills on the engine cover? I have not seen. I haven't seen any images of Alonso today. So, will they broadcast the last hour? Yes, they will. The last hour will be broadcast for everyone to watch. It will just be the last hour at the end of the afternoon, not in the morning session. Is the last hour even worth watching? I mean, there's not a huge amount that you're going to see. Like, there's no racing worth watching, or anything like that. But, if you want to see your favourite team drive around on the circuit, see if their car looks good, then by all means go ahead and watch it, really. All right. What happened to Cadillac? They're all right. They're just in the pits a little bit. Perez had some issues supposedly with his throttle pedal. He came out onto the circuit, did a few more laps, but I haven't seen much of him since. So maybe some deeper issues there with the Cadillac team. There are 4 overtake sectors. Those are the active aero sectors. So that's where the teams are allowed to drop the front wing and drop the rear wing to go quicker down the straights. Albon 331. Okay, very nice. Also, what was Albon doing in that corner? Oh, wait, did you guys just see that? Albon was going through turn number 8, and I don't know if that was a glitch, but he was on the brakes and on the throttle at the same time. And, this could potentially be a trick where
you rev the engine to charge up the battery, but you're on the brakes anyway to slow down for the corner. Maybe that was just a mistake in the data, or a glitch in the data, or Albon accidentally pressing the pedal, but just something to put out there. Where can I watch the last hour? Unfortunately, there is no. You have to get F1 TV, or you have to get Sky Sports, or the respective thing in your country. Basically, there's no way to watch it directly for free using a VPN or anything like that for pre-season testing. Unfortunately, going to try that at the local go-karts. Yeah, wouldn't that contribute? What does that contribute dangerous driving, especially in race combat? Well, they can have the throttle on as long as they've got enough brake pedal on. It's okay. Like it's not a safety issue in that regard, I think. But who knows? Just revving in neutral during the turns. I don't know. Maybe that is what could work. The teams will definitely try it. I'm going to tell you that. But again, revving in neutral, it just puts more strain on your engine. It overheats it loads. So how effective will that be? Yet to be seen. Basically brake warming and turning at the same time. Yeah, no, that's what brake warming as well. Quite a few times the drivers will put on just a little bit of the brake pedal and then also rev the engine and try to accelerate. So that warms the brakes up. And they'll do that behind the safety car sometimes to get the brakes up into temperature. Okay. Few good YouTubers out there, but I think you pick up on so many of the little things that they all miss. Well, thank you very much. I think that's the goal. To be providing the best information. So it's much appreciated, folks. It is much appreciated. That's the aim, to be the best YouTuber there is, best Formula One commentator. Even though I may not be on Sky Sports. Who are you and why are you so knowledgeable? Well, my name is Larry, and no, I do a mechanical engineering degree, so there's that, and I also have, I'm pretty interested into Formula One, so that's why I know quite a lot of these things. Yeah. F1 Gamer was the fastest lap yesterday. It was Max Verstappen. I think it was a 134.6 or a 134.8, one of the two. Can't remember exactly. Which team/driver do I support? I support Sebastian Vettel. Like, he's my favourite driver of all time. But as of right now, I've sort of been supporting Williams. Hopefully Williams can, maybe be at the top of the grid. There we go, 333 kilometers from Albon. Okay, well, there we go. We are getting very, very similar top speeds between all three power unit manufacturers, even though Mercedes have got their so-called compression ratio trick. They're not going huge leaps and strides faster than anyone else down the straights. Maybe they're hiding all of their pace, maybe they're not. Leclerc just hit 340. Okay, Leclerc's also on a fresh set of soft tyres. Right, what's the bet that this is going to be a purple first sector? Yeah, I think it's going to be. Here we go. Yeah, purple first sector, 29.6 from Charles Leclerc. Right, let's go on board then with Leclerc. He goes down the hill, onto the brakes. What gear is he going to take? Second gear through that corner, actually. Pretty low in the rev range, slowly building up onto the power as he gets down towards turn number 9, and then down the hill, braking a straight line again, and it's into second gear, minimum speed of 71 kilometers per hour. Incredible minimum speed there, because the other drivers we've seen go 65, 64 kilometers per hour through there, so 71, very nicely done. That's nearly, 10% higher. Then you've got, has he backed out of that lap? He has backed out of the lap. I think he must have locked up. I spoke a little bit too soon there. Yeah, I think he must have locked up going through one of these corners, and he's backed out of the second sector. Right. Well, I guess we can wait. Yeah. Oh, where's the thing gone? Where's the meme gone? Absolute depression, guys. He's locked up. And it needs to stop switching away from the meme. This is the right one, folks. Yeah. Just saw, why haven't Kimi Hulk or Hadjar come out? Hadjar has a hydraulic leak. Hulkenberger's done 15 laps but hasn't actually completed an entire lap, so he's gone into the pits, come back out again, gone in, come back out. And Antonelli also has engine issues, most likely because he's done 3 laps and hasn't come out onto the circuit since. Yeah. Do you think Ferrari might be cooking because their engine is really reliable and Leclerc seems to be pretty pacey with the car? Yeah, Ferrari may be cooking. You know, it may be Ferrari's year. None of their I say yesterday, none of their cars had reliability issues in terms of the Ferrari engine. Today, we have seen some things from Cadillac that indicate that there's some issues, but that then again could be issues on Cadillac's side. They're not, of course, the most experienced team when it comes to knowledge about Formula One and integrating a power unit into a car. So, you know, maybe they missed something, maybe there's some issues with the way that they set up the car. And you know, so that could be an issue from Cadillac's side. We're yet to see, but regardless of the Cadillac issue today, the reliability looks fantastic for the Ferrari team, and the pace looks all right. Lewis Hamilton seems happy, so does Charles Leclerc. So maybe this year's the year, but that's also what Ferrari has been saying since 2008. Leclerc bagging his maiden World Drivers' Championship will feed generations. It will be generational aura to finally break the Ferrari curse. It looks like to me Norris is running race simulations, constantly clocking decent lap times. Yeah, I'm sure he probably is. He's done 25 laps on these hard tyres. Yeah, it seems like a race simulation to me. 137s seems about right because, you know, I'm predicting that we're getting down into the 132s for quali pace, which means that race pace will be approximately 5 seconds or so slower than that. So, fair enough there from Lando Norris. Alonso on track, there we go. Good to see the Aston back out onto the circuit. If he continues on increasing the top speeds, I will get the RPM thing out again, see what RPMs the Honda power unit is doing. We probably should have done it to see what Leclerc's doing as well with his rev range. Leclerc's up to 320, 330, 335, and then starts clipping again before he reaches the braking zone. Okay. What's my favourite F1 track? It's got to be Interlagos, really. Interlagos, I've got to say. Yeah. All right, well, here comes Alonso then, in towards turn number 14. Fresh set of medium tyres. This could be a quick run here from Alonso, or it could just be a start of a race run. Like, we don't really know. Here he is out of the final corner. It's second gear this time rather than third gear. And onto the power. He goes 350, 370... Oh, sorry, not 350, 270, 282, and he's holding 282. He's got cruise control set at 282 pretty much as he goes down the straight. So rather than, you know, as I was saying before, rather than accelerating up and then slowing back down, he's trying out holding a constant speed. Yeah. 282 speed limit. Yeah, you know, if he goes any faster than 282, he's going to get a speeding ticket. It's clearly what the issue is. But first sector time for Fernando Alonso, 31.7. Not too bad. Do you know what issue Cadillac was having? Someone in the chat said that it was something to do with a throttle pedal. So, you know, it could be all manner of things from the throttle pedal is broken to the wire that connects the throttle pedal to the ECU is broken. The ECU itself is broken. It could be the ECU connection to the engine is broken. It could be the engine. Yeah, there's loads of different things that could be wrong. And, well, I'm sure they're diagnosing it and trying to work out what it is wrong. Is there really speed limit? No. Aston Martin will have set up their engine map to be we're gonna get to 282 and then we're gonna reduce our battery power to reduce, you know, to not run out of battery and things like that. So that is what Aston will have done. We'll see though. Alonso's accelerating up. Look, he goes up to 285, 286 down this straight. So maybe he's going to go a little bit quicker. What gear does he take? He takes third gear this time. Minimum speed of 112 through that corner. And now accelerating up through the gears. Sixth gear up into seventh gear at 260 kilometers per hour. And then he's onto the brakes. So he comes across the line of 139.4. So he's doing a sort of a hot lap, but it wasn't that quick really, in terms of engine power at least. And yeah, sixth position, a 139.4. F1 Gamer just saw Lando's speed down the main straight. It barely cost 300 in single digits. Is that what the drivers in the race will do if there's clear air and under no threat? Yeah, I think so. When they're in clear air and there's no threat, firstly the aim will be to charge up your battery to 90% or so, because you deploy your battery during each lap, but then you can also recharge it during each lap. So as long as you recharge as much as you deploy, you'll have a battery that stays at 90% for the course of, however many laps that you do, or 80% of how many laps you do. So that will be the aim. Fill the battery up, so in case someone behind you gets close, then you can deploy your battery to defend against them, and the same thing will be done to if you want to attack. But yeah, the drivers will probably be having similar things happen during the race, where they accelerate up a little bit and then start clipping to make sure the battery stays in a high charge percentage, and then they continue on with their lap. What actually are the issues with the data? It's Pierre Gasly and Sergio Perez's GPS data, gear data, speed data is all a little bit glitched out. So those are the issues, but because they're both in the pits, there's no issues right now, like on the screen. So, by the way, it is an engine issue for Antonelli. Mercedes have confirmed. All right, well, thanks for the information. And yeah, it's sort of to be expected. They had the same thing yesterday. They did 2 laps with Antonelli, and then they sat in the pits for the entire day until the final hour. So yeah, same thing again. Mercedes with their 18-to-1 compression ratio trick. It seems like everyone else can get their power unit to work apart from Mercedes themselves. All right. It's just Fernando's luck. Honestly, dude should have been the one who tied Schumacher's record, but luck did him dirty. Yeah. No, Alonso, very, very talented driver. Here he is going down the straight. What's it going to be? 7th gear, 280, 230, 309, 304. Oh, 315 from the Aston Martin. Okay, I probably should put up the RPM thing now to see what revs he's going up to. But 315 kilometers per hour for the Aston Martin. So that is an extra 10 Ks or so from what we saw last time. Okie dokes, folks. So things are going in the right direction. Let's see what RPMs he's doing though. He's now going in the middle sector, so it's not really so relevant right now. Replace the gap with the RPM. I think gap's still reasonably important, but maybe I will replace the gap with the RPM. I'll have a think. Okay, so here is Alonso. The highest I've seen is still 11.2. Now he's coming onto a straight section. So let's see. Shifting up. He's in first gear right now. He'll probably short shift a little bit as he gets... Oh, he's not accelerating out the corner, actually. Interesting. A lot of short shifting there. 11,000, 10,000 up through the gears. Okay. Holding 11,000 RPM there. All right, we'll check the next few straights. But let's keep an eye out on the other drivers as well. Who's coming down the straight? Charles Leclerc now coming down the straight. What revs is he going to? 11,000 or so before shifting, yeah. Anything interesting happening? Fernando Alonso went up to 315 Ks, so step in the right direction there for the Aston team. Charles Leclerc up to... I think Leclerc just went up to 11.8, so I think they're going to 12,000 as their rev limiter. Okay, so here is Alonso now. Is he coming into the pits or is he getting onto the power? I think he's getting onto the power here. 11.1, 11.4, 11.4 again. And up through the revs, and yeah, he holds it, and then Leclerc overtakes him, actually. Nice little slipstream, and down the inside goes Charles Leclerc. Okay, so it looks like Honda is still holding 11.4 then. I don't think they're going much quicker than that. Leclerc definitely went up to 12. GP2 engine just got overtaken. Yeah, I mean, it's the game is gone, and clearly Aston Martin aren't that quick because they just got overtaken by Ferrari. But of course, no, Leclerc's on softs, and Leclerc's on a different run plan as well, so I wouldn't read into it too much. You know what? Yeah, I think I will get rid of the gap, or I'll keep the gap at least on my screen so it's relevant, so I can point it out to you guys rather than having to do the subtraction in my head. But I will put the RPM instead of the gap on the main stream window. Okay. Very nice. Leclerc did 321 with slipstream. So yeah, he did 321 with slipstream, but then he probably didn't, deploy all of his battery because he had a slipstream anyway. So who knows? Amazing, the engine is slower than before. Yeah. Well, I would love to see. I wish team radios were on right now because then we would see what Alonso is saying over the radio. Okay. Well, here comes Leclerc then out of the final corner, fifth gear, and yeah, Leclerc is definitely going to 12,000. You can see him go to 11,900 before shifting. So. All right, Perez, pit out. He's coming out onto the circuit. Albon, what's Albon doing? Albon's holding 11,000 as well. Okay, interesting. Yeah, Leclerc's in 8th gear as well. Albon's definitely going up to 12,000 as well, I think. So, seems about right. And yeah, 11,400 as he hits 300 kilometers per hour. So yeah, makes sense that he'll accelerate a little bit more past that. And yeah, Alonso's definitely at 11,500 RPM limit. They're not going past that. So, and Perez's thing's working now. Oh, brilliant. Okay, it doesn't tell us his gear because it still says Perez is in neutral, but it does tell us his RPM, and Perez is going up to 12,000 RPM. So, well, there we go. When will Red Bull and the King come out? Well, Max Verstappen isn't driving today, so Isaac Hadjar is driving, and Red Bull haven't managed to fix their hydraulic leak that they've had, so they are not coming out until the hydraulic leak gets fixed. Out of topic, but can the colours of the Audi, can you use black and red black for the main? I unfortunately can't. I tried it a little bit, but it just doesn't. It looks too similar to the Ferrari color. I will again, try and make some tweaks here and there to make it better. But I will. But for as of right now, it's going to stay like this for today. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. Red Bull have hydraulic issues. Do you think the cars will be easier or harder on the tyres? I think they will be slightly easier, mainly just because they're going slower around the corners. But yeah. Perez is racing in neutral. Yeah. I mean, clearly such a skillful driver. He's in neutral and he's still going at 250 kilometers per hour. And look at that, teleporting around the map as well. 4 a.m. in Toronto. Good to be here. Well, hope you're having a nice time in Toronto. It's nice and early. Why isn't VCAR coming out onto the track? Maybe because they have a similar issue. I'm not sure. But yesterday they were sat in the pits for quite a while for the afternoon session, and no apparent reason. They said that they weren't going to drive, but it wasn't. They didn't say, "Oh, it's Lindblad's neck's hurting," or they didn't say we had engine issues. Nothing from them, and they haven't come out to the circuit either. So. Yeah, they've only done one more lap than Perez, and Perez has had issues all morning, so who knows. Hadjar has a hydraulic leak, Antonelli has a power unit issue, and Liam Lawson is an unknown issue keeping him in the garage. Thank you for the stream. Your commentary and your analysis is much better than what Sky Crew gives us as well. Much appreciated. I'd love to get a phone call from Sky, maybe improve their commentary a little bit. But we'll see how it goes. Okay. Yeah, Behrman's going up to 12,000 as well. So the Ferrari power unit, all of the teams that have got the Ferrari power unit, all of them going to 12,000 RPM. And same thing for the Mercedes ones. And we'll see what Alonso's doing again. Onto the brakes goes Alonso. And I think he's going to go for a fast lap here. And accelerating up now, it is 280, 297, 295. Yeah, it holds 295 at 11,500 RPM and then gets onto the brakes in 7th gear, so it doesn't shift up even into 8th. Interesting. Yeah. Very impressed with Cadillac, given that it's a whole new team, not just a car. Thoughts? Yeah, no, Cadillac have done a surprisingly really good job. Of course, they've got the Ferrari power unit, but Haas have the Ferrari power unit, and so Cadillac. These are the first time that they've been here, and they've got a lot of motorsport experience in terms of General Motors in other parts of the world and other parts of motorsport categories and things like that. So the fact that they've hit Formula One they've hit Formula One running and they're doing a good job is it's pretty fantastic. Thoughts on the Audi side pods? I am a little bit skeptical, really, with the Audi side pod situation because it's very similar to what Red Bull had in 2023. If it was a completely different design that we'd never seen before, I would think, oh, maybe this will work. But because it's a similar design that we've seen before and it didn't work for another team, it makes it a lot less believable, to me at least, that, oh, it will work. So, maybe there was something that Red Bull was missing, and that's why it didn't work for them. Maybe their front wing design was slightly different or something like that. But, yeah. Again, it is a new regulation cycle, so maybe with the active aero it makes more sense. We'll just have to see. Leon James, thanks for joining the channel membership. Very much is appreciated there, buddy. Glad that you enjoy the coverage enough to donate and help out. And hope you continue to enjoy the coverage for the rest of this season. Okay. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to get rid of this issues on the data on the screen, and I'm just going to put up Isaac Hadjar, hydraulic issue, Antonelli, engine issue. Give me a sec. Okie doke, so that is that. Thank you very much for your excellent information, technical analysis. Much appreciated, folks, much appreciated. Okay. So, most laps completed by Charles Leclerc, actually. Oh, no, sorry, Pierre Gasly. Pierre Gasly's done 38, Charles Leclerc's done 37. And behind them, you've got Behrman with 34, Norris with 32, and so is Albon with 32. Oh, yeah, I have not spelled hydraulic correctly. Wait, that's definitely... I've definitely spelled that wrong, or it looks like I've spelled it wrong. What have I... Wait. Oh, okay, yeah, no, it's just a U, okay. No, it seems alright. Yeah. Since you have the telemetry, do you know anything about the Fast F1 API and other APIs where I can access yesterday's lap times? No, the Fast F1 API is different because this is a live API and this is for just the live data itself, and the Fast F1 stuff is for previous lap times and yesterday's times and things like that. So, yeah, it's a totally different thing. Average engineer, yeah. I mean, this was the thing. Like, you guys knew what I was meaning, so does it matter at the end of the day? Probably not. But yeah, also my spelling just isn't great, so I think it's just it's because spell check is so prevalent. Like, if I'm typing a document in Word and I accidentally type it wrong, I don't actually have to learn the spelling. I just right click and just put the correct spelling. So, but yeah, that's definitely my fault. All right. Perez out onto the circuit, very nice, and Liam Lawson's out onto the track as well. Good job there from him. So whatever issue that they were having at Red Bull Racing Bulls, they have managed to sort out, and he's back out onto the track. Is Audi actively hiding their times? No, I don't think so. Audi are doing just all right on their own, really. Yeah. Hulkenberg makes his way out onto the circuit. We've got Perez coming across the line here. Perez going to 11,700 before shifting or so, and teleporting as well as he gets onto the brakes at 312 Ks. Fernando Alonso 302 at 10,500 RPM in 8th gear this time though. So Alonso was doing 295 in 7th gear. at the top of his rev limiter, and then he shifts up into 8th and then does 302 or 304 at 10,500 RPM. So he's still got more range there with his car to do. And Liam Lawson is driving still very, very slowly. So, oh no, for Liam Lawson, 37 kilometers per hour, first gear, 4,000 RPMs, and he's on 50% throttle. It seems to me that is an engine issue, ladies and gentlemen, for Liam Lawson. Crawling around limp hone mode. Is Lawson doing 12,000 RPM? Well, maybe he shouldn't have done 12,000 RPM because, now he's stuck in first gear going at 36 kilometers per hour. What's my full-time job? Currently, I am at university, and I had a few job interviews and things like that. Liam Lawson accelerates back up, so maybe no engine issue. He's managed to get it going, whatever it was. All right. He's picked up speed again. Okay. So momentary glitch there for Liam Lawson, driving extremely slowly. Okay. And having a few job interviews and things like that. I'm not going to say what the job is or anything like that because I haven't talked to the company, signed any contract, things like that. And but I have a mechanical. Well, I'm doing a mechanical engineering degree, so I'm sure you guys could work out what sort of job it's going to be. Probably changing some settings, potentially. But again, these drivers are pretty good at changing settings without having to look down at the steering wheel and, modify and drive at 36 kilometers per hour. They do it when they're driving around Monaco. So I'm sure he could have driven a little bit quicker, but I don't know. Well, we'll see. Look, if he comes into the pits this lap, we know it was definitely an issue. If he doesn't come into the pits and just continues onwards, then it could have been just a momentary glitch that he needed a little bit of time to fix. Yeah, look, he's going right up the RPM range again. He's going right up to 11,700 or so. Yeah, 11,700 before he shifts. So, seems to me it must have not been a full-on issue because he's continuing on. Yeah, he goes flat, actually. Yeah, so there you go. So it must have just been a momentary glitch there for Liam Lawson. Do a full restart of his car and 331 kilometers per hour in 8th gear. And comes across the line. Very nice, very nice. Mazepin couldn't do it in Monaco, but, is Mazepin really a Formula 1 driver? I've been thinking about doing mechanical engineering. How difficult is it? Well, it sort of depends on which university you go to and how hard the university make it, really. So, it's probably best to ask people that have gone to the university that you're thinking of going to. Have a look at Tradition 180's comment. Why did Nightbot object? I don't know, actually. I don't know why I did that. It's a little bit strange. I will change some of these Nightbot settings because it is a little bit strict with its banning of people and things like that. So I'll give it a little adjust. But I don't know. Okie dokes. Yeah. Thanks everyone for tuning in, by the way. Got 5,400 people, 5,300 people tuned in. Very much is appreciated. Be sure to hit the like button and things like that. Hopefully can make our way towards 2,000 likes. And things are going pretty well. Checo's transponder's having all sorts of issues. Yeah, it's still a little bit unreliable, to be honest. It's still telling us that he's in neutral, which is clearly wrong. F1 Gamer, when do you plan on face revealing? I did the face reveal at 200k subs, right? Yeah, 200k subs at the Singapore Grand Prix, I think it was. Yeah, Singapore Grand Prix. So why are they all lapping slowly? Because they don't need to lap quickly to get the information that they want. They want to figure out, is their setup working as expected? Is their engine working as expected? Is the aerodynamics working as expected? And you can figure that out at, 80% of race speed, 90% of race speed. You don't need to go flat out 100%. What's the top speed of Alonso? Alonso was doing a 315 kilometers per hour. That's the quickest we've seen. Love from Shanghai. Thank you very much. Are you too loud for your parents? Well, my parents aren't here because I'm at university. But no, I'm trying to be quiet for the people that I live around. Okay. Did I say 350? I meant 315. But yeah, 315 for Aston Martin. What's the maximum number of gears in Racing Bull? Liam's going 7th. You've got 8 gears available to you. You don't have to use all of them if you don't want to, but it makes a lot more sense to use all 8 gears. All right. Yeah, let's see what Perez is doing then. Comes out of the final corner onto the power. His transponder's definitely also a little bit delayed. So Perez is going up to 315, 316. Yeah, 316 starts clipping and then coming onto the brakes. Charles did 339. Why is it not updated? Because this speed trap here, so the one to the side of me here, only measures the speed at the white dot on the racetrack map. So this dot here is where it measures the speed. But Charles Leclerc, I think, hit 339 like here, rather than at this dot specifically, and then slowed down a little bit. So that's why it's not fully updated to 339. Why is it showing Norris's RPM as 897 in the pit lane? Is it a glitch? Maybe he's getting ready to go out on a run, but I'm not sure, because it shouldn't be 897. It might just be a glitch. Yeah. Any idea when Alonso's coming back? Uncertain, to be honest. Uncertain. The last time Alonso went in the pits, he was in the pits for 20 minutes before he came back out onto the circuit. Yeah. Could you adjust the column width to make room for the RPM? We do have RPM on the screen, no? Yeah. Okay. Mercedes have got a fake power unit issue. Oh, so you think that Mercedes are faking it because they know that they're so good and they don't want to show off to everyone that they're really good, so they're faking that they've got a power unit issue and just sitting in the pits. Seems a little bit unlikely there, to be honest. All right, Hulkenberg coming onto the straight here. What is he doing in terms of top speed? He is going relatively slowly, to be fair, 267, 68 kilometers per hour, and he stays in 6th gear. Don't know what's going on there. That might just be no battery deployment. I'm not 100% certain, of course, but that seems about right. If you have absolutely no deployment of the battery, or you have a very low deployment of the battery, you're 6th gear, and you're going 267, 268 kilometers per hour, because we're getting nearly 50% of the horsepower from the battery and 50% of the horsepower from the internal combustion engine. So if you've got no battery, it makes sense that your speed is so much lower. So maybe they're just testing things out. What does a lap time look like if you've totally run out of battery charge? With all the high revving to spin up the turbo, any thoughts on potential fuel usage issues in races without safety cars? Well, the teams have more than enough fuel to use because they've still, I think, got the same limit of 110 kg, or maybe it's slightly reduced, but the thing is they're generating so much less horsepower, they need so much less fuel. So I don't think fuel will be a problem for the cars this year. Yeah. Because look, they're already doing so much battery management. I wouldn't want to add fuel management into the mix of that. Just give them a little bit of extra fuel so they don't have to worry about it. And they can do battery management later. So Perez doing 316 again down the straight before getting onto the brakes for turn 1. All right. While the first thing that the drivers need to master battery management, yeah, Lewis Hamilton said that he needed to have an entire day worth of meetings, and he felt like it was as complicated as needing a university degree to understand how to manage the battery properly. So that could be just the Ferrari engineers are maybe overcomplicating it a little bit too much, or maybe it is just that complicated because. But the thing is, I think the drivers don't need to know every single intricate detail about how the battery management works. As long as the drivers have a good understanding, every little detail isn't always that relevant. So, but maybe Lewis Hamilton wants to know every single little detail. A lot of these drivers do work that way. They get as much knowledge and as much information as they can, and then they try and use it. I know for a fact that Schumacher did that. Schumacher would work with every single engineer. He'd remember everything about all of his mechanics, all of his engineers, or like, oh, how is your, weekend trip that you did last weekend to, I don't know, Italy or anything like that. So Schumacher was very good at, learning from his engineers, but then also getting the most out of them, pushing them to their limits so they could, extract performance out of the car. So, yeah, I'm sure a lot of drivers trying to do the similar things. I want to see Sector 3. You can see Sector 3 though. You know what I mean? Like it's up here on the screen, the Sector 1, 2 and 3. Unfortunately, I can't adjust the column width to add also in the gap, but I can tell you the gap. So the gap is 1.3 seconds. So I'm going to read it down, right? So Norris 1.3 seconds back from Leclerc. Then Gasly is 2.2 seconds back from Leclerc. Albon is 2.7 seconds. Behrman's 3.2. Lawson is 4.2. Alonso is 5. And Perez is 5.8. Yeah. Hamilton wants a 2007 car with traction control and just steer and a pedal. He's not a gamer, so it's a disadvantage. Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? A lot of people just want to go, flat out racing. And we have that quote from the journalist in Abu Dhabi that's like, in 30 years you'll start your car like a computer, and everything like that. And it is getting more and more complicated. And I think a lot of people do want it to become easier to sort of understand and just have, flat out racing, an engine, fuel, and you go, pretty much. I definitely know that for, I was, in fact, when I had my driving test last week, which I passed, but the person that was, watching me drive the car and everything, he was a Formula One fan, and he was talking about how he's been watching since like the 70s and the 80s, and he would much prefer if the cars just, have the normal fuel, the sustainable fuel if they want, and then, they leave the battery stuff and the hybrid stuff to Formula E to figure out. So yeah, I know a lot of people do think that way as well, and the bring back the V10s and things like that is a very common thing in Formula One, isn't it? Isam Maruf, thanks for the €6 donation. Why is there a straight between 13 and 14? The DRS zone wasn't there. So that is the active aero zones. So we've got extra active aero zones now on the calendar, and these DRS zones get way longer. So previously the DRS zones were only up until they started around about here, but now they've been extended out to go the entire length of the straight, and we've added a new one, and these are the sections where the drivers can drop the rear wing, they can drop the front wing, and they can go a quicker top speed. Yeah, congrats on passing. Oh yeah, thanks guys. Yeah, I mean, I probably should have done my driving test a long time ago, but passed first time, so yeah, I did mess up my reverse parking a little bit, but it is what it is. Yeah, 1 hour and 30 minutes left to go of the morning session. They removed DRS, yes, but they've removed DRS in the sense that you no longer have to be within 1 second of the driver ahead of you to modify your rear wing. And so this year, rather than it just being the rear wing, it's the rear wing and the front wing, and you no longer have to be within a second of the driver ahead of you. You can just use it whenever you want. Yeah. 100% success rate. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I drove myself to my own driving test, so clearly the goat at driving. Yeah. So you should get me in a Formula One car. Max Verstappen didn't have his driving license when he started racing in Formula One, and I have my driving license right now. So yeah, should get me in the car, to be honest. Charles Purple Sector 1, all right, very nice. Let's see, what speed is he holding through turn 12? Yeah, 239, very quick through there. Fresh set of soft tyres as well, and full onto the power. What revs is he going up to? 12,000 RPM is what Charles Leclerc is going up to for the gear shifts, and through turn number 14 he goes. It's third gear, smoothly onto the power. Purple Sector 1, Purple Sector 2, and Yellow Sector 3. Overall, still a personal best time, and quickest out of everyone, a 1:34.2. All right. Do I have a car? No, I do not have a car. I don't know. Maybe get. Yeah, I'll probably have to get a car if I've got a job and things like that. We are so back. Yeah, time to pull out the meme, ladies and gentlemen. Where's it gone? Not absolute depression. It is this. We are so back. I mean, he did do it on a fresh set of soft tires, but don't worry about that. Don't worry about it. Is the new car slower? Yeah, the new cars are slower than last year's car. Just don't pull a Kimmy after getting it. Yeah, I'll do my best not to crash it. I mean, I've driven my motorcycle around for I don't know, 600, 500 miles or something like that, and I haven't crashed that, so should be okay to drive a car. 338 on the straight, by the way. Oh, brilliant. Okay, so 338 on the straight. He did 339 the last time around, so yeah, seems like the Ferrari can handle that sort of speed on the straight. All right. Gasly doing 7th gear, 280 kilometers per hour without battery deployment. Well, I'm not sure how you know that it's no battery deployment, but thanks for the information. John Atruz, thanks for the $2 donation. Yeah, that's again another common thing. I mean, to be fair, if you go and watch one of my 2021 live streams, there was a "so yeah" counter, because that was a phrase that I would say very often, which even my friends picked up on, to be honest. But yeah, there was a "so yeah" counter, and it just went too high, to be honest. Which car do I drive? I don't have a car. Currently I drive no car, but I do have a license. I don't know. There's this one Alfa Romeo that is like really awesome, and would be sort of my dream car, but it's quite expensive, so I'm probably not going to get it as my first car, obviously. Probably have to wait till I'm a lot older. But what's it called? Alfa Romeo Giulia. And there's like, you can get it in green or something. It looks pretty awesome. Yeah. And also the insurance would be so expensive as well. Anyway, 1 hour 27 left on the clock. Yeah, a lot of people seem to like the Giulia Quadrifoglio. Yeah, the Quadrifoglio, the one with the V6. The V6 one sounds pretty good. Alonso on track. There we go. He is back. Right, keep an eye out on the RPMs then for Fernando Alonso. Fresh set of medium tyres. Looks like he might be going for a push lap. Has Red Bull not driven yet? No, they have not. Hydraulic issues for Isaac Hadjar, as written there, and Antonelli has got power unit issues, as written there. Get an old Mini, mate. It's a classic and not too expensive. Yeah, probably. Yeah, just get something cheap. Get something that will work and hopefully not break down. And should be good. I mean, let me know, guys, if you got any recommendations for what car I should get. Yeah, I don't want any suggestions of, get a Ferrari 360. But yeah, I don't know. I'm sure Hondas are pretty reliable. What motorcycle do I have? I have a Honda motorcycle, a Honda, what's it? CB125. Yeah. Miata's cool. Oh yeah, Mazda MX-5. One of my friends actually has one of those. Yeah. How come Audi don't have a lap? Because Hulkenberg, for whatever reason, he will come out onto the circuit, do an out lap, then do an in lap, and then not actually complete a flying lap. So that has been the story for Audi all day, and that's why Hulkenberg, even though he's got 23 laps on the board, like 23 completed like circuits of the thing, he's not actually got a lap time. Audi A5, old Toyota. Yeah, I mean, an old Toyota, 20-year-old Toyota seems like a pretty reliable car. Um, Citroen C1 had one for 12 years. Oh, pretty good. Alonso 316. Okay, well, thanks for that, folks. I definitely was not paying attention there. Also, does anyone know what RPM he was doing? Did he go up to 12,000 or was he still stuck at 11 and a half? Four wheels and an engine sounds like a good idea, to be honest. Yeah, my budget probably just not a lot. Like, I don't know, $3,000, £3,000. Yeah, £3,000 is probably $5,000. Toyota Hilux, totally unbreakable. He was at 11.5k revs. Thank you very much for the info. So there we go. Alonso still running at 11.5, but see, that's the thing. At least they've gone up from 11 to 11.5, meaning that they are getting closer to the limit. I don't think anyone's really going to be going higher than 12,000, but they're getting close. You know, Gasly, I just saw momentarily there, 12.2 on Pierre Gasly. So there's still some more margin for Honda, but the car's running reasonably reliably as of right now. No sort of major issues that we've seen, so it seems to be okay. Lando's GPS? No. Lando was... a lot of the drivers sit in the pit lane for a little bit before they actually come out onto the track, so... Okay. I will, yeah. Alonso backed off, yeah. Get a Ute, the most practical and bulletproof house. I don't think there are Utes available in the UK. I don't know. I'll have to check. Lando's on new mediums, fastest lap. You think? Maybe. Charles did his on softs, but track conditions are all right. You know, 39 degrees Celsius, and the wind isn't too strong, so maybe Lando Norris could be going for a quick lap. (2014) Toyota RAV4. 287,000 miles. Wow, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, you got to think, you know, like your road car, right? The car that most of us have probably got thousands of miles, thousands of kilometers on them. And these Formula One cars, in terms of races, they do 6 races each, and then they're done. So they do at maximum 2,000 kilometers of racing, and then they call it quits. They're like, oh, I've had enough. I'm not racing anymore. I'm not, I'm not going to work reliably anymore. So it's quite crazy how, you know, the cars that we've got in sort of modern, you know, the modern road cars that we've got, they run for that long. Like, the amount of little controlled explosions that are happening in those cylinders and those pistons is pretty mental. Who is driving this afternoon? Let me get it. Let me get that information up for you. It is going to be... So Russell is going to be driving in place of Antonelli. Given that Antonelli's haven't done much driving really, because he's been sat in the pit lane all day. We are going to have Sainz replacing Albon. We're going to have Lindblad replacing Lawson. We're going to have Bortoletto replacing Hulkenberg, and we're going to have Bottas replacing Perez. So those drivers are getting switched around. If I haven't mentioned, you know, a driver's name, then the other driver is continuing on for the rest of the day. Ford Focus is coming on 300k. Wow. Top fuel dragsters only do 1 mile. Yeah, to be fair, top fuel dragsters are on another level. If you haven't seen a video of sort of a slow mo of a dragster going down, a drag strip, the tire sort of deforms, like it gets like, I don't know, it's really weird to describe, but you should watch it, and it's crazy how the tire sort of twists because it's so much torque and power going through it instantaneously. Okay, Norris did a reasonably good push lap. He improved to a 1:34.7, but still not that close to Charles Leclerc's time. Yeah, oh yeah, it's got wrinkles like that. It's like twisting pizza dough. That's a pretty good one. Can you explain the Ferrari steel cylinder? Yeah. So what Ferrari are trying to do is firstly make their car a little bit lighter, which is a little bit counterintuitive because aluminium is lighter than steel, but they're using a steel cylinder. But they think that what they can do is by having a steel cylinder, they can make the walls super duper thin. Whereas an aluminium cylinder would have to be a little bit thicker just to make sure that it doesn't fall apart. So they think that using steel would allow them to have a lighter car overall, and it would also use less space. So that's pretty much it, really. Now we're yet to see if that's going to work. They've done quite a few kilometers on these cars, but we will see how they hold up in terms of total reliability by the end of next week. Yeah. Assuming another race simulation from Norris, he didn't get past 12k RPM mark, stayed at 11k max. Yeah, it might be, to be fair. We'll see what he's doing right now. Right now he's backed off a little bit because Lawson's ahead of him. Top time from yesterday was a 1:34.8, I think. I bought a mini Paceman last year and almost spent as much on repairs as the car itself. Demoralizing, but it's a fantastic car when it works. Yeah, that's the thing. You need to... It'd be nice to just have a car that sort of just works. Hulkenberg has been practicing standing starts from the pit exit. The engine sounds it's crazy high pitched. Well, it's good to have that back. I can tell you that for certain. High pitched engine noises. Okay, is Charles Leclerc on a push lap? Yes, he is, but only 309 kilometers per hour this time. Leclerc is using the C3. C3 is the softs, C2 are the mediums, and C1 are the hards. Yeah. Honda engine is now hitting 313 sustained. Oh, I think Honda engine is fine. There we go. Very much is appreciated there from that comment there. Kane G Wayne. Can G Wayne. Yeah, so Honda's their reliability is looking better now. Still not at the full RPM range that everyone else is at, but again, a step in the right direction for them, which is definitely what they needed after a lot of lost ground, a lot of lost running yesterday. Still, in terms of laps completed, they're still a little bit back behind. They haven't done as many laps as you would have hoped, given that I think Sainz did approximately 60 laps or 70 laps in his run in the morning session, and then Albon did approximately the same in the afternoon session. Alonso's nearly half of that, and there's only an hour and 17 minutes left to go. 77 laps for Sainz, yeah, so very good job there from Sainz in a very short period of time, and, Alonso's got some more laps to do. Leclerc's only doing short runs up to 6 laps, it seems. Would be great to see what Norris is doing on his long stint on hards. Yeah, it's that's the thing. They're all on such different run plans, such different fuel loads. It is very, very difficult to tell what's going on and who's doing what. Are they using sustainable fuels? Because I heard they weren't in Barcelona. They probably will be using sustainable fuels. Like, none of them have come out and said we are or that we aren't. They've just said they haven't said anything about the fuel itself. But given that they will be using sustainable fuels in the race in Australia and for the rest of the season, it makes sense to do your testing with sustainable fuels. So Is the Merc the only Merc powered team to have power units issues so far? I think so. Let's see. Gasly didn't have any issues today, at least. Neither did Norris. And yeah, those are the only two power units. Yeah, those are the only two teams that are using the Mercedes power unit. Unless I'm mistaken, but no, I don't think I am. Oh, Leclerc is Leclerc purple? Oh no, Leclerc's got his fastest lap overall. Oh yeah, Williams as well. But no, Williams also haven't had any issues. I don't know how I forgot about Williams. Clearly, the lack of sleep and the constant commentary is catching up to me. I don't know how I forgot that Williams is not using the Mercedes power unit. Right. Can you compare telemetry live or just after the session? You can compare the telemetry live, and you can also do it after the session, but you need to wait a little bit. So once the session's finished, you'll probably have to wait like 3 or 4 hours for all of the data to see it synced up and all the times to be correctly aligned, and then you can do then you can do some analysis later on. Right. McLaren didn't have engine issues in Barcelona. It was some other chassis systems. Fair enough. Makes sense. Because they did have in Zandvoort as well, when Lando DNF'd last year, that wasn't a... They came out and said it was a chassis issue, not a Mercedes power unit issue. So, if any Ferraris managed to make it to Melbourne without any engine hiccups, do you think Ferrari might have the least engine part changes throughout the season? Yeah, I mean, whichever team does well in reliability this in testing seems like the best chance to have the best reliability throughout the rest of the season as well. Makes a lot of sense. Exoteric, thanks for the $10 donation. Sleepy or not, this is still the best F1 commentary channel. Well, appreciate it, buddy, and thanks for all the donations throughout the year, throughout last year and this year. It has been greatly appreciated. Watching from Nairobi, Kenya. Well, thank you very much. I don't think that means you can spam in the chat, though. So, yeah. From an engineering point of view, can these cars run on KERS alone, power unit not running? Yeah, they can. You can run on just the power units. I think when you say KERS alone, I think you mean just the battery, and yes, they can use just the electric motors to drive around if they would so wish to. And I do think that some teams may implement some sort of fail-safes in a scenario where they detect the power unit is overheating. They could completely switch off. They detect the engine is overheating, the internal combustion engine. They could switch that off, and they could just drive back into the pits in electric mode. And then once they get back to the pits, they can diagnose the issue rather than stopping at the side of the circuit, causing a red flag, then waiting 20 minutes to get the car out on back to the pits. They could. I think they will implement these sort of things. Right now, it's not top concern because it is testing at the end of the day. If you cause a red flag, the car will be back in the pits in about 10 minutes. But as the season gets underway, I think that some teams will do that, and they'll have a system where they can either switch off the electrics or they can switch off the internal combustion engine and drive on only one of them to get back to the pits. I find the issue Mercedes is having with the power unit is not coincidental, especially after all the attention it is receiving. Yeah, I mean, it just seems a little bit odd that they've got all of these issues after. But okay, it doesn't seem odd because they've got some sort of new system that's trying to increase their compression ratio, which I'm sure is a little bit of a complicated system, has its own drawbacks and things, and for that reason, their reliability isn't looking as great because they've took some trade-offs, tried to increase compression ratio. So in that sort of regard, it makes sense, but they are really losing out on valuable testing time. It is not being broadcast right now. Maybe the heat of Bahrain is a problem and they could see it in Barcelona. Well, yeah, but the heat of Bahrain, right now, air temperature is 28 degrees Celsius. It is reasonably hot, right? But in Barcelona, the ambient temperature, I think, was 6 degrees Celsius, meaning that well, 6 degrees Celsius is nowhere near where any of the cars run in normal conditions for a Formula One race. You know, temperatures are always from 14 upwards. So if the car works well in Barcelona, sure, that's really good news for you, but it's not helpful for an actual Formula One season. Is Albon's top speed low on the straights compared to Norris because of his setup? What I'm going to tell you is the top speeds that are shown here, they are the top speeds measured at the white dot at the end of the straight. However, what Albon is doing is he's deploying his battery much earlier on in the straight, gets up to 333 kilometers per hour, and then will slow down a little bit by the time he gets to this dot. So that's why his speed top speed is lower, even though going down the straights, they're doing very, very similar sort of speeds. But Albon, you know, he's been sat behind Norris for a little bit now, and I think what he's trying to do is figure out, you know, what is this dirty air like? The team will have the sensors behind him. It's a bit of experience for the drivers as well. You know, they don't want to be going into Australia with a shock of how much downforce they lose by sitting in the dirty air. So Albon's there, following Norris around, and is trying to see, you know, how much downforce does he lose, how much performance is he losing. How can he push? Where can he push? And now they swapped around. Maybe Norris is going to sit in Albon's dirty air now, and Norris is going to see what the performance is like. Okay. Yeah, I think Norris is actually doing that as well. So interesting. We'll see his minimum speed through some of these corners, right? Actually, let's have a look at this. So Albon is now going through turn number 14. It will be hitting the brakes and something. So what speed is Albon going to go through that corner at? His minimum speed, 104. Norris's minimum speed, 102. So 2 kilometers per hour difference between those two going through that corner. So not that significant. Now, is Norris going to slipstream past them? Here they are, what their top speed's looking like. Norris going a little bit quicker down the straight. And Albon's late on the brakes. There's no thank you, Norris. I'm going to keep this position actually, and again Norris's minimum speed a little bit slower going through turn number 1. Okay, now up towards turn number 4. Again, onto the brakes relatively early, and again I think it's a 2 or 3 kilometer per hour difference in minimum speeds there for Norris. Which Grand Prix was your first F1 race? It was the 2018 Belgian Grand Prix, the one where Sebastian Vettel won, and yeah. I wish we could actually watch Albon and Norris right now. Yeah, it'd be quite nice to watch, to be honest. Let's see, minimum speed through this corner. Albon does 65, and Norris actually holds a little bit of a higher minimum speed through there. Okay. And now let's see through turn 12. Turn 12 is a high-speed corner, so this is pretty important, actually. And, they're both holding relatively similar speeds, actually, through turn number 12. So it's pretty good going. Both drivers are holding similar minimum speeds. So it seems like the dirty air effect through turn 12 is not as significant as it was in the previous years. Now, I'm not 100% certain of this. I've only seen them go through turn 12 once, but it looked like both of them hit 240 Ks and did about 235 through the corner itself. Okay, now in towards turn number 1, Norris with slightly more top speed, and this time he gets the overtake done. And Albon's now going to sit in his DRS. Yeah, we got the... Albon's not going to sit in his DRS. Albon's backed off. Yeah, pretty good though. Pretty good racing. And I'm sure both of those drivers now have a bit more of a better idea what to expect in terms of losing grip behind the cars ahead. Okay. Yeah. Aston, not done too many laps there. Fernando Alonso, 35 laps in total. Still an hour left to go. But, yeah, he's still a little bit behind from where he should be, ideally. Oh, did I say DRS? Oh, yeah, I did say DRS. Oh, yeah, this is going to happen, isn't it? I'm going to keep saying DRS. Well, we'll have to keep track. I apologize, folks. Yeah, this I mean, it's just going to happen. I'm going to keep saying there's 10 teams. I'm going to say there's 20 cars. And yeah, I'll have to get used to it at some point. They're getting pretty close to the 25 pole time, given that they haven't got much downforce. Yes, well, that's the thing. They've got less downforce, but they're much, much quicker down the straights. They accelerate much quicker. So that is why they're gaining a lot of speeds down the straights, losing a lot of time through the corners, and it sort of balances out. Why don't you buy a desk-mounted microphone? Isn't it uncomfortable holding a mic for the whole time? I surprisingly have not found it uncomfortable whatsoever. So yeah. It's been all right. So I'm not too bothered by it. To be fair, I've been holding my microphone for, I mean, I don't know, it must have just been it's probably 5 years now, so definitely got used to it. Sergio Perez teleporting around, pretty standard stuff, really. And it looks like Mercedes are going to miss out on the entire morning running, and so are Red Bull. They cannot fix the hydraulic issue, and neither can Mercedes with their power unit. Interesting. And did track conditions and time improve compared to yesterday? Yeah, track conditions definitely got better. We're going to have more and more rubbering in, and overnight, a bit of sand will have been blown onto the circuit, but given that the cars have been racing now or driving around for 3 hours, that sand will have been cleared off, and they've got a much more grippy racing line than they had yesterday. Track temperature still up at 40 degrees, so you can't push all that hard, but it's still pretty good. Who's my favourite driver of all time? My favourite driver, Sebastian Vettel. And on the grid, I don't know. Fernando Alonso, maybe. I used to say Yuki Tsunoda, but Tsunoda's, of course, no longer here. Yeah. Folks, if you haven't hit the subscribe button, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. Very much would be appreciated. And if you guys are interested in getting Proton VPN so you guys can watch all of the races for free, the practice sessions, the quality sessions, the races for the entire season for free, then there's a link in the description, there's a link on the chat, you can check it out, and it helps out the channel as well. If this sort of promotion goes well in pre-season, then Proton VPN will probably sponsor me for the entire year, and it'll be pretty nice. So there you go. Okay. Audi or Cadillac? I'm going to go with Audi, mainly because they've got quite a lot of experience from the Sauber team as well with them. The 1 second rule does not apply with the flaps. So, you can sort of think of them as, well, they're kind of like DRS zones. I don't know. It's like DRS, however, it not only just being for the rear wing, it's also the front wing as well, and it's not within 1 second. You can just use them whenever you want. Larry, what is your dream bike? My dream bike, I think the Honda CBR 500 or maybe 650. I think they're both quite nice. I mean, Ducatis look pretty awesome, but they're just so expensive. I don't really know. I haven't really thought about it much because it's just such a long way away. I've sort of got to get a job first, and then once I get a job, then I can figure out, what my dream bike is and what my dream car is and things like that. So I have a CBR 1000 RR. Wow. Okay. Well, it's a bit of a rocket ship, isn't it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure some of these motorbikes can go like 200 kilometers per hour in first gear alone. Like, you can break every single speed limit everywhere in the world, and you're only in first gear. It's pretty crazy. Yeah. It is called straight mode. You could call it speed mode or straight mode, but either way, that's the new name for DRS. It's called speed mode, and you get a bit more top speed. Not in Germany, of course. Not on the autobahn. Yeah, 182 in first gear. Fair enough. Yeah, 182 kilometers per hour is breaking every speed limit apart from the autobahn. I probably wouldn't get a 1000cc, mainly just because I just wouldn't really trust myself with it. I think a 650 is alright, or a 500 even. Yeah. These low drag zones, are they activated manually by the driver, or are they automatic, as you can use them every time? I think the drivers have to still press the button. However, I'm not 100% certain. It does make sense to sort of just set them up automatically because the drivers will be using them pretty much all of the time. But, it's sort of like DRS. The drivers could press the button if they wanted to. Every single time they did press the button, but it wasn't an automatic system. New stats look cool. Yeah, thank you. I know I think they are. I think they're pretty cool. Get to know all the RPMs and the revs and things like that. So drivers do have to press the button. Fair enough. Thanks for the info there. Okay, let's check what Charles is doing. 3:39 for Charles Leclerc as he was going down the straight. Very, very nicely done. Any chance you're from India? I am from India. Yeah, so I was born there. But yeah, Charles Leclerc, 3:39, fresh set of soft tyres. Is it going to be a purple sector 1 here for Charles Leclerc? He did it last time. He currently holds the fastest 3 sectors. Here he goes then, onto the power, and across the first sector line, it's yellow. He goes 2/10 slower, actually. Must have made a mistake somewhere. Oh. I think someone before was saying something about me sounding like Murray Walker or something. I need to go find this chat message. I've definitely missed it, and now I definitely think it's gone way too high up in the chat messages. Yeah, it's definitely gone way too high up in the chat messages for me to find it now. Oh no, I just scrolled past it. I don't know. Okay. RPM and revs. Well, yeah, RPM and revs is pretty good piece of information. Why is there no time for the other cars? Because each team has only got 1 car, so we've only got 11 cars on the grid. 11 cars at testing, and then in Melbourne we'll have 22. But yeah, the other drivers haven't come out onto the track because they've got issues with their car. Hadjar isn't out on the track because he's had issues, and yeah. Oh, it was me. Murray Walker used to have a big microphone like me. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I think it's pretty cool to have I don't know, it just makes me sound more professional, you know? Because I know before I even had 1,000 subscribers, I didn't buy a microphone or anything, and what I did was I connected my phone up to my laptop and used my phone's microphone as sort of a commentary thing. It was a little bit janky for sure, but it worked in the end. And your phone has a pretty good microphone, given that that's what it's used for, to talk to people. So it was actually quite good. One thing I noticed, Charles hasn't pushed 8th gear on a long straight on any lap. He definitely pushed it 8th gear when he was doing his push lap on the softs on the previous lap, because there's no way you would have went up to 339 on 7th gear. But yes, 8th gear does seem like a very much reserved gear for slipstream, overtake mode, and top speed mode combined. Rather than a gear that people use all the time. Because I know for a fact in Monaco, the drivers pretty much never touch 8th gear. They're always in 7th gear at the end of the straights. So I think this year we may even see that extend to a few more circuits. Like maybe like in Singapore, the drivers aren't going to touch 8th gear. Or maybe in Hungary, the drivers aren't going to touch 8th gear and they're just going to be in 7th all the time. Because, as of what we're seeing right now, the drivers aren't shifting up into 8th much because you need all of your battery to get deployed to actually use it and make it worthwhile. What are the green dots at turn 14? I don't actually know. So this one says overtake detection point, and this one says overtake activation point. So So yeah, you're detecting it, and then this is where you can activate the overtake button to overtake someone down the main straight. So, but this is the thing. This is not 1 second. So the FIA can actually change this on a per circuit basis. So let's say you're at Monza and it's really easy to overtake, then they might reduce the detection gap to only half a second. But let's say you're at Monaco and it's really hard to overtake, then they might increase it to 2 seconds or 3 seconds. So that is up to the discretion of the FIA, and that does not affect your ability to use the top speed mode when you're going down the straights or going through the corner. Going down the straights with your front wing and the rear wing. What's the delta on the acceleration over the last year's car with all that electrical horsepower? I think I think they reached 350 kilometers per hour, like 2 seconds quicker. I think. I can't remember. I saw some Instagram post about it, but I can't remember for certain. It's something on that sort of order of magnitude. Also, folks, we're only 60 subscribers away from 228k, so if you haven't hit the subscribe button, be sure to do so. Goes a long way to helping out. And, hopefully we hit 228k. We are 55 minutes away from the end of the morning session. I probably will also go take another break like I did yesterday. Like go to toilet, have some food, that sort of thing, fill up my water bottle, and then I'll come back to do the second half of the day. So shorter races then, if they hit their top speed faster, we could see some interesting lap times. Yeah, I mean, I think in Monza and things like that, the lap times will break the lap record. But here in Bahrain and circuits like Singapore and Monaco, where you need the downforce, the cars are going to be way, way slower, and the races will get longer in those ones. Top speed mode is called boost mode. Okay. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. You call it boost, and then overtake. So boost is what you use to go down the straights, and then you use overtake to try and overtake someone. Sort of makes sense. Just try and get on the Crash Happy podcast. Maybe I should. I don't really know. I haven't looked into much of this podcast stuff, mainly because I am very busy with university work. So much so that I have ordered quite a few samples of merch, and I've worn them around. In fact, the shirt that I'm wearing inside is actually a merch shirt, but all the designs are pretty good and stuff. But I haven't come around to making all the designs yet. I haven't set up my Twitch thing, I haven't set up my TikTok thing. There are so many things to do, and a lot of studying also to do. So yeah, but I'm sure it'll all get done at some point. What do I do for university? It is mechanical engineering. Just a heads up, your screen is visible through the mirror. Yeah, I've been told that actually. A few people DM'd me on Instagram actually just to let me know. So, but yeah, very, very much appreciated. You can sort of see my hand moving around in the background. How serious is the hydraulic problem? Well, Hadjar hasn't left the garage yet. So they turned on the car, checked all the sensors, realized that they probably didn't have hydraulic pressure somewhere, and now have to disassemble the car, figure out where's the issue. I need this spare part. I need to replace this. I need to put the hydraulic fluid in. I need to bleed the system. And then they need to go racing or go testing. But it's been now 3 hours and they still haven't managed to fix it. So one thing I'm noticing with Leclerc is every time he starts the lap, he goes full throttle very late before the finish line. So maybe he's doing that to have more battery. Potentially. However, I also would like to potentially point out the fact that this data is not perfectly synced up. There's always a little bit of a mismatch. So I've also noticed that as well. Like, it takes the drivers a while to get to full throttle, and that could be a data mismatch, but it could also be, what the drivers are actually doing. So don't take this as 100% accurate, but for the most part, let's watch him coming out of turn 14 now. So he's heading towards 14, gets on the brakes at 287, lifts a little bit, does a little bit, you can see, comes off the throttle, then gets onto the brakes, slowly onto the power. But ideally, he shouldn't be getting onto the power that slowly, because he is going through that corner in about 4th gear. He's got quite a high amount of downforce, and he hasn't activated the top speed mode yet, or boost mode. So he'll have grip as well. So it's interesting because if I show you my flying lap of me driving it around on the game, right? Of course, it's not going to be the exact same because I'm on the simulator on the game. But I'm coming out of this corner here, so I'm on third gear, and then get onto the power. You can pretty much get onto the power nice and early on, and it's not really an issue. So potentially that's because of the lower downforce. But yeah. Also, we got a yellow flag. What have we got? A momentary yellow flag. And looks like we've got a bit of a DRS train forming here as well. Everyone testing out what this feels like to drive in dirty air. What am I studying? Mechanical engineering. Yeah, the brakes are either 0 or 100, and there's no, they don't tell you how much they're braking because I think that's sort of a little bit secretive and they want to keep the drivers, they want to keep that information private for the teams. So it's either 0 or 100 for the brakes. But yeah, the rest is, the rest you can tell for the throttle. Okay. Interesting. Charles now 312, 320, 321, and then clips a little bit back down to 310 before he gets onto the brakes. Can you update the speed trap? The speed trap is getting updated. It's just the problem is the speed trap is here, but the drivers hit their top speed around about here. So it's not the most accurate thing in the world. So we've sort of just got to keep a mental idea of who's gone what speed. But every single power unit, apart from the Audi and the Honda power unit, we have seen hit 339. 339 or 338. So we will see what the Honda can do once they increase their rev limiter, and we will also see what the Audi can do once Hulkenberg, does some more laps. He's done a few more now, and yeah. F1 Gamer, if you're taking collab recommendations, Inside Line podcast is my go-to for technical chat. Both guys are hilarious Indian commentators who get great guests on sometimes. Oh, okay. Yeah, I should again have a look into that. Well, I'll definitely note it down. I'll just send myself a message on WhatsApp. But yeah, I mean, do you guys have any recommendations on what sort of podcast do you guys watch, or do you watch? I would recommend the Bernie Collins Formula One book. I think it's called How to Win a Formula One Race or How to Win a Grand Prix, and it's written by Bernie Collins, who used to be the strategist at Force India, which then turned into Aston Martin, and she also was a strategist at McLaren, I think. Before, she was at McLaren, then she moved to Force India. And it's quite a lot of useful information, so I'd definitely recommend that if you're sort of interested in the technical details of Formula One. A lot of the stuff that I'm talking about here regards to testing, I've sort of learned from that book. So yeah, and the Adrian Newey book is pretty good as well. Bernie Collins is on Sky. That's correct. She gives some pretty useful insights, to be fair. Are there any new regulations regarding dirty air? No, there are. They changed the regulations to try and reduce the dirty air, but they can't put any sort of rules on it or anything like that. Do you watch Rick's F1 addiction video? I sometimes watch. I've watched a few of his videos, not every single one, but I reckon they're pretty good. I think you should do some sponsorships because you get a lot of views when you're live. Yeah, I mean, Proton VPN are sponsoring me for this stream. So, if you guys are interested, go ahead and check out Proton VPN. It's 70% off right now if you get the 1 month or the 1 year or 2 year deal. Yeah, and I've got an email right now with F1 TV as well. Hopefully, they're going to get back to me about potentially sponsoring me for the first 3 races of the season. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I also emailed Fanatec because I had quite a good idea. How I show you, the fastest lap like I record a lap of the circuit and I talk about the, driving around the racetrack. I was going to make this sort of segment sponsored by Fanatec, and I'd talk about the steering wheel a little bit, and then I'll talk about the fastest lap, of course. But Fanatec never got back to me. So, totally ignored by Fanatec. And, Hadjar's running stationary. Yeah, Hadjar is I could just go. He's not really running then, is he? Oh no. Oh yeah. Hadjar's gears. You can see him shifting through the gears in all the RPM range. Okay, so there we go. His revs are up. They're just checking. Oh, so it must have been a hydraulic issue with the gearbox. Makes sense, because now in the garage they pulled the clutch in, shifted up to first, shifted into second, third, fourth, all the way up into eighth to make sure everything works, and then they shifted right back down again into neutral. So maybe Hadjar's coming out soon. Engine start, very nice. Okay, I used to be a brand ambassador for Marlish Water. They'd likely be interested in me a water sponsor for you. Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay, well, you know what, I'll give you I'll drop my email onto the stream, and if you could just send me an email, and then we could get in contact or something, that would very much be appreciated. So my email is, I can't type, gamerf1.yt5@gmail.com. So, if any of you guys watching could potentially sort out some sponsors or give me some ideas or give me some contacts, that would be pretty cool. That's my email there. I'll keep it on screen for a little bit. Hopefully I don't get spammed, but it should be okay. All right, 45 minutes left to go, and we have got 4 cars out on the track. Charles Leclerc following Ollie Behrman here a little bit, but Behrman just lets him by, and Alonso's out onto the track again. Let's see what Hulkenberg's doing down the straight here. So he's full on the power, and 300 kilometers per hour, 306 in 7th gear. Doesn't shift up, actually, out of 7th. Stays in 7th the entire time. Peter Windsor is the GOAT. Yeah, no, Peter Windsor definitely has some pretty solid sort of takes and ideas about Formula 1 as well. What's the power issue just got here? The drivers will activate it. I cannot show you. I don't think that has been set up yet in the data system to show if the drivers are using or not the active aero. So if that does get added, I will add it into the stream. And then what was the other question? The power unit issue. I don't know. Mercedes have confirmed that it is an issue with the power unit, but they haven't said what it is. They did 3 laps, found something wrong with some of the sensors, and then Antonelli has been sat in the pits for the remaining 3 hours. So, yeah. Same thing as yesterday, last hour being broadcast. That is correct. So, not the last hour of the morning session, the last hour of the afternoon session. Where'd you get the telemetry from today? I don't think it was here yesterday. It wasn't here yesterday. Yesterday I didn't have all of this stuff up, but it's just using the same system. It's called Multiviewer, and you can modify it and to get whichever data you want. Because I think yesterday I had this information with all of the mini sectors, but again, it's not really that useful. But this is pretty cool. You get to see the speeds, the RPMs, the gears, and things like that. So yeah. Alonso's hitting 12,000 RPM, is he? Oh, all right. Well, let's see. He's going around the corners now. Let's keep an eye out on his RPMs. Up through the gears, 11.5, and he shifts 11.5, and he shifts again. Okay. Maybe he hit 12,000 once. I don't know, but let's see. Next straight as well. Hopefully he's on a flying lap. Up through the gears, 11.5, 11.5, 11.5. I don't know. It doesn't, at least not then. Maybe I did miss it. But seems like Alonso's still shifting at 11.5. Why the Red Bull's not driving? Because Isaac Hadjar has got a hydraulic issue, as it says over there. Behrman's hitting 12k. Yeah, the Ferrari power units can do it. So can the Mercedes ones. It's the Honda ones that we're sort of talking about and a bit worried about in terms of their ability to work. So Hadjar's engine off, now testing pedals. Yeah, okay, so they had a hydraulic issue. They turned the engine on. Maybe this is the thing, they turned it on, they got the gears to shift, but potentially there could have still been a leak. Behrman up into 4th position. Nice lap there, actually, from Ollie Behrman. So this thing, they turned on Isaac Hadjar's car, shifted up through the gears, shifted back down through the gears, and now they've switched the car off. So we now don't know if they found another issue and they're going to go fix that, or what's happened. Okay, Alonso did hit 12,000 once or twice. Okay, well, fair enough then. Thanks for the information. Yeah, power unit issues for the Mercedes works team, but the customer teams like Williams, like McLaren, like Alpine, they're all okay. If you want a sponsor for your lap record, try Jimmy Broadbent. His company, Abruzzi, they do sim racing equipment. Okay, I'll have a look. Thanks, folks. I think I'll get rid of my email for now. But yeah, go ahead and my Instagram is also F1Gamer_official. You've got some behind the scenes there. I think the behind the scenes will still be up. You can see what my streaming setup looks like. You can see the two bananas that I've got here on my table to eat. Favorite fruit, of course. Yeah. What's the engine displacement on those V6s? It's still 1.6. 1.6 litres V6. Right? It's definitely 1.6. It's not 1.5, no? Or am I mistaken? Yeah, 1.6. Okay. Let's see. Fernando Alonso is now heading down the straight towards turn number 10. Let's see what he is doing. Slowly on the power out of first gear. It just momentarily jumps up to 12,000 RPM, actually. In first gear, he did it. A little flash up to 12k RPM, but I think in the longer gears, he's not doing it as much. So, interesting. We're going to hit the subs here. We've only got 2 subscribers remaining, so folks, 2 of you, if you haven't subscribed, be sure to do so. Wow, bro, I got this by searching Subnautica. Well, this stream's doing pretty well. Apparently it was on a YouTube featured stream or something. I'm not sure. Yeah, all right, let's see what Alonso's doing now. Coming out of the straight. Extremely slow minimum speed through that corner, actually. I don't know what Alonso's up to. But 11.5. Yeah, shifting quite early, actually, Alonso. I've got a 2.2 litre turbo V4, and I make like a quarter of these cars, barely making 220. Well, you've got to remember the V6s were making 800 horsepower last year in terms of the internal combustion engine. You had 200 from the car, from the 200 from the electric side. This year they're making 500 horsepower, and the electrics are doing 500 horsepower. So you're only about half of it, not a quarter. In terms of the internal combustion engine, but of course I'm sure most road cars aren't revving up to 12,000 RPM. Oh, brilliant. We have 50 people subscribing in the space of a minute. Thanks, everyone. Much is appreciated. Track temperature has just popped up to 40 degrees Celsius. This is probably going to be peak track temperature. We won't get too much hotter than this, and then it'll slowly start coming down as well. And yeah. 6,000 people for testing is kind of wild. Yeah, I know. I do agree. It's good, really. I think people are enjoying it. I think my commentary is also getting better as well. So I think it's a good thing to have. Good thing to have for sure. Yeah. All right. What else is going on right now? Not too much, to be honest. Not too much. Oh, you know what I will do, actually? I will also... I think I might be able to add this thing that will show you all of the lap times of the... That will show you all of the lap times of... What was I going to say? The previous laps of what the drivers have done. I think I might be able to show you that as well. Yeah. Give me just a second. Perez hit 12,500. Well, there you go. So Cadillac definitely not running the engine low on the RPMs. Cadillac stressing everything out, and things seem to be working all right and not breaking. So let's see. Give me just a sec here, folks. We're gonna get some. I'm gonna see if I can get some more information up here on the screen. Yeah. Oh, okay. So this isn't different. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is you guys now can see what lap times. Yeah, I think this works. You guys can sort of see the previous laps of these drivers. I think the fonts might be a little small for the people that are watching on their phones and things like that. But you can see here, Charles Leclerc, 136.1. Oh, this is cool. And then 136.9. Interesting. 130. And you can see here, so on the previous lap, he was 1.3 seconds slower. Then he was 1.3 seconds quicker. Then he's lost another 0.6 there. Then he goes 0.3 slower there. This is interesting, actually. Pretty cool. So yeah, loses 0.7 in pace. Then loses a 1.4 seconds. Then 1.6 relative to this lap. Yeah. I don't really know how useful this is, to be honest, but yeah. Your stream popped up automatically after finishing the last video. I'm listening for a while. I've got to say your commentary is pretty engaging. Subscribed. Well, thank you very much. XD Repo 447. Glad that people are enjoying the coverage. Best lap so far for Cadillac, indeed so. 138.6 for the Cadillac team, and Sergio Perez with a good lap there, 31 laps under his belt. Charles Leclerc with 58 laps under his belt, and the most out of anyone so far. Albon has done 57, still 35 minutes left to go, so probably should be able to push that up to about 65 or so, and that'll be solid for them. Yeah, Alonso's into the pits, but seems to be whatever issues that they were having in terms of reliability yesterday, the engine anomaly that Aston Martin detected, that has gone away. So Perez's gears aren't showing. Yeah, no, there's a glitch in Perez's gears. So unsurprising, really. 25 likes to 2K. Yeah. Okie dokes. Yeah. Happy New Year, Larry. What's the RPM limit? Well, there isn't really a limit. The teams will set it to make sure their engines don't blow up. So the most that we've seen today is 12,500. Yeah, 12,500 from Cadillac using the Ferrari power unit. Guess I can increase the subscriber goal. We're getting very close to, well, not like that close, I guess, but getting, looks like this season might hit 250k, which would be 250,000, which is crazy to think about. Do you think Ocon will drive in 2027? I think he will. I think Ocon is just doing an all right job. I did, the comment that the Haas team principal made about him not delivering. While I agree, him compared to Behrman, he should have done a little bit better compared to Behrman. Maybe Behrman's just a really good driver. So we can't really know for certain, but maybe. I don't know how big his contract is as well for Ocon, because if he's got a big contract, that could be eating up a chunk of Haas's money, which ideally they either you pay a driver a lot of money and they deliver really good performances, or you don't pay them a lot of money and you don't expect a lot as well. But potentially they could be paying Ocon quite a bit and he's not delivering the performances that they want. So it's a tough one, really. I'm not sure, but I think he'll continue. I think Isaac Hadjar's hydraulic issue is to do with the power unit Potentially, but more likely to do with the gearbox, because we did see, a few minutes ago, they switched on Isaac Hadjar's car and then they shifted through the gears. They went up from neutral all the way up into 8th gear and then right back down again. And, he hasn't gone out since. So to me, it would indicate that they were checking something with the hydraulic system for the gearbox, because, they turned the car on, shifted through all the gears, and I don't know if it went up into 8th or not, but it went to 7th, and then they shifted back down again. But then, again, they must have found a drop in hydraulic pressure or something, because Isaac Hadjar hasn't come out onto the circuit yet. Okay, it did go up into 8th. Okay, so then, I don't know, they must have found some sort of issue, because otherwise they would have sent him out on track. Yeah. Are we expecting Alpine to be the slowest this year? I don't know. It's hard to know who's going to be the slowest, to be honest. I think Cadillac is quite likely to be one of them because they're just a new team, but I'm not really sure. Yeah. Okie dokes. Yeah, not too much else going on. Also, I would like to ask you. So I know some people definitely will be watching on their phones right now, and I would just like to ask one question. I'm going to reduce the font size of everything up on screen, and I just want to let the people that are watching on their phones answer as to whether you can still read the font or not, because I know a lot more people would prefer to have more information up on the screen, but I don't want to make it too small so the people on their phones can't read it. So I'm going to make it a little bit smaller, and then if you're on your phone, let me know. There we go. So it's a little bit smaller. So we can fit one extra column on. You can see the gap column there right at the end has been added on because I've zoomed out a little bit, and you get this little message at the end as well saying overtake has been enabled. So things have adjusted a little bit, but I'll put a poll out actually. So font okay or too small? Because obviously it depends on how big your phone is as well. If you've got like an iPhone 8 here, the screen's gonna be tiny. So okay. So most people are saying the font is okay. All right then. Well, thank you guys for the information. So I'll be looking to fit a little bit more information up on the screen. It's okay, but it wouldn't be because you can zoom in. Yeah, I know on YouTube you can zoom in a little bit. So it's okay, but I had to zoom in before anyway. Right. I will try and work something out. Maybe I can pick a better font that is easier to read in when it's small. So I will have a look. But thank you for the information, folks. All right, and I'll zoom back out again. I'll zoom back in again. Sorry, because everything is set up initially for that anyway. So yeah. All right, what is Lando Norris up to? Lando Norris is continuing on 304 kilometers per hour for Lando Norris as he goes down the start-finish straight and then clips a little bit and brakes at 300. Is Ferrari only running the softs? Yes. You can remove the drivers that aren't running. Yes, there's that. That's the other option here. What I could do is switch over to this mode here, and it's just got this sort of information here. But of course, Alonso's in the pits, but maybe there's some way to adjust this so you get more drivers to fit on this side, but I think this is okay as well. You get to see the gears and the RPMs, like a little rev counter and things like that. But yeah, it's all quite interesting. Looks pretty good on 1080, yeah. Kimi didn't start today. No, Kimi. Let me fix the speed trap. Apologies, folks. There we go. Kirk 464646. Thanks for the joining the channel membership. Yeah. Okie dokes. You think Norris seems to be on another race sim, maybe checking the power unit reliability on longer race distances and higher speeds? Yeah, he might be on another race sim. And to be fair, I'll pull up the lap times and see what speeds he's going at, approximately at least. So you can see here, Norris has been doing. He's done from lap 52 to 59, so he's done 7 laps of race runs, and he started off in the 136s, and now he's up to the 130. So he's lost. It went a second slow on the next lap, 8 tenths, 3 tenths, 6 tenths. So it's not been the most consistent, but yeah, he's been holding 136s for the majority of his previous run. Yeah, and Charles Leclerc's been going pretty quicker as well. So. Alrighty. Again, I would, I'd like to fit more data, and I could get rid of all of these drivers here, but what am I going to fill it with? Like the lap times things isn't again the most useful thing, so it's a bit of a sticky situation. 3,000 like target, fantastic. Okay. Aston's done more laps than Stroll's done today. Alonso, yeah. Swap between the small font and the big font for the sectors and tyre life. Okay, yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll have to figure out if I can set different font sizes for different windows, because as of right now, it's the same font for this window, like all of it. So I'll see. Alonso's the top speed we've seen from Alonso so far is 315 kilometers per hour. So we shall see if he goes any higher than that. But there's still time left in the test. It doesn't have to be that he is running at 315 or 336 or 339 from day one. He can do that at the end of the test, and as long as he gets enough mileage and still can hit 339 during a race distance, it doesn't matter. Also wanted to ask, do teams try and simulate dirty airflow over their wings too? If so, how? Just follow the other drivers? Yeah, sometimes the teams want to get a little bit of insight into what happens like that. So we did see maybe an hour ago or so, Norris and Albon were driving very close to each other. One time Norris would be behind, the other time Albon would be behind. And both of the drivers for themselves, they figured out, maybe I lose a little bit more grip here and a little less grip here, and those sort of things. So the drivers can figure it out. And the teams themselves, they've got, thousands of sensors already on the car. So yeah, they can look at the numbers, they can compare between a clean run and a dirty air run and figure out, where are we losing most of the time? Where's the downforce going? Do we lose more front downforce? Do we lose more rear downforce? So yeah. I think it is the Honda power unit that is probably suffering from some cooling issues, probably. That's why they're not going up in the rev range. No offense, you can make the webcam smaller. Yeah, to be fair, I could crop out so much of this. Like, there's just totally just empty space. Or if I sit up with good posture, then maybe a little bit less. But yeah, I could definitely make this a little bit smaller. I mean, usually, of course, we had the team radios here, but no team radios as of right now. So maybe we could figure something out to put here instead, and then I could plot my face there. But yeah. After 23 minutes is the end of day 2, or there'll be an afternoon session. Yeah, this is the morning session, so after 23 minutes it'll be the end of the morning session, and then it'll be the afternoon session after a 1 hour break. Hadjar has a hydraulic issue. What about Max? Well, they've only got one car, so that's the thing. So Red Bull have only brought one car. All of the teams have only brought one car, and the Red Bull car that they've brought, the singular one, has got a hydraulic issue. So if they can't fix it on Hadjar's car, Verstappen hasn't got a car to drive either. It's the same one. So if they can't fix it tonight, then it affects Verstappen tomorrow as well. So yeah, could move the track map over to the bottom of the drivers, more info. Oh, that's a pretty nice idea. Let's have a think. Will I be able to get this to work? So where's the track map? Okay, this needs to. Okay, and that can go over here. And then, yeah, that's a good idea actually. Let's. Okay, this does not look very pretty, of course, because I'm just changing it here on the fly. But give me a sec. Okay, folks, now the question is, what lap times do you guys want to see? What extra information do you guys want to see? Because we've got a whole lot more space, as you can see over there. Let me pop that to 300. Yeah, 400. Yeah, that seems about right. Okay, so we've got a lot more space now to fit stuff on the screen. So it's time for the mini sectors. Let me... Oh my god, chat has such good suggestions, guys. Very much is appreciated. So let's add in mini sectors 1. Oh god. Mini sectors 2 and mini sectors 3. Apply changes, save. There we go, that's some more information. Let's see, what else can we put on here? Any more interesting information? We don't need the team names, I think. Pit stops, tyre history. I think maybe the sector 1... I don't know. Finish line speed, speed trap. Yeah, we can get the top speeds as well. Why not? There we go. Lots of data. All of the data. This is the screen's got quite busy, hasn't it now? Okay, let me adjust a few things. Let me cook, guys. Let me cook. Okay. I think this is all right. Get rid of the white bar. Oh yeah, let me move that. Apologies. Let's just move this somewhere else. Yeah, I mean, these drivers aren't coming out just yet, so I think that's okay there. And then my voice thing can just... Where is that? That's there. Okay, and let's just put that over there. Yeah, and then you can see everything that you were seeing before, and you can see even more if you want. Bosh. The blue colours on the mini sectors, that means the drivers are coming in or out of the pit lane. So you can see there that Nico Hulkenberg has just come out of the pits, and, you know, Behrman, who has come into the pit lane. That's why in sector 3 he's got the blue mini sectors. Yeah. What's the point of the voice thing? I personally I look at it to make sure that my mic isn't muted, because I've got I don't know if you guys can see, but I've got a mute button here. Well, yeah, you obviously can't hear me talk, so I just have that to make sure that I know that my mic is actually set up. Yeah. If I subscribe, car goes faster? Yes, guys, if you subscribe, the cars will go faster. 100% guaranteed facts. Did Alonso hit 12k? Oh, Alonso clocked 318. All right, more improvements for the Aston Martin team, more improvements for Honda. Big W. Very, very nice. What does the green in the mini sectors mean? Green means personal best. So Kimi Antonelli, when he was doing his his lap before his car broke down, he was doing personal best in his mini sectors. You can see Leclerc there at the top as well. He's doing a few purple as well. Exoteric, thank you very much for the 5 gifted memberships. Very much is appreciated. Thanks for helping out the channel. Okay, I'm still going to make some more adjustments here, folks. But I do think this is a pretty nice setup. Yeah. Why no Red Bull car? Hydraulic issues. Yeah, I should probably pop that up on the back on the screen now, given that everyone is going to be asking about it. What's this? Oh no. Here we go. Extra info. All right. Oh, I got a gifted sub. Suggestion: make your webcam level face with the top of the. Yeah, that would make it very nice and fit nicely. Okay. Please answer, when is Lewis driving? Lewis is not driving today. Charles Leclerc will be driving all day today, and Lewis Hamilton will be driving all day tomorrow. Yeah. And that is the situation down at Ferrari. That's the same thing for Fernando Alonso. Fernando Alonso is driving all day today. Stroll will be driving a bit tomorrow. Then you've got Isaac Hadjar will be driving all day today if they fix the car, but I'm not so sure that that's going to get fixed. So yeah, there are a few other things like that. Is Valtteri driving in the afternoon? Yes, he is. Valtteri Bottas will be driving then. The information for Cadillac's gears are incorrect. You know, it says Perez is in neutral. It says he's been neutral all day long, but I don't think he can do 42 laps if he's sat in neutral. So there you go. Yeah. Do I race in F1? Yeah, I've done a few flying laps. In fact, let me take you around a lap of the. Take you through a lap of the Bahrain circuit. So this is it. You come through the final corner, aim to get a good exit here, and get onto the power as early as you possibly can. Now, down here, we used to have a DRS zone, but now it is called a boost zone, and that's where the drivers can drop their rear wing and drop their front wing, get a little bit more top speed going down the straights. Then you slam onto the brakes at the first, at the 100-meter mark or so. Try to get this apex, come over to the right hand side. You don't need a good exit out of turn 1, you need a good exit out of turn 2, because then you're flat through 3 up the hill towards turn number 4. Turn 4, you could try to go over to the left hand side, use as much of the track as available to you. Hit this apex, the track really tightens up on you, so you've got to be careful not to run wide. Then you go down the hill for turn 5. Relatively straightforward corner, to be fair. The driver's going around 50% throttle through there to maintain the minimum speed of the car. Through this corner, we've seen a lot of drivers actually downshift down into first to get a bit of extra rotation through their cars. And then you go towards turn number 10, locking up very, very easy here. We saw some pretty big lockups yesterday from quite a few drivers, actually, because, yeah, it's just a bit of a difficult corner, especially when you've got a lot less downforce than normal. Then you've got turn number 11 here, slow in, fast out as you go up the hill, run all the way to the right-hand side, and then you've got turn 12. You hold it flat if you can, and your car isn't too heavy, full of fuel. You're aiming to do 240 kilometers per hour through there, through turn 12, and then you go across the, you try to go through the final corner. Again, you've not got another boost zone here where you'll drop your rear wing, drop your front wing. Then it comes back up as you hit the brakes for turn number 14 and try to get a good exit again. And that is a lap of the circuit. So there you go, ladies and gents. Okay. Okay. What do you think about the Ferrari shark fin? I think it's alright. Thunderstorms forecast for tomorrow. No way. No way there are thunderstorms forecast in Bahrain tomorrow. Bahrain weather. No. There's a wind warning, and it's sunny tomorrow. 23 degrees Celsius. So, yeah, I don't know where that thunderstorm's coming from, folks. Can you explain all the data columns and the mini sectors afterwards? Yeah, so you've just got the speeds of the drivers going through all of the respective speed locations. So it says speed trap speed, so that is the speed that the drivers do through the speed traps on that lap specifically, not... oh, wait. I definitely need to move this. Give me a sec. So So going through that lap specifically is what speed the drivers do through the speed trap. Then you've got the sector 1 speed, sector 2 speed, so that's sector 1 through here. Sector 2 speed is your measurement through there, and then you've got your sector 3 speed, which is the start finish line. So that's essentially what it is. I guess the thunderstorm was max. Can Aston be pleased with this morning? Well, 53 laps completed, more than they did yesterday. They've pushed the Honda power unit to 11,500 RPM. They have got Alonso to go to 318 kilometers per hour. Haven't had any sort of engine issues, and done a decent amount of laps. So I would say it's a pretty successful morning for Aston Martin. Again, I think some more laps should have been completed. I think probably up on the 70 lap mark. But, Fernando Alonso's got a lot of experience. He can drive all afternoon if he wants to. And, they could still bring the lap count up to 130 if they can. So not too much of an issue there. Honda and Alonso and Honda's GP2 engine finally back together. Yeah. What does FL mean? FL means finish line. Yeah, finish line speed. Who is better, Alonso or Vettel? Well, I'm a Vettel fan, so Vettel obviously. Yeah, but no, Alonso's pretty good as well. Name a more iconic duo. The engine feels good, much slower than before. There are some really good quotes from Fernando. There was an interview actually. Alonso and Vettel were sat next to each other, and one of the journalists asks, how long does it take you to understand the grip conditions around the circuit? And I think Alonso said, it takes me 2 laps. And then Vettel was like, it takes me 1.5 laps actually. Then Alonso was like, no, it only takes me 1 lap to actually work it out. And then Vettel was like, it only takes me half a lap. It's pretty... the old press conference was definitely pretty funny. There's definitely quite a few clips there that are nice. Okay. 9 minutes and 45 seconds remain on the clock. And I'll figure out what to do in terms of all of this data for the second half of the day, because we'll obviously get more drivers up on the screen, so that'll be adjusting things. But it should be all right. Should be able to get everything to work, because I still think there's about 5 or so drivers that aren't coming out onto the track. I have no tyres, no brakes. We're out of the points. Even if you put a rocket ship, we'll be P11. Yeah, no, there's some pretty solid ones there. Live Conqueror, thanks for the channel membership. Very much is appreciated there, mate. But thank you for live streaming this all the time. You've got to leave a space, yeah. No Hadjar, yeah, this is what I'm saying. Hadjar, hydraulic issues for Isaac Hadjar, hasn't made it out onto the circuit. All right. What do we think about Honda? Not special mileage if the car's aerodynamically good. Wouldn't want McLaren flashback for Alonso. Oh, VSC deployed. What is this? Double yellow track sector 11. Well, we've got 4 cars on the track. They all seem to be doing all right, moving okay. They must just be doing a VSC test. Or maybe there was someone that spun or something, but they just deploy the VSC just to test out all the systems to make sure that the drivers, on their steering wheel, it flashes up VSC, slow down. But now we've got a safety car. I didn't think that we've actually got a safety car here in the pit lane. Like, surely not. But they're testing out all these systems because, the cars on if the drivers have some sort of error on their steering wheel that doesn't tell them that it's a safety car, then, it's going to be big issues for Australia. Red flag, race suspended. Okay. Is the last hour still live streamed? Yeah, it will be live streamed in about, the last hour will be in 4 hours time, so. Oh, we got an advert. Oh, sorry, folks. Sorry. I was too busy changing things to block the adverts. Basically, there's a button here that I've got to press every 10 minutes to make sure no adverts show up on your screen. And apologies, sometimes I miss it. So Sorry about that one. Yeah, we got Gasly coming into the pits now. Red flag is out. I think we'll be getting going shortly though. Yeah, they must just be testing. They're testing out all of the different red flags and yellow flags and things like that, folks. So we'll be getting going shortly. Not to worry. I mean, there's only 6 minutes left, so I don't even know if the cars will go back out again. So, yeah. Anything interesting? Because I didn't hear anything interesting. Well, Honda, which were looking, they were looking like they were going to be bad yesterday, have sort of turned things around. Mercedes, Hadjar's pressing the brake pedal apparently. Interesting. Mercedes are testing out Mercedes are having some proper problems. So is Isaac Hadjar. I don't know why he's randomly just pressing the brake pedal and then not pressing the brake pedal, but must be something going on there. Maybe he's sat in the car and getting ready. Is it a sandstorm? Surely not, because the wind speed is only 6 kilometers per hour. Yeah. Don't think it'll be a sandstorm there. Yeah, they're just testing all the procedures, to be honest. Maybe we'll have a red flag for the final 5 minutes. I don't really know. McLaren doing the most laps, yeah, 64 laps for McLaren, and then Albon and Leclerc tied on 62, then Gasly one behind on 61, and then you've got Fernando Alonso on 55, Lawson on 50, Perez on 42, Hulkenberg on 47, Hulkenberg 47, then Perez 42, and then you've got 3 laps completed for Antonelli and 0 laps completed for Hadjar. Not great. Not great. They say the resumption test aborted. So Norris is pressing the accelerator pedal, but his car is not turned on, so I don't know what's going on there. Resumption test aborted. Track clear. Okay, well, there we go then. So we'll be going out soon. It's a red flag to test out the systems of the cars and also the track itself. Hadjar's now pressing more of the brake pedal. Weird. But yeah, 4 minutes left on the clock, folks. 4 minutes left on the clock. Is the Aston still running at limited speed like Barcelona, or is it just that slow? Well, Alonso wasn't. Alonso only did push laps on medium tyres, not on soft tyres. I don't think Alonso even came out on softs very much today. And no, they're not limited on speed, they're limited on revs, and they're going up to 11,500 revs, but their top speed that they've hit is 318 kilometers per hour, which is still about 20 kilometers per hour less than some of the other cars, but better than Barcelona. Testing his brake lights, of course. Yeah, of course he's testing his brake lights. Got to put his on indicators as well. Like when there's turning around, you got to pop on your indicator and then turn. So the Formula One cars have got indicators as well now. But yeah, I think with 3 minutes left on the clock, I don't know if we are going to be getting any running. The soft tyres is a C3, that is correct. So C3 for the softs, C2 for the mediums, and C1 for the hards. Okay. Afternoon testing starts. When does it start? At 12. Okay. What's the difference between the left flash and the right flash of the wing light? No, these is a joke. They don't you don't have indicators to indicate where you're going. Those lights are flashing when it's raining, or if there's a hazard on the track or something. They flash. Both of them flash at the same time. It's like the hazard lights you have on your car, where they both flash at the same time. So that's what they have on the cars. So in case visibility is low when it's raining, you can put on, those lights will automatically turn on, and it's a little bit easier to see a car in your mirror. So it's like a blinker, basically. But you got to remember to top up your blinker fluid, otherwise, your blinkers are going to overheat, and it's going to be big problems for you. But Pierre Gasly's car is idling, so I think he might go out and do a practice start, to be honest. What's the difference between soft tyre and soft tyre with a little line? So soft tyre without the line means the driver, so Behrman, when he came out of the pits, he came out on a fresh set. Gasly, he had done about 10 laps, or he had done some sort of number of laps on this before he came out. So a slash means it's a used set of tyres. No slash means that it is a fresh set of tyres. What would you consider a high track wind speed? I'd probably say anything above 10 to 15. Anything over 15 for sure would definitely be high wind speeds, high problems for things. Yeah. Now they slash tires in F1. Yeah. Will you be here for the second half? Yes, I will be here for the second half. It looks like Gasly, Gasly and Leclerc have both started their cars. Is that Hadjar moving up the... Oh, Hadjar is. Oh, there we go, Hadjar. It took them in 4 hours entirely. Has he just stopped? Has he stopped at the end of the pit lane? 61 kilometers per hour, and is he going to make it out of the pits? Pit out. Isaac Hadjar makes his way out onto the circuit. 4 hours of repairs to the hydraulics on his car, and he has now made it out onto the circuit. So I guess I can get rid of the hydraulic issue thing off the screen, and yeah. So it took them 4 hours, but they got the hydraulic issue fixed in the end, and he's out in 11th position. Good timing, yeah. With 30 seconds left on the clock, so we'll do a lap. We'll keep an eye on his on his gears and his revs, and if everything seems okay. But he's in third gear now. He's shifting up into fourth and fifth, so seems to be okay. ST is speed trap speed, so that is the white dot that you can see there on the map just before turn number 1. That is the speed trap. Why is Alonso slow? Because he's not running max engine power, and he's also not on the soft tyres. Hadjar went over 12,000. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. The Red Bull can go over 12,000, so it's not too much of an issue. We saw it with Liam Lawson. Lawson definitely went over 12,000 RPM. So there's that, and he's shifting through all the gears, and everything's okay for him. So not too much of a problem there. So what I'm going to do now, folks, is I'm probably going to go take a little break, fill up my water bottle, have some more tea for my throat and things like that, go to the toilet. I'll probably be back in around 15 minutes or so for the second half of testing. So I'm just going to keep the stream on. I'll just put a timer on for when I'm going to be back. So Isaac Hadjar is going to be making his way back into the pits now, and that'll be that one. So I'm going to give myself a quick pit stop, and I'll be back for the remaining day of commentary. So I hope you guys have enjoyed the first half of the day. If you have, hit the like button, and I shall be seeing you probably in 15 minutes or so. Let me put up firstly the timer for afternoon testing. So that is, let me also get rid of my webcam. So afternoon testing starts in 57 minutes, and I will also start the timer for me to come back in about 15 minutes time or so. F1 Gamer will be back in about 15 minutes. So yeah, I will I'll be back, and don't get too bored, folks. Don't get too bored. All right.
Hello, folks. I am back. Right. Let me get rid of this other countdown timer. Okie dokes. Yeah. So I would say a pretty good first session. Found out some more interesting information about all of the teams and the situations that they're in and things like that. Yeah. So didn't forget I had the stream in the background. Got Jumpstead. Yeah, I do get that. Even when I start the streams, a lot of people, I think normally like, I don't know, 200 or so people have it set up sort of there just waiting, and then they'll get jump scared when I start talking. So yeah, welcome back, folks that were just waiting around for about 10 minutes or so. Yeah, I'll be back here for the next 4 hours and 43 minutes. Quite the while. Yeah. I put the fastest sectors. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I don't really think that the... Oh, yeah, that is the other thing. I totally got rid of the fastest sectors, didn't I? When I adjusted everything around. Good point. Good point. I did move that. There we go. And let's move this over here. Yeah, it doesn't look particularly pretty right now, does it? But I will bring them back as well as I can. Right. Had my lunch. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I'll have a proper lunch once the stream's finished. But I had a banana. I had 2 pears and 1 apple. Yeah. Yeah, I could put the sector times to my left. I will probably have to put the sector times to my left, to be honest, because we're going to get new drivers coming out onto the circuit. So firstly, let's just put this here for now. And we'll keep adjusting the stuff around until it works properly. This could work pretty well. I can make my webcam smaller and stick it over here. Because really, like, yeah, it's cool looking at me, but it's really not that important. Dude, we need you for the whole season. Take care of yourself. No, we'll do. No, all fruits, you know, staying healthy, getting my 5 a day and this stuff. But yeah, I will. Once the stream's over, I'll go get a proper lunch, and yeah. Okay, who do you think will get the most laps? I think it will probably be, well, it's got to be one of the drivers that are driving for the whole day. I think it's going to be Leclerc. Leclerc will probably get the most laps in my guess. But we shall find out. I'm 80. I've loved F1 since the 80s, when there were Grand Prix in Kailami in South Africa. I'm just battling with a small... But again, like the way you talk and enjoy. Good job. Thank you very much. All right. It's really funny that you keep saying yeah. Yeah. It's you would have thought for someone that's commentated for so long, I would have got rid of the and ahs and this and that, but here we are, and you know, clearly they're not gone. Hoping for a good title fight, of course. We're always hoping for a good title fight, aren't we? That is what we watch Formula One for. A good title fight right till the end. So that would be great. Any news on what caused Antone's engine issue? Unfortunately not. Mercedes are going to be particularly secretive about this. You know, they're not going to be telling anyone, you know, it was our compression ratio trick that caused it, or it was our hydraulics, or whatever it was. They're not going to be telling a lot of people. So...
one of the news websites apparently has said that they were changing out his entire power unit. A bit surprising because it should not take 4 hours to change a power unit. So there's that. But to be fair, the thing is, because it's now new cars, totally new design, new chassis, new components, the build procedure to totally disassemble the car and then reassemble the car is relatively new to all of the mechanics. You know, there's a few things that they'll have to remember or what order to do things in, and like they'll have to create their own manuals about you do XYZ steps first, then you do the other ones. So it is, I'm sure it's quite a big task to replace the power unit, but I've never heard that it will take upwards of 4 hours to do so. Why didn't Red Bull get laps in? Because Isaac Hadjar also had a hydraulic issue for the entire morning session. He came out in the remaining 30 seconds left on the clock. That's when he came out. So, yeah, Isaac Hadjar had hydraulic problems for the entire morning. Yep. Is Hamilton running in the afternoon? No, Hamilton will be running all day tomorrow, but today in the afternoon it will be Charles Leclerc that is driving all day. Yep. Oh, nice. We got a lot more people following me on Instagram. Yeah, be sure to go follow me, guys. It's F1Gamer_official if you're interested. I'll be posting some more memes and things like that there. Do we know what happened when Checo stopped? Yeah, apparently it was a throttle issue, but whatever it was relatively minor because Sergio Perez still managed to get 42 laps up on the board. Yeah, the lowest out of anyone that did some real running, but still, laps on the board is good enough, I'd say. What app did you use to apply to jobs you could potentially get? I've been looking to on the UK and the market's terrible. Yeah, I mean it is a bit terrible. I don't know. I've just been on LinkedIn and just looking at companies that I know will be hiring people. So I do a mechanical engineering degree, so just go look on their website mainly. I don't really know. I'm definitely not the best person to ask because I've never been employed, at least like in a real job. So. Aston running conservative still? Yes, conservative to an extent. In Barcelona, it was rumoured that they were not going over 300 kilometers per hour. So today they've gone to 318 kilometers per hour. Still 20 k's slower than the Ferraris that are doing 339 and things like that. But it's a step in the right direction for the Aston Martin team. So good on them for making that progress. Are you doing a degree in mechanical engineering? Yes, I am. Is Williams doing great? Williams is surprisingly doing a brilliant job, actually. 62 laps under their belt. And I think that they are going to continue on for the rest of the day, do some more laps, and they should be good to go, really. Sorry, where do you get the live timing from? I do have an F1 TV subscription and also Multiviewer, but this part of testing doesn't show up anywhere. At the top right of Multiviewer, so when you open up the main window, there's like 3 dots. If you click on the 3 dots and then press live timing, it should show up on your screen. Yeah. Yeah. Love this channel. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you very much, Harry. And Alonso to push in this session. It'd be awesome to see the rookie sending Aston Martin to its limits instead of running race sims. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice, but that also comes with the high risk of damaging the car. And I know for a fact that they don't have as many spare parts as they would like to have. And the same can be said for power units. So that's probably why they aren't doing all of that running. Nice to see your face again this season, F1 Gamer. Hello, hello. Yeah, good to see you guys as well. It's been a long winter, really. Been getting up to some reasonably fun stuff, but yeah, I also have been getting quite bored on the weekends. So there we go. In your opinion, is Ferrari in the fight this year? Well, look, so far it looks good. Signs are looking strong for them. You can see Cadillac actually revving the Ferrari engine out to its max, and the reliability seems good. From Charles Leclerc, they're getting laps on the board, so it's again a possibility. I think Ferrari will again be in the top 3. I'm getting a spam call. Wait, give me a sec. Yeah, that was I think that was a spam call. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, they're getting their laps under their belt, so it's a good thing, really. I think Ferrari will be in the top 3, as they pretty much always have been since 2008, and yeah, I guess it's a matter of time before they at some point become top of the timings, top of the leaderboard. I see Alonso max speed on the dashboard is 301. Yes, see, this is the thing with the max speed thing. It measures it at this little white dot at the bottom there. So you can see at the bottom of the near turn number 1 on the racetrack, there is this little white dot, and that is where it's measuring the speed. However, Alonso and a lot of the other drivers have hit a higher speed before that dot. So they hit 318 kilometers per hour, and then they run out of battery charge, or they start reducing the amount of battery that they're using, and then they slow down by the time they go through the speed trap. So, yeah. They said it was engine issues, but apparently they were doing static tests. I don't believe that. Why would they be doing static tests at testing circuit? They have the exact same engine back at the factory. If they wanted to do static tests on the engine, they can just do it back at the factory. There's no need to do it in Bahrain. Yeah. Do you think Aston's going to turn up the engine fully up for Alonso now to see how it behaves under full power? I don't think they'll do it now, to be honest. I think if Aston are still having, they still have a few doubts about how their engine's going to perform when they fully turn up the revs, fully turn up the RPM. And for that reason, I think that for the test today and for tomorrow, it will be minimum RPM. Not minimum RPM, they'll be shifting at 11,500 RPM rather than 12,500 RPM. And they will save the 12,500 RPM shifts for next week, when maybe Honda have brought an upgraded radiator, or maybe they've brought some new O-rings, or something has changed. Because right now they're a bit concerned about it. Maybe there'll be some sort of upgrade in between the 2 tests that will make them slightly less concerned. Is all of this data, speed, RPM, throttle, brake stuff accurate, or is it just made up? No, it's relatively accurate. I mean, this is what all of the teams use as well. It's the same transponder that the teams use to get their data. So as far as I can tell, it's relatively accurate. What tyres are they bringing to testing? They have got, in fact, I can just show you. Give me a second. Oh no, wrong one. Here you go. It's not very high quality image, but basically, the C1 is the hards, the C2 is the medium, C3 is the soft, and you can see which team has brought which. So you can see Aston Martin have mainly brought medium tyres. They haven't got a lot of soft tyres. So, Alonso's mainly just doing sort of race runs. Whereas Mercedes and Ferrari, they've got loads of soft tyres, not a lot of mediums, not a lot of hards. So, that's sort of what it is. Do you really think Ferrari will continue constant soft quali sims? this afternoon since I don't really care about doing race runs right now. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're quali sims by any stretch of the imagination. I think what they are genuinely doing is they will modify the setup between each one of their runs. So they will send Leclerc out, then they will change maybe the front wing, maybe they'll change the suspension, maybe they'll change the rear wing, and then send him out again, and then get some feedback. Oh, how has this changed? How has that changed? What are the downforce levels like? Is it more drivable? And then they will, keep note of that information, put it somewhere safe. So then when they do need to modify the setup at Australia, at Saudi Arabia and Brazil and all of these other racetracks, they've got a bit of a reference point that they can use. Will the active arrow be like DRS? The difference is that you don't have to be within 1 second. So you can use your active arrow in any of these green sections here on the racetrack, the green dotted sections, but you don't have to be within 1 second of the driver ahead. Is it possible to resize the map? Potentially, but this is it's all a little bit confusing because it's all on the new setup, which is slightly different to what slightly different to what it normally is. So I'll do my best to change the sizes and make everything work as expected, hopefully. Yeah, you can make it a little bit taller like this. I don't know. They're all sandbagging, folks. They're all sandbagging, so don't worry about it. Where do I get this data from? F1 TV. There's a link in the description. Okay. What is a symbol that tells the tires with one circle around and one letter around? If you have none of these lines here, this extra line, the extra line means it's a used set of tires, and if you don't have the line, then it's a fresh set of tires when they came out of the pit lane. So Charles Leclerc, when he came out of the pit lane on this set of tires, he had already done, maybe 2 laps on them, maybe 5 laps on them. If you move the top sector times to the far left, and 4 base cam can be in the middle. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, because, okay, let me check which drivers aren't driving and how many of them aren't driving, and then I can cover up the correct amount of names. So we have got Piastri isn't driving, so that's 1. Verstappen isn't 2. Hamilton isn't 3. Stroll isn't 4. Ocon isn't 5. And Colapinto isn't 6. So 6 drivers aren't driving today, so I can move this over to here and just cover these up because these drivers aren't taking part. And the drivers that are taking part will get moved up, and Stroll and so on and so forth will get moved back down. So that works. 22 to 17, yeah. We'll see. Is the Merc power unit issue resolved? No. Well, not that we know of, at least. So, yeah. But testing is going to start in another 25 minutes. Maybe the Mercedes engineers have figured something out over the lunch break. But as of right now, as of before the lunch break, they had nothing sorted out. So I always get an ad. Oh, sorry, folks. Sorry. Yeah, because I went and took my lunch break, I didn't press the block advert button. So apologies for that one. Could we hear your top 5 so far? I don't know what you mean by top 5. Top 5 teams? I'm going to go with Red Bull, Ferrari. I'm not going to put Mercedes there because they've had quite a few issues, to be honest. I'm going to go with Williams because they made some good progress after the fact that they missed all of Barcelona. How many more have I got left? 2. Then I could say Cadillac have done a good job, and so have Audi. So the 2 new teams. Was Red Bull issue serious or minor? Red Bull issue is, they fixed it. So I don't think it's that serious because, they fixed it. So it should be okay. Oh, this is so much of a faff, right? I will figure out. Top 5 drivers. Ooh. Well, on the grid right now, you've got to put Max Verstappen there. Or you've got to put Fernando Alonso up there. Lando Norris done a pretty good job. You know, he is the world champion at the end of the day. Performed under all of that pressure as well. So Lando Norris, George Russell, and Charles Leclerc. Yeah, I think that is fair, and maybe Piastri as well. But you know, I think Piastri. If you'd beaten Norris last year in the championship, then Norris would have given up his spot, and Piastri would have been in my top 5. But I don't know; it's a bit tough to tell. Screen's too small for too many data points. Yeah, I was sort of wondering about that. Maybe let's try something. Potentially could work. Still some more adjustment for sure would be required, but this could work. Still a little bit uncertain, but maybe just a little bigger. Who knows, really? I guess we'll see. This is a horrible mess, though, to be honest. And I definitely didn't take a backup of what it looked like before as well. So, yeah. This will be alright. Are you doing next week's testing too? Yeah, I am. I am doing next week's testing. So next week's testing will also be broadcast. So that'll be, you know, you'll be able to watch that and stuff, which will be nice. And yeah. Have Red Bull solved the hydraulic issue? Yes, they have. They will be. So they can go out on the circuit right now. Well, they did a lap with Isaac Hadjar and everything seemed okay. They'll come back to the pits, check everything, but yeah, things seemed all right for Isaac Hadjar. All right, still 20 minutes though. Still 20 minutes to. Lando's driving the entire day. Yes, he is. Piastri's not taking part today. Piastri will be driving all day tomorrow, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why Norris has turned on his car. There's another 20 minutes to go, so I don't know why he's idling his car. But you can see there he's got his revs up at 4,000 RPM. White border around the map. Yeah. I mean, the thing with the map is that I've chopped off. Okay, wait. Okay, I think that's a little bit better, but yeah. It's good if they didn't televise it, so thanks for the data. Yeah, no worries, no worries. If the measurement rules get changed now, do the Mercedes and customers team get in trouble? Well, if they get changed now, they're not going to get in trouble per se because they haven't raced in Australia. But yeah, if the rules were to change, then Mercedes would have a big headache on their hands of changing their engine around, and the customer teams also wouldn't be very happy. So it's a bit of a tough situation to be in, really. Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure testing would make a good visual thing with countless hours of watching single cars goes around. There's so much of Ted and his team talking to an empty track. Yeah. To be fair, that is sort of how testing goes, and quite often a lot of practice sessions are also like that. So you sort of just have to do your own podcast thing, basically. And I think it's been going all right, really, in terms of keeping a podcast going. But yeah, it's all right at the end of the day. You'll talk about some random stuff, and I think it's okay. Give me a sec. Have you seen the graphics of the downforce setups used by the teams yesterday? What we should learn from that? I don't think it is particularly sort of useful information to be looking at really right now, in terms of who's using what downforce level, because all of the teams are testing out different downforce levels, and that's just sort of what they're doing. So yeah, looking at who's running what is not exactly the most useful thing in the world. Hey mate, how's it going? Interview went pretty well for me today. Hoping for the next round too. Oh, congrats, man. Yeah, it is. It's pretty hard out there to get onto those next rounds and things like that. So wish you the best. Yeah. Okay. I think that's all right then. A little bit better. Right. Okie dokes. Can drivers continue revving their engine going into the corner for the battery and come out and accelerate using? Yeah, they definitely can. They can continue revving their engine if they want to. It's a question if they should really, because it could potentially wear out their engine too much. So you run those sort of risks. You'll definitely have some sort of overheating problems if you're revving it loads. But yes, there's a chance that you can obviously charge up your battery as well. Can I post a link here to react to how the active arrow looks? I've already seen how the active arrow looks, to be fair. And I also don't think YouTube chat will let you type a link in, so yeah. When will Aston Martin show their hand? Aston Martin will Australia Q3. That's when everyone is showing their hand. So I would not I'd not be holding your breath here for Aston Martin to go set a pole time around Bahrain anytime soon. Any words on Lewis's new race engineer? No, I haven't really figured out how they're sort of working together, but they haven't really been doing much racing either, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. It'll be interesting to see how they cope going later on into the season and things. Red Bull issue solved? Yeah, seems like Red Bull issues is solved. Rasta Mouse is Lewis's new race engineer. Okay, well, we'll see how it goes. You know, it takes a while really to build up that relationship with your engineer and sort of be good friends with him to the point where, you know, how Max Verstappen and GP have their sort of good friendship, good working relationship where they, you know, we'll make jokes, we'll get angry at each other, but then at the end of the day, they'll stay calm, shake hands, and go home on all the right terms. So, yeah, in that sort of regard, it takes a bit of time to build that up, but you know, if you've got the two right people together, then it should be a-okay. Yep, the front and the rear wing, both of them are involved with active aero in 2026. The best time yesterday, a 1:34.8. So, yeah, Norris and Leclerc go quicker than that. Read on X that Max was downshifting aggressively to charge the battery or something like that by sacrificing the braking smoothness, whereas other drivers were trying this and struggling. Your thoughts? Well, see, this is how if you downshift aggressively, what that is going to do is when you downshift and you're doing an early downshift, you jump from relatively medium revs to then high revs into the gear that you're downshifting into, right? And that has that puts a bit of a disturbance on the gearbox, a bit of a disturbance on the rear wheels, and you lose grip because of it, and it makes it a lot easier to lock up. So if you want the smoothest possible braking performance, what you do is you go really down in the rev range, so you're super low, and then when you downshift, you go into sort of the low revs or the medium revs for the gear that you just go into, rather than the high revs, because the higher the revs they are, the more disturbance you're going to get on your rear wheels, the more locking you're going to get, and so downshifting really early does make sense. It will wear out your gearbox more. So I understand why it's a little bit tricky, but the teams will have different settings to play with in terms of engine braking, in terms of torque maps, to be able to negate some of that a little bit. And maybe that's the new tactic. Downshift a lot really early. Keep your revs super high, so then when you're going into the braking zone, you can charge up the battery a little bit. But I'm not entirely certain. It'd be pretty cool if you could create a Discord channel where you can post cool stuff and react to it during the breaks. Yes, we do have a Discord channel for the channel members, but I guess I could just make one for the for just everyone as well. That would be pretty nice. The red flag was just testing the systems, testing if the everything at the track works okay, everything on the cars works okay. If I'm going to want to promote it, I will. Well, the Discord that we've already got is for the sort of the moderators and for the channel members, and then we've got a different Discord for. Well, we haven't got a different Discord, but I might make one for just everyone and the F1 Gamer, channel. So we'll see. Should be a big battery overhaul. Just stay in Formula E. Yeah, I don't know what the sustainable fuels are made of, but I suspect that they're trying to stay as similar to normal fuel as possible. So they're just making sustainable petrol, because these cars aren't diesel cars, they are petrol cars, and they will probably be using sustainable fuel to make it run similar to petrol. Maybe there'll be a bit more ethanol mixed in there, but I do not know this for certain. Losing hydraulics on the front wing could be bad. I wonder if the drivers have been more cautious. Yes, no, that's definitely very, very true. So I was talking about this yesterday. If you lost hydraulics on your front wing or lost hydraulics on your rear wing, and you try to go into a high-speed corner. So, for example, here you're going in towards turn number 11. Okay, so very fourth gear corner, but you do need a lot of rear grip there to actually keep the car under control. So imagine you going through that corner and your rear wing flap is dropped, so you've got your DRS open, or similar to DRS, it's being open, and then it doesn't go back up again for you to get downforce, and you turn into that corner and the rear of the car slides out into the barrier as you go. So they need to have, the utmost reliability, and also need to be things that will still function when there's damage on the cars. What's the pecking order? Just according to, I honestly cannot answer that question because I have no idea. Yeah, no idea whatsoever. Red Bull were looking good yesterday, and then they had their reliability issues today for 4 hours. So it is just too difficult to tell. Did these time actually mean anything? I mean, look, they mean something to the actual engineers and the mechanics that are there, but to us, these are lap times on the screen, and they're not really all that relevant. So, one more thing to make the screen clearer: the power unit issue and the pole time fits in between the first and third straight. Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, buddy. Much appreciated. Yeah, I cannot think straight, to be honest, with this lacking amount of sleep. So, cheers for all the help, guys. Well, to be fair, I'm not even that lacking on sleep, am I? When did I get up? I think I got up at 6:30, maybe. I'm not sure. What's your opinion? Need to have a head-to-head between Lewis and Charles in the new regulations? I mean, maybe, but also, I think Charles has shown that he's better than Lewis, at least last year. We'll see what he can do this year. But Lewis Hamilton looks a little bit happier, looks a little bit better. And we'll see how it plays out for him. Okay. Yeah. Oh no. And the other thing I wanted to ask folks, in terms of my mic, is it randomly sometimes like getting really, really loud, or is the volume sort of normally fine? Like sometimes, obviously, if I'm holding it far away, it's going to get quieter. But for the most part, it's not like suddenly getting super loud and suddenly getting really quiet, right? Because I think, well, OBS is trying to tell me that it is, but I'm not 100% certain that it actually is fine. Volume is fine, loud and clear. Okay, cool. Because my OBS is like glitching out, and it's basically saying, "Oh, you're at max volume." Randomly. So yeah, that's good news that it isn't doing that. Brilliant. Well, we'll be live in 5 minutes for the afternoon session of testing. Is Antonelli's power unit fixed? We do not know, but as of the last time that we did know that they could have went out on the track, they weren't ready to go out. So supposedly they're changing the entire power unit. They should have done that by now. So maybe he'll go out onto track. Right. Okie dokes. Russell, what is that sound behind me? Yeah. We'll see how Max does this year. I'm sure there's a lot of Max fans hoping that he's got the quickest car this season. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how the Audi side pods perform as well. They're quite interesting as well. And yeah. What's your take on all-in-all gasoline? How it performs to the standard gasoline? All-in-all gasoline is a little bit dodgy. I'm not gonna lie. I've heard that if there's a laser beam shot at it, then your engine explodes a little bit. So definitely got to be a bit careful there with all-in-all. I think the 2004 RPM limit was 22,000. Yeah, honestly, they need to go back to those days. 22,000. That would be crazy. Yeah, right now, what have we got? 12,000? That is pretty lackluster. We could even get because you can buy motorcycles that rev higher than Formula One cars. Like, I'm sure some of the like Kawasaki bikes or Yamaha bikes will rev to like 16,000 RPM, and you can buy those bikes for like, I don't know, like $30,000 dollars or $50,000 or something. So surely in Formula One you could get the cars to rev that high. It's just a problem for the fuel and the emissions and this and that. So yeah. Yeah, I definitely could make the webcam a little bit bigger, crop that in. Yeah, let me do that. Crop the top in a little bit so there's no slowly but surely cropping, and then crop the right hand side a little bit in as well. Okay. Yeah, I think that's okay. It's not really amazing, but it is what it is. You think we'll see more overtakes next year? Yeah, for sure. I definitely think we will see lots of overtakes. Oh, there we go, folks. Wait. Oh no, pit lane exit is not open. I thought for a second there it said pit lane exit was open. It's a lot easier to get a smaller engine like a motorcycle engine to rev higher than it is like a huge engine for a F1 car. True. I agree with that. However, you get the motorcycle engines that are 1000 cc's being 1 litre, and you also get the Formula 1 engines that are 1.6 litres. So, it is a 60% increase, but in the grand scheme of things, I don't think it's that bad. So current engines could rev higher, but there's no power above like 12,000 RPM, and that's just how the current engines are tuned. True. So yeah, I don't know. I'm sure there could be some ways to do it, but it would require all of the manufacturers to agree and things like that. So a chance of every team to win would be good. The best driver needs to win the races. Yeah, that would be ideal, really, where you have potentially 5 different teams going for the win, 10 different drivers. That would be mega. Stroll will break records in the car. Oh, but you've put a slash through the record, so Stroll will break the car. Yeah. Can you make the other bit smaller so you can see all the drivers? Not all of the drivers are going to be out on the track, so we are only going to have 11 cars out on the track at a single time, and that's why like half the screen is covered up. As Fernando once said, equal engines for everyone. Yeah, I'm sure if the Honda engine doesn't turn out to be very good, I'm sure Alonso will then start advocating for equal engines again. No Red Bull. There's Hadjar, who's completed 1 lap. He had hydraulic issues all morning, and Antonelli had power unit issues all morning. All right. Well, there we go. 33 seconds remain till afternoon testing, so I shall get rid of this countdown timer, and we'll be underway shortly. Thanks everyone for tuning back in. We've got about 1,000 people that have come on to the stream since the past few minutes, so very much is appreciated. And I'll be live till the end of the day, hopefully commentating with all of the important information for you folks. As we get going. Data font size can probably be 1 bigger. They can be 1 bigger. However, what it's going to do is I'll have to move everything else down to LCL. See, if I go 1 bigger, then all of this gets misadjusted a little bit. But then the main problem is that it's not going to. It's how many drivers are we going to be missing? 6 drivers. Potentially might work, actually. Potentially might work. Give me a sec. There we go. There we go. Okay. I think that works. I think that works. Okay. Well, as you can see there, bottom left time is ticking down, so we're getting cars coming out onto the circuit. Brilliant. Okie dokes. So, well, we should have cars coming out onto the circuit. We'll see if they actually do. It took a while last time, and yeah. Oh, it looks quite rainy outside actually. Not ideal. Oh yeah, the sector times. Let me adjust the size of those. Oops. Oopsie daisies. Yeah. Could Honda be in the same boat as they were with McLaren with the car's design? It's probably somewhat of a different engine teams-wise and things. Yeah, they could be in a very similar situation where they didn't have enough space and packaging to actually design a car that would design an engine that works properly. But I guess time will tell. Really, still you've got to think about it. This is the early days of testing, right? So it's not exactly the be all and end all of, is Honda going to be good this season or not? Honda could very well still be good, and it just takes them a little while to get going, a little while to be sure that everything in their engine works properly at high RPM. So I wouldn't sort of start ruling them out right now. Will Oscar Piastri drive today? Unfortunately not for Oscar. He will be driving all day tomorrow, but Lando Norris is driving for all day today. Yeah. Okay. Well, this is that. Nobody coming out onto the track. Pretty standard stuff, really. But I guess they're all on their lunch break. Did Leclerc beat Verstappen today on timing on the same compound of tyres? He did. However, Charles Leclerc is also running on a much more rubbered in circuit. The track is way, way grippier than it was yesterday. So I would take that into account. And again, there's no point drawing conclusions from who's going quickest on day 2 of testing. Track temperature is 36.5 degrees, so it's going down a little bit. Yeah, see, this is what happens when the font's been zoomed in a little bit, so everything's sort of a little bit out of whack. Actually, I might be able to change that. There we go. Leclerc was pretty much the only one that was catching up. Pushing on soft tires. A lot of the other drivers came out on softs but weren't pushing that hard, or maybe were pushing on medium tires. But it was Leclerc that was the one that was out on the softs. Okay. Yeah. Hamilton's not driving today. Hamilton will be driving tomorrow, and maybe we will get someone do a glory lap tomorrow, just to get the headlines going and just to get the fans buzzing. Could be Williams, could be Cadillac, might definitely be Cadillac to be fair, but I guess we'll see. The track temp is the temperature of the tarmac itself. No one's even started their engines. Yes, that is correct. Not a single person has started their engines, and we are 5 minutes into the afternoon session. I mean, this is basically what we mean by the fact that they've got way too much testing time. Because if they did have less time to test, then they would have, maybe got on with doing some more testing and going out onto the racetrack. But yeah, clearly they've got way too much time on their hands, and they're just sitting around. So yeah, that's why last year we only had 3 days of preseason testing, nothing in Barcelona, just 3 days in Bahrain, 1 week, job done, move on. Isaac Hadjar's pressing his brake pedal again, so it seems like he might be getting into the car. Yeah, grabbing a coffee, pretty cool. It's interesting that Mercedes has so many problems now, but not back in Barcelona. Well, maybe that's something to do with the temperature. That's one thing that's certainly different between Barcelona and Bahrain, is that it is way, way hotter. The ambient temperature in Barcelona was, I think, 6 degrees Celsius in terms of the air temperature. Right now in Bahrain, it's 29 degrees Celsius in terms of air temperature. So that's quite the big difference. And, well, that's going to affect your cooling performance. That's going to affect your overheating and things like that. Who knows? Red Bull brake hydraulic issue potentially. It could have been a brake hydraulic issue. It could have been. It could have also been the gears, because he did shift through the gears when he came in to try it first. So potentially that. Alonso's idling, but Alonso's idle RPM was 2,700 there for a moment, and then it's jumped up to now 3,500. Interesting. Either way, it looks like Alonso's turned on his engine, so he'll be coming out pretty soon. And that actually makes sense. Hydraulic brake issue. So if they're bleeding, if they want to bleed the system, you probably want someone pressing the brakes every so often to make sure everything's working as expected. So I guess that might be what Hadjar's doing. But the fact is, if he's stepping on the pedal more now, that means whatever thing that they had fixed before the lunch break hasn't properly been fixed. So I guess we'll see. Will Mercedes run today? Well, if they can fix their engine or put a new engine in, then they will run. But if they can't do that, then they won't. So it's sort of as simple as that, really, isn't it? Was Toto genuinely concerned? Oh no, Toto is not concerned. He's definitely just playing games. That is his job as a team principal. Lead the team, and then when the media come to ask you a question, mess with them, mess with the other teams, have some fun, because why not? Yeah, Alonso's engine's idling at 3,500 RPM, now up to 4,000 RPM, now 5,000, and back down to 4. Was that Albon? I think Albon just touched the accelerator pedal there. There we go. Alonso's now moving down the pit lane. Wait. It says Alonso's doing 120 kilometers per hour as he comes out the pits. Maybe he is, actually. Let's see, he's lined up at the end of the pit lane now. He's in neutral, building up the revs, probably at some point, and then he'll shift into first and do a practice start. Yeah. At some point. Anytime, Alonso, anytime. Don't worry about it. Lewis is driving tomorrow, folks. Lewis is driving tomorrow. Alonso's going to win the title. I'm going to put a bet on Kalshi. Yeah, it's quite interesting, to be fair. A lot of people are rooting for Fernando Alonso, and I understand it, really. Understand why you would. Are they going to broadcast the final hour of testing next week? Next week it'll be the entire day of testing will be broadcast. However, this week it is just going to be the final hour. Alonso's proof that age is just a number, isn't it? Yeah, that's the thing. Someone said that isn't the speed limit in the pits 80? Yeah, and that's what I thought as well. So I don't know why Alonso's speed thing said that he was going up at 120 in the pit lane. But Behrman's now making his way out of the pits. We got Hadjar with an engine start as well. Hadjar with an engine start. 4,000 revs is what he's sat at. Behrman out onto the circuit, and yeah. I don't know if that's Alonso who's actually, it says that he's at the end of the pit lane. However, I don't really know if he is, because it doesn't say pit out on Alonso's sort of next to his name. So I am uncertain as to whether he's doing that, yeah. Or he could just be in the garage and his GPS is glitched. Let's see what Ollie Behrman's doing. It's a set of soft tyres, 6th gear, up to 12,000 revs. So pretty standard there from Ollie Behrman. No, I don't think Alonso's tracker's broken, because if his tracker was broken, we still would have been getting his sector times, which we're not getting. But he's just switched off his car, and he's apparently at the end of the pit lane. I think Alonso might just be in the pits, to be honest. Yeah. Or maybe he did have an issue with his car and shut it off in the pit lane. I guess we'll have to see. Bit strange, though. Bit strange, to be honest. Because he exceeded the pit lane speed limit. That was the other thing. So that's what makes me think that, it was a bit of a glitch, because there's no way that he exceeded the pit lane speed limit. Look, folks, the tool that I'm using is called Multiviewer, so you can go Google it, but you do need a F1 TV subscription to watch it. So, yeah. And thanks for everyone for tuning in. We've got 4,500 people tuned into the stream. Very much is appreciated. And yeah. Looks like Ollie Behrman's having an all right time on his flying lap. Yeah, Behrman's gone till 12,000 revs, so the Ferrari engine does look pretty solid, and they can push it to 12k with no sort of issues there. We'll see how Hadjar does in the afternoon, if he's going to come out of the pits with his car, or if he's just going to sit there idling. No, first gear, and the speed's coming up as well, and it looks like he is moving actually in the pit lane. Okay. Yeah, so he's there at 60 kilometers per hour, 50 kilometers per hour, and speeding up now. Arvin Lindblad also, there we go, coming out onto the circuit. So nice one from him. Is Isaac Hadjar coming out now? Well, yeah, as you can see, he has just made his way out. So is Arvin Lindblad. The data shifts a little depending on the number of kilometers per hour. Put a RPM gear pedal closest to chat in that order. RPM, then gears, then pedal. Okay. Closest to the chat, but there is no chat. I don't know. Is there sort of chat on the right hand side of the thing, or when you're watching or something? I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, it does shift a little bit, but I think it's all right now. It still all fits on the screen, so. .6 is the track temperature, so we're down 4 degrees in track temperature now, compared to what we had at the end of the morning session. Loving the new data setup. Well, glad that you guys are enjoying it. Pierre Gasly out onto the circuit as well, and there we go. Good to see him out onto the track. He's currently up in third position as well. Pretty nice lap that he did earlier on in the day. Right, I am going to... Give me a sec. Okay. What was I going to say? Yeah, I don't know what Alonso's doing. His GPS is still showing that he's at the end of the pit lane. We are yet to know if he actually is at the end of the pit lane. However, if he was, they will have for sure pushed him back all the way back to the garage. So, and they also would have issued some sort of pit lane warning that there's a car stopped in the pit lane, yellow flag, something, but none of that. So, yeah, not exactly sure what's going on there. Leclerc World Drivers' Championship. Yeah, I mean, we might as well just not even do the entire season at this point. Just give the championship to Leclerc. You know what I mean? Yeah. Okay. Hadjar's doing a good job actually in the Red Bull so far. Well, he hasn't really done that many laps, has he? He's done 3, but 31.7 in the first sector, so not bad. I sense another legendary Alonso comments this year. Yeah, we are definitely going to get some pretty good comments from Alonso. Yeah, if that was an engine issue, because I don't see why you would start the car and then stop the car. If you get, like, why would you start it unless something else had gone wrong? Yeah, not exactly certain why you do that. But Hadjar comes across the line, 10th position for him. Slowest out of everyone that has set a lap time, but still a 1 minute 40. I think the Aston GPS is broken. The Aston GPS is not broken because the sector times here are, sector 1, 2, 3. This doesn't rely on the GPS. This just, you drive past it and there are some sensors there. So there are some sensors on the racetrack. So yeah, it's not the GPS is broken. Otherwise, these numbers would update for Fernando Alonso. Yeah. Kimi crashed. Don't think Kimi crashed. Kimi damaged his car. Kimi had a power unit issue. Kimi did crash his road car, which we talked about yesterday. He got gifted a road car by Mercedes and he crashed that. So yeah, definitely very interesting there from Kimi. So I'm going to try not to replicate Kimi Antonelli in that regard. So at some point when I do get my first car, try not to crash it. What's Red Bull doing? Well, they've sent Isaac Hadjar out to do some laps now. Let's see. He's going to come on to the start-finish straight. What speed will he be doing? He's definitely shifting at 12,000 RPM up into 8th gear at 300 kilometers per hour, 309. See, he hits peak speed at halfway down the straight and then loses 5 kilometers per hour by the time he goes through the speed trap. What car is it? Kimi Antonelli crashed some sort of like Mercedes Grand Tourer GT car that was I definitely had 600 or 700 horsepower. There is a law in Italy that 19-year-olds can't drive fast cars, but Kimi Antonelli got his driving license in San Marino, not in Italy, and they don't have the same rules there. So it makes sense that Italy have got those rules to prevent crashes like that happening, but Kimi Antonelli was clearly rich enough to go to San Marino and get his driving license there. AMG GT63 Coupe. Yeah, so that's what he crashed. He is still a kid, isn't it? Arvin Lindblad across the line, 11th position for him. Very nice. Okay. Still no broadcast? Yeah, there will be no broadcast until the next 2 hours and 40 minutes. You've got to wait 2 hours, 40 minutes, then you'll get the final hour of broadcasting. Lando revved his engines from 0 to 7 and reversed and then turned it back off. Did he? Oh, okay. Well, don't know why he would have done that. Checking his car is working, I'm guessing. But yeah, as of right now, no Mercedes power unit cars on the circuit. Oh no, sorry, Alpine is out on the track. I always forget that Alpine's got a Mercedes power unit. I didn't think Alonso left the garage. He isn't in the pit lane. Yeah, it must have just been some sort of glitch then. Who knows? Where to watch the broadcast? Unfortunately, you can't actually watch it using any of the VPN tricks that I've mentioned previously. So, yeah, it's going to have to be Sky Sports or F1 TV or something like that. I noticed something that everyone except Max, Alonso, Hamilton, and Leclerc, other drivers don't press the throttle as smoothly as them. Why is that? Well, firstly, I don't know how, you can see here quite nicely that Behrman is slowly getting onto the throttle. The same thing for, let's watch Gasly get onto the throttle relatively slowly. He's getting onto the throttle pretty smoothly. Hadjar's doing the same through turns number 10. So I don't know exactly what you mean by that because quite a lot of these drivers are getting onto the power smoothly, but some of this data does glitch around, so it looks like Lindblad is sort of stabbing at the throttle. But it just depends, on the sort of the technique that the driver has, what they're used to. If you look at Ayrton Senna's GPS sort of telemetry, then you can see him stabbing at the steering wheel. That doesn't mean he's a bad driver, but it works out for him. What are Lindblad's tyres? They are unknown, really, question mark. And given that I haven't got a broadcast to watch, I can't find out. But it'll probably be either mediums or softs. I don't think it'll be hards. Yeah, it should update a little bit later on. Okay. Mercedes are putting a new power unit in. Yeah, I mean, it's taken them a long time to put in a new power unit. They had all morning and all of lunchtime and quite a while. So, yeah, I don't know. This does not look like Hadjar Red Bull the benchmark. Yeah, I think it looks like like Toto Wolff has put a bit of a curse on the Red Bull team and just, as he said, Red Bull are the benchmark. They've just started performing terribly. But again, Hadjar's on 13 lap old soft tyres. He's not even reaching 320 Ks down the straight. So, I would not look into that too much. How some cars going 20, 30 kilometers per hour faster than the others? Well, some of them are deploying the battery and some of them aren't. That's what it is. Charles Leclerc on a few of his runs has reached 339, 340, but on quite a lot of his other runs, he's hitting 310, and that's purely down to the fact that he is on some of them deploying the battery, on some of them he isn't. All right. Whose car is looking the most promising so far? I don't know. Red Bull looked good yesterday, not so good today. Ferrari are looking pretty good today, so yeah. Why is this not out on track? Because Ferrari decided to give both drivers a chance to drive yesterday, and then today Leclerc will drive all day, and tomorrow Hamilton will drive all day. Where can I watch F1 without paying Sky money? Well, you can't watch testing without paying Sky money, but what you can do, you can get Proton VPN using the link in the description or the link in the chat. And once you've got that, you can watch all of the practice sessions, all of the qualies, all of the races for free by connecting to an Austrian server. So, if you're interested in that, then Proton VPN is the link in the description. They're a channel sponsor. So, would very much help out the channel if you got Proton VPN. But, yeah. But again, you can just sort of watch the stream as well. Yeah. Mercedes with a power unit issue. Yeah, Mercedes with a power unit issue. Power unit issue that they've had all day and they haven't managed to fix. Pretty tragic for them. And it's been half an hour now of the afternoon session, and Alonso still hasn't come out. He did momentarily start his car and then supposedly moves to the end of the pit lane, but not so sure about that one. Yeah, rip Merc, rip their compression ratio tricks. The season's over for them. They might as well just add zero side pods. They add the zero pods to their car. Yeah. Sky Italy does on YouTube. Oh wait, does Sky Italy broadcast it on YouTube? Barney172. Is there anyone else that is watching from Italy that can confirm or deny that Sky Italy is broadcasting it on YouTube? And did they do it yesterday? Because if so, that'd be pretty good. Merc has done its Ferraris. Yeah, yeah, maybe. Lando Norris currently out on the circuit doing some all right runs here. At least yesterday they did. I'm not even from Italy. I'm German. Oh, fair enough. Okay. Um, well, it looks like that might be the way to do it then. It looks like that might be it. Um, I will double check how getting Proton VPN will help to watch the F1 races. Well, what you can do, apparently at least, if you connect to a Proton VPN server in Italy, and then go onto an incognito window of YouTube and search Sky Italy Formula One coverage, then you'll be able to watch the testing coverage for the final hour. They're streaming it right now. No, surely they're not streaming it right now because it's nobody's broadcasting the final hour of testing. But I shall have a look momentarily. Give me a little time, folks, and I'll check if Sky Italy's doing it, and then once I've checked myself, then I'll tell all you guys how to do it. Sky Sports F1 Italia is live. Oh, when you say are they live on YouTube? Anyway, Fernando Alonso is revving his engine, and there we go. Actually coming out the pit lane this time. So good to see there from Fernando Alonso coming out onto the track. Wait, I say that, and he's just stopped again. Is he doing a practice start down into neutral? And this time it says pit out and up into first gear, back down to neutral. Interesting there from Alonso. Just back now into first gear. No throttle input, no brake input, and he's just sat there. And now a little bit of throttle, 10,000 RPM exactly, and then drops the clutch and away he goes. Oh, pretty good. Yes, Italy is live. Okay. Well, I will double check that myself, and then of course I'll let all of you guys know how to do it. Of course, it'll help out people getting Proton VPN so they can actually watch the coverage. That would be much appreciated. So give me a second. Okie dokes. But yes, to continue on with the coverage, we have got how many of you buying for the whole season? I mean, it makes sense to just buy for the entire year because it's so much cheaper. It's nearly like 3 times as cheap if you just buy for the entire year. So, yeah. Okie dokes. Yeah, as of right now, you got Alonso doing around. Still, I think he's 305 kilometers per hour. So not a huge amount there from him. But it's good that he's getting some running in. I think he definitely needs to get some more running completed. All right. Yeah, yeah. Got Bortoletto out onto the circuit as well, so they've swapped around now. Hulkenberg's no longer driving. Bortoletto's driving for the afternoon, which is good for him, of course. Oh yeah, folks, they are live streaming in Sky Italy. So the best way to do it, folks, what I've just done now on my other laptop that's over here is you get Proton VPN. You can get the yearly thing. And or the monthly thing, whichever one you prefer, and then you connect to an Italian VPN server. You go onto a private, YouTube window, and you can watch the broadcast that Sky Italy have got. Now, of course, right now they're not going to be showing any of the footage because nobody is showing any of the footage. But when the final hour of testing rolls around, the footage will be available there to watch. All right. Thanks everyone in the chat for doing that. I'm just sorting that stuff out. Brilliant, brilliant. Mercedes passed the test. I don't know what test you're talking about because do you mean the compression ratio test? I also don't think there's any point spamming that, but yeah. Red Bull slower than the Cadillac. Yeah, I mean, Isaac Hadjar is still out on old soft, so I wouldn't... hot static tests. Okay. Oh, okay. Interesting. Where has that come out? Is that on Twitter as someone announced it? Where has that come through? Thing is, even if their engine is legal, they're still having pretty big reliability issues regardless. So, there you go. I can make the data a little bit smaller so you can see Bortoletto's map. Yeah, give me a sec. It would have just been nicer if Bortoletto set a quicker lap time. And then in that situation, we would have had to do that, but here we are. Predictions for top laps done today. Thanks for the £2 donation there, JVD Media. Top laps done today. I think it's going to stay with Charles Leclerc. I think Leclerc's going to go out and do another quick run. And I think also Albon's going to put in a nice lap, but I'm not really sure. Right, how many laps has Hadjar done today? You can see here on the left-hand side, right next to the driver's name, that's the number of laps they've completed. So 7 laps for Hadjar, 3 laps for Bortoletto, 62 laps for Albon. Do the engine providers have to provide the same power unit? Yes, they do. It has to be the exact same power unit. That there were rules around that before, actually. I think in before 2017, maybe. The engine providers would always give one upgrade before to their like customer teams. So Mercedes would always give Williams the old version of the engine rather than the new version with all the horsepower. So yeah, that was a little bit controversial, and obviously the people weren't happy about that because it meant only the works teams could ever win anything because they're the ones that got more horsepower. So Right, Hamilton will come out, Ferrari will post it. Okay, well maybe you will, but again, posting it, spamming it in chat is not going to change much. Ferrari announced that this morning it would be just Charles Leclerc, but maybe it will be Lewis Hamilton for the afternoon. Again, spamming it is no need. Overheat. Again, where has this source come from saying that where the Aston Martin is overheated? I'm not particularly sure. Kimi Räikkönen is coming out today. Yeah, for sure. Who knows? What happened to Lando at the end of the morning session? It's fine, really. Lando Norris done a decent amount of laps, so I don't think anything particularly special, good or bad happened to Lando Norris throughout the day. Question, does the time represent a lower engine mode, or is it simply how they get up to pace, almost 10 seconds slower than quali pace? Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. The teams are definitely running a lower engine mode, but also they are not looking to try and they're not looking to try and go quickly right now. So they haven't got low fuel in the car. They are also got probably, like, genuinely, the teams will have an extra 10 kilograms worth of sensors on the car than they normally would when they're going racing, right? So they need to gather all of this information. That's why they've got all the sensors there. They'll take all the sensors off a little bit later on, so that's why they're slower, because, well, they're heavier. They'll have loads of fuel in the car. They've told the drivers not to push. Don't push the engines too hard. We want to get laps completed. We don't want to go quickly. So it's, yeah. Hadjar is back in the pits. Now, I don't know if that is hydraulic issues again, or if he... No, I think it's actually just okay for normal driving, because his sector times on his in-lap seem to be okay. So it's not like he, got a really bad issue or something and was crawling back to the pits. His sector times look all right, so it should be okay. Except Merc and Aston, everyone has their front wing nose attached to the first flap, the other two on the second flap. Interesting. And the engine mode will definitely affect the top speed. So, you can see there Leclerc 360, 334. The drivers that are way lower down, they're definitely on a lower engine mode. So... Okie dokes. Pierre Gasly now out onto track. Very nice. Fresh set of medium tyres as well for him. Fresh set of mediums for Lando Norris as well. Behrman is following Bortoletto for a little bit there. Are they going to overtake each other? Yes, Behrman gets ahead of Bortoletto. Yeah, I actually saw that that Sonny Hayes or Brad Pitt, that both of them are they're coming to drive the F1 cars for testing tomorrow. Yeah. No, F1 website says that Lando to climb out of the car at the end of the pit lane. Oh, yeah, because Lando, he had his engine started, but then I sort of just left it there, and I don't think he moved on the map, or maybe he moved and I didn't notice it. So no, I don't really know what's happened there, but clearly, maybe he ran out of time at the end of the session and the pit lane exit had closed, or he had some sort of problem but made it back to the pits and they fixed it. So do you think Merc are actually struggling? Well, look, they have an engine problem which they firstly weren't able to diagnose and fix, and secondly, it has taken them an extremely large amount of time to swap out an engine. So if you ask me, are they struggling or not, my answer is probably yes. Can you explain what the problem is with the Mercedes power unit today? People are saying on Twitter that it's because they changed their power unit today. Well, I don't know what the issue is. If I knew, I would have said it already. But the Mercedes team won't be telling us what the issue is. Potentially they could have switched power unit. Potentially they didn't. But maybe it was a new version. Maybe it was an old version. But something's not going right. 50-50 is not great. Yeah, I mean, I also do think that, at least I think the 80-20 was good. I think it made sense to have an element of a hybrid system there, given its relevance in the world and everything. But 80-20 was fine. They definitely could have changed it, so it would have been like... They could have changed it to, rather than having a V6 turbo, they could have changed it to a V10 naturally aspirated or something, or a V8 naturally aspirated. But 50-50. I mean, it's okay, but 80%, 20%, I personally would have been better. But maybe that's just me because I started watching when it was 80%, 20%. Apex GP, yeah, see, this is the thing. The Apex GP car is built for combat, and all of these cars are built for speed, and clearly we know which one's going to win if you build the car for combat. Yeah. I would personally build a car for combat. I mean, this is the other thing. The front wings and the rear wings, the front wings especially, will actually have to be built for combat. Because if your front wing actuator fails with a little touch from wheel banging or whatever, that's your race ruined. You know, if you drop your front wing and then you touch with another driver and then your front wing won't go back up again, you have no downforce, you have incredible amounts of understeer, and you either have to come into the pits to get it fixed or change your front wing or just retire from the race. So yeah, they should probably build the cars for combat, or build the front wings at least. Fernando Alonso back out on track, so I don't know if he had overheating issues. We'll look at the RPMs again and see if he's going to 11,500 again, because if he is, then it should be okay. If not, then potentially, you know, there were overheating issues, but I've just seen him jump up to 11,000 and 11,200, 11,300, and then he downshifts. Okay. Wind factors today, not so much really. 5.4 kilometers an hour isn't all that severe, so the driver should be fine in that regard. And yeah, Alonso's shifting at the same point of 11,500. So I wouldn't say. I don't think he would have had overheating issues. 50-50 is all right if the combustion engine has the power the same as last year to make it 800, not 500. Maybe, yeah. How'd you with the mediums? Very nice. It means it should also represent advance in hybrid tech. Oh yeah, for sure. I guess, you know, the 80/20 still involves hybrid tech, but yeah, we'll see how it goes. I think the sustainable fuels is also, you know, a step in the right direction. A lot of things can be turned into electric vehicles and things like that, but, you know, if you think of, like, I don't know, these huge lorries and trucks that you have working on mines and things like that, it's very unlikely that you're going to be able to replace those with electric vehicles. But if you can make engines that work sustainably on sustainable fuel, then, you know, step in the right direction. But I don't really know too much about all of this climate change stuff, so I'm not going to comment much further than that. 3 hours and 16 minutes remain on the clock. How long does it take to change the power unit? Well, normally it takes around 2 hours. I'd say 2 hours, 1.5 hours. Not really a huge amount, because it's called a power unit because it is one essential unit. So you unscrew a lot of the bolts that it attaches to the chassis, pick it all up, take it off, and then replace it. It might involve replacing the rear wing as well, because you know, very often in our road cars, how it is you've got a chassis and then everything else gets attached to the chassis. But for Formula One, for weight reduction, what they do, the chassis sort of ends. Once you get behind the driver a little bit, the chassis sort of ends, and the rest of it all hangs off this one piece. So you've got the engine, the rear suspension, and the rear wing all as this one sort of combined piece, which makes it a little bit hard to replace your power unit. But again, these mechanics, they practice this, you know, they practice changing the tyres, they practice the power unit change procedures, they practice gearbox change procedures. So it shouldn't have taken this long. So I'm still unsure as to what's gone on. When is Sky Sports live? Sky Sports is live as of right now, the Italian version of Sky Sports. Again, you know, there's not huge amounts of actual there's no footage actually going on Sky Sports Italy right now, but you will be able to see the cars in 2 hours and 15 minutes, when all the footage does go live, it'll be on YouTube. So, yeah, so that is my recommendation. If you were watching the stream yesterday and, you know, listened to me fumble around with all these issues of not being able to watch it with the VPN, today you can, because, well, I'm doing it right now. So there you go. Engine and gearbox is the structure. Yeah, it's all sort of one. It's called, I think the technical term for it is a stressed member. So typically, you know, the chassis is a thing that takes most of the twisting forces and everything, and then you bolt the engine onto the chassis. But to reduce weight, you cut the chassis and make it smaller, and then you make the engine also take a little bit of force. You make the gearbox take a little bit of force. You make the suspension take a bit of force. So. Yeah, it's a more complex design, but it's lighter. So that's why the teams do it. Where am I watching it? So I have connected to an Italian server using Proton VPN, and then I go onto YouTube and search Sky Sports F1, and it comes up. Hey, F1 Gamer, who do you want to see battling for the World Championship? I'd like to see some new drivers, some fresh faces. It'd be nice to see, Alex Albon, Carlos Sainz in the Williams potentially up there. It'd be nice to see Alonso get back to his glory. Maybe Bob Perez and Bottas. It seems a bit unlikely with those two, of course, with Cadillac not being the most experienced team in Formula One. But Charles Leclerc as well. That'd be pretty nice to see him fight for a title. See how Ferrari handles the pressure. So yeah, there'll be loads of drivers I'd be happy to see in a title fight. I mean, loads of drivers in title fight is better. Having 4 or 5 drivers competing is incredible. Will Anthony not come out? Well, he's got his issues, so if they fix the issues, they'll come out. If they don't, then he won't. I just don't have a very good answer for those ones. If Red Bull Energy Drink Company managed to develop the best engine in 2 years, then Mercedes, Honda, and Audi, they should close up their shop. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Red Bull they're working with Ford, and the other thing is that they hired so many engineers from the Honda team, and they also hired so many engineers from the Mercedes team. So, that's just how it is. Can they change the gear ratios between races? Good question. And no, that is that they cannot change the gear ratios. They have to submit to the FIA before the season begins. These are going to be our gear ratios for the entire season, and they're not going to change a thing. So it's quite tricky, really, because they firstly don't know how much more horsepower they're going to get out of these cars and the motors, because they could theoretically get more horsepower out of them. They could find more drag reduction. They could find other ways to go quicker. So the gear ratios are fixed from the start of the season. So that's why when you go to Monaco, the drivers will not be using 8th gear whatsoever. They only go up to 7th by the end of the straight and then shift back down to go through the corners. So yes, theoretically, the lap times would be quicker in Monaco if the drivers could change their gear ratios and then use a different set of gears. However, that firstly would prevent the FIA from sort of limiting your gearbox choices, because you'd have 6 gearboxes available to, is it 6? Maybe it's 4 gearboxes for the year, but if you keep changing your gear ratios, you're changing parts within your gearbox, so your validity of a new gearbox sort of penalties and things like that don't really work out. And the other thing is, it's just way more expensive it will gain you an extra little bit of performance to have the perfect gear ratios for each track, but the more richer teams, the team with more money, like Ferrari, like Mercedes, they'll do it. But then teams like Haas will struggle a little bit. So that's why they have it sort of limited, same gear ratios all year round. Yeah, you'd essentially get a free transmission rebuild whenever you change the gear ratios. 5-year-old experience of a Red Bull engine versus actual engine manufacturers companies. Yeah. I mean, this is the thing. Honda have loads of years of expertise of building engines, Honda as a company, but it's not the company that builds the engine. It is the engineers within the company that are designing the engine, that are building it. So that knowledge from 50 years ago, those people have retired and they're no longer working. And the knowledge from 30 years ago, the people have retired, or they've moved to a different company and they're no longer working. So it's very much about the current crop of talent that Honda have got and how they're doing, rather than, their history and legacy of, we used to be able to design really good engines. Why no Lewis? Guys, Lewis isn't driving because Charles Leclerc is driving all day. There's no point asking the same question. Lewis Hamilton is driving all day tomorrow. Charles Leclerc is driving for all day today. Why do I see 4 DRS zones? Because these are, it got changed from DRS. This year it is now boost zones, and that's where you can drop your front wing and drop your rear wing to go quicker down the straights. So we got 4 different boost zones here in Bahrain. You don't need to be within a second of the driver ahead of you to actually use them. You can just go flat out whenever you like. What's up, man? Just woke up. What have I missed? You missed 4 hours of Red Bull not managing to fix Hadjar's hydraulic problems, 4 hours of Antonelli not managing to get his power unit fixed. Well, of course, Mercedes not managing to fix Antonelli's power unit. Some pretty good laps there from Charles Leclerc. Honda have started to pick up the speed with their power units, so that is a good sign there for them. Also, it says that Alonso is doing 2 kilometers per hour, but he's parked in the garage in neutral, 0 RPM, so clearly there's something going wrong there. Yeah. Okie dokes. Verstappen isn't driving because he drove all day yesterday. I mean, he did 135 laps yesterday. You know, you've got to give the guy a bit of a break. Okay, Valtteri Bottas out onto the racetrack. Again, I think the Cadillac GPS may be broken, or maybe he's just stopped there on the side of the circuit. But it's showing neutral and no revs, but that again could just be a bit of a glitch. Right. Quite a few drivers out onto the track though, and a few drivers also learning about how it is to drive in the dirty air and things like that. How do engine modes affect RPM? Well, engine modes just mean that you're quite likely to, the higher the engine mode, the higher RPM you're probably going to be able to reach. That's sort of how it goes. Or the quicker you're able to get to those higher RPMs. So yeah, that's about that. What? This is there's definitely a glitch going on here, because it says Bottas is driving in the pit lane and Sergio Perez's car's driving around at 85 kilometers per hour in this is what is going on here? Yeah, it says that Bottas is coming out of the pits and Sergio Perez's car is the one that's driving around the circuit, even though there's only one car in Cadillac, and both of the drivers are sharing it. So I mean, this is Bottas that's driving around, but yeah, lol. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, but it's your average F1 data experience. Wow, we've come a long way. This telemetry is amazing. Yeah, well, I don't know if this is sarcastic or not, but thanks either way. He's eating his porridge. He is eating his porridge, to be fair. Valtteri Bottas, porridge boss. Standing on the side of the track waving to hitch a ride. Yeah. Well, we'll see. Maybe it'll update. Is he coming into the pits as well? 100 and he's slowing down. Yeah, 80 kilometers per hour. There we go. Oh, it's sort of updated now. It's definitely still glitching out. Why is Red Bull slow today? Is Hadjar pushing, or is it because of the hydraulic leak? Please brief. Yeah, I'm sure they probably, if they've noticed a hydraulic leak, maybe they're not pushing as hard. But again, you know, the difference between lap time of Hadjar and Verstappen is approximately 6 seconds. Now, however bad you think Isaac Hadjar may be, or however good you think Max Verstappen is, the gap between the two drivers is not 6 seconds. We know for a fact that they are on different run plans, doing different things, on different fuel loads and different engine modes. So, again, don't read into these lap times too much. Perez is going again, man. He's going again. This is... Right, well, if we want the data about Valtteri Bottas, it's time to look towards Sergio Perez's speed and gears and things like that, and then you get Bottas's sector times further below. We got 6,000 people tuned into the live stream. Thanks everyone, very much is appreciated. Hope you're all enjoying the coverage. Be sure to hit the like button. Hopefully we can make our way towards 3,000 likes. And if you guys are hoping to watch the coverage for the final hour of testing, what I recommend that you do is you get Proton VPN using the link in the description. 70% off. You'd be able to watch all of the Formula 1 coverage all year long if you do get it. But to watch the testing today, you connect to an Italian server. You go onto YouTube and you search Sky Italy, or Sky Sports Formula 1 Italy, and, well, it's the first thing that comes up. 3 banana peels allowed per lap. Yeah, they need to start dropping some banana peels. Need to add some sprinklers as well to spicing things up. Why is Perez's dot so small? Because it's glitching out, because it's Bottas who should be driving. Perez did his driving in the morning. Bottas is driving in the afternoon. But there's clearly some issue with the transponder because it thinks that Perez is driving rather than Bottas. But yeah, they'll sort it out. What's your take on Wolf's comment about the power unit? Ford power unit is 1 second faster on the straight. I do not believe Toto Wolff whatsoever, because he is just trying to deflect the blame off the Mercedes power unit. Yeah. Okay. Also, can someone let me know from where, about, 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, quite a few people were saying that Mercedes have passed the engine tests or something. If anyone has got any sort of reliable sources from where I can find this out, that has actually happened, then be sure to let me know in the chat. Will Mercedes come out today? No. Well, I don't know. I am not sure. How am I getting this data? From F1 TV, and then I'm using multi-viewer. Yeah. Oh, there we go. You got Perez jumping up there. Well, not Perez. Bottas driving around behind Lindblad. Hadjar's data's not working. Yeah, it's actually frozen, hasn't it? We'll see if it updates as he crosses the second sector line. But to be honest, yeah, it's just going to be a little bit dodgy with these things. I don't think Lindblad's is updating either. Yeah, I think all of the gears, pedals, telemetry data is just frozen there for a second. Why can't I watch this on the F1 app in the US? Well, if you do have F1 TV, you can watch this in the US. You just need to download multi-viewer on your computer, and then you should be able to use it. But yes, I do agree with you. The F1 app should have just done this by default. You pay for all of the data. Why can't they just make a little program that makes it, go all over the screen, and you can read everything? It's a bit suboptimal, to be honest. So I agree with you, and thank you for the donation as well. Aaron Snetter 6664. Appreciate it, mate. Okay. Yeah, it says everyone is doing 0 kilometers per hour, which is very clearly wrong. Will Verstappen be driving? No, Verstappen is not driving today. Oh, there we go. We got the GPS is back. Verstappen will be driving tomorrow. When will Carlos drive? Carlos should be driving this afternoon, but yeah, he is. He hasn't come out onto the circuit just yet. It's been an entire hour of the second half of testing, but nothing has been said. Fernando Alonso over in a press conference has said, "If I don't win the title this year, it doesn't matter. It's not my last bullet." So Fernando Alonso personally thinks that he's going to continue on racing even if he doesn't win this year. Interesting. They haven't voted yet on the power unit hot static test after 4 out of 5 teams approve them. Okay, right. We'll see. We'll see then how it goes. Is there live coverage anywhere? No, not as of, you can't actually see the cars going around right now. In 2 hours' time, you will be able to on Sky Sports F1 YouTube channel, as long as you're connected to an Italian VPN server. Alonso at 60. Yeah, I've got one more year. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I mean, Alonso definitely could be, because I think, I'm not certain here, but I'm sure the fighter pilots, they have got a maximum retire age. Like after a certain number of years, you can no longer be a fighter pilot because you you can't handle the G-forces and things like that. But Fernando Alonso probably could still handle all of the G-forces. I mean, he still does with the Formula 1 cars. I'm sure he could do it with a fighter jet as well. while Perez doing up to 250 kilometers per hour in the pit lane. Yeah, it's just it's having a nice little glitch, isn't it? Supposedly Russell's going to be coming out to the pits onto the circuit soon. I guess we shall see. Also, Valtteri Bottas will be getting a 5-place grid penalty for the penalty that he needs to serve from 2024 Abu Dhabi. In the last race of his, in the last race that he had with the Sauber team, he, I think, took an extra power unit or an extra gearbox or something, and then would have had a grid penalty applied to the next race. But yeah, of course, there was no next race because he retired from Formula One for that year. But now he's back, and that grid penalty is going to apply. I thought they cancelled it and then they reapplied it as well. I'm pretty sure they reapplied it. So yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. But I'm sure you can go double check yourself, and we'll find out in Australia soon enough, won't we? So. Yeah. The fighter jet max age is outdated. Oh, is it? Oh, maybe I'm wrong then. Oh, he has to serve the penalty. It's confirmed. Fair enough. Yeah, that's what I thought. Science has joined. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Science out onto the circuit. Right. Let's adjust. Let's just adjust all of these so we can look at Science's information. And I'll make the map smaller. I'll adjust it somewhere because it's a bit like a little bit annoying because we've got like these top columns here, like from 4th position to 8th position. These drivers aren't coming back out onto the track, but they're also in the way of this map. So we'll figure something out. Is there a way to filter out the people that aren't driving? I do not think so. So, yeah, it's just going to have to stay this way. Sadly, Cadillac might qualify bottom, so it's not going to matter anyway. Yeah, I mean, it could happen, but they could also be good. They could also be pretty good. Yeah, I know I might run out of space pretty quickly. What I really need to happen is the drivers that are driving right now to set some good lap times so they all move up to the top of the screen. And then the drivers who are sat in the pits or not driving for the afternoon, they'll move down. We see Carlos' sector times. Yeah, I mean, Carlos hasn't set any sector times just yet. Look, there you go. Just above my head. It's about to pop up. There you go. But I will move the track map. To be fair, the mini sectors aren't that important. You can still see the gears and the RPMs. Oh, he's going up to 12,000 RPM there with that Mercedes power unit. So looks good, at least for the Williams car. And he steps onto the power smoothly onto the throttle, up through the gears, and then backs out, coming into the pits by the looks of it. Yeah. Which driver gets the car used in the test? I don't know. I guess the team has to decide that. Maybe they'll build 2 brand new cars, depending on if there's a lot of things to change. Then they will build 2 brand new cars. Potentially, they can reuse the chassis, but it's actually, yes, it's quite likely what they will do is they'll build brand new parts for the for Australia, because you've got to think about it, right? They've only got 4 power units for the entire season. They're not going to use a power unit that was used in testing. So. And in terms of all the front wing and the rear wing and the parts and things like that, they'll probably keep those parts as spare parts, and they'll manufacture a brand new set of parts anyway. Because, well, yeah, it just makes sense, no? Give the drivers fresh parts, and if something then breaks, then you might be potentially downgraded a little bit, but then it's your fault. Science has GPS issues. No, Science has has made his way out onto the circuit now. Yeah. What's the top speed of these cars? I think the quickest we've seen is 340 kilometers per hour here in Bahrain. However, in Barcelona, we did see a bit quicker than that. The Dutch King is not driving today. You might find him on a Twitch stream a little bit later on, but no driving for today for Max Verstappen. He'll be driving tomorrow. According to sources on X, when Kimi was in the pits, the FIA actually did tests on the Mercedes engine, and apparently the tests were successful. Okay, apparently. Again, we will see once this gets officially put out, rather than just random people on Twitter posting random things. Because again, if this person on Twitter has posted it, how have they just got access to the pit lane, and how have they got access to Kimi Antonelli while they were doing these tests? And then also, why would Kimi Antonelli leak to some random person that, oh, we passed our tests? So, you know what I mean? It seems a little bit dodgy. The blue colours mean the drivers are coming in or out the pit lane. So, yeah, all of the drivers that are in the pits, they've got blue at the end of sector number 3 because they were driving through the pit lane to get to the pits. Right. Max has a penalty for what? Max does not have a penalty. So, yeah. Surprised Cadillac and Audi aren't doing better. Well, they also aren't pushing all that hard. So Bottas is. Oh, we've still got the same GPS glitch with Bottas and Perez and his and the thing. But anyway, yeah. ST is speed trap speed, so that is this white little dot here on the track map. This white dot here, that is the speed trap speed, and then sector 2 is the speed that they take to go through there. So you can see Lindblad has just passed through that point, and it says 231 kilometers per hour for Arvid Lindblad. So you can see who's carrying more speed, who's carrying less speed through those set of corners. It's quite a nice place to actually have a second sector line because it gives you a lot of insight into how the drivers were taking turn 12. Were they flat? How close were they to the apex? Hadjar somehow went 234. So, there's I think Leclerc was the quickest that I saw at 240. Norris new softs, Norris push lap. Okay, well, let's see, folks. Let's see. How does the new floor philosophy, flatter car, different diffuser, change the ride height sensitivity? Well, the thing is, they don't generate as much downforce from the floor, which means that the porpoising and the issues that they had in the last regulation cycle aren't really a concern this year. So essentially, that's what it is. They are generating more of their downforce from the front wings, less from the diffuser, so they're not going to have the bouncing issues. There we go, George Russell out onto the circuit. So further adjustment is required here. Yeah. But either way, George Russell makes his way out onto the track, and I'm going to have to figure out what to do here in terms of the track map. Who configures the GPS, the FIA or the team? I'm pretty sure it's the team has to set up a few things. They get given the chip and the GPS thing all by the FIA, but they have to set a few things up and then they go out. So, I'm not surprised that Cadillac maybe forgot to change it from Perez over to Bottas at the lunch break. It happens, and of course they're a new team and things like that. So, yeah. Can you shrink the map? I think the map is fine as is, really. I'll get rid of this power unit issue because clearly, there's no sort of power unit issue anymore because now they're out onto the circuit. And yeah, it did take them an awfully long time, though, to get that sorted out. I could probably put the 2025 pole time on someone who isn't driving. Like, Lawson isn't driving, neither is Hulkenberg, neither is Albon. And neither is Perez. So all 4 of these drivers here, it's just empty space that I could theoretically fill up. But again, not really needed right now. Why is Russell out? Because Russell's driving in the afternoon. So that's why. You could try deleting the drivers in the HTML code. Yeah, I see. The thing is, if I delete the drivers in the HTML code, the next time the data refreshes, it will come back, and the data refreshes about 10 times a second. So, yeah, it's unfortunately not gonna work that way. Hamilton is driving in the afternoon, folks. Not driving. Sorry, Hamilton is driving tomorrow, not in the afternoon. Okay, but that is all. Those are all of the drivers that are coming. No more drivers actually coming out onto the racetrack now. Everyone else is sat in the pit lane because, yeah, they're not taking part today. So Verstappen's not driving today. Neither is Stroll. Neither is Ocon. Neither is Colapinto. Neither is Hamilton, and neither is Piastri. Do they have a wear plank this year? Yeah, they'll have a plank this year as well. So they'll have the same thing with the skid blocks and things like that. And you don't want to set the car up too low, but yeah, it'll be a different set of challenges really for the regulations this year. The three blue lines on the Hulk, that means that he drove out the pit lane at the start of Sector 1 and then drove back into the pit lane at the end of Sector 3. So he just came out and went straight back in again. Lindblad across the line, 12th position for him, or 1 minute 40 on the board. Cars won't need to run as low as previous gen. Yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah, the cars aren't going to need to run as low, and we've got rake. So rake is the difference between the front and the rear ride height, and yeah, so the cars, rather than being very very flat and all trying to sit super close to the ground, they are a little bit more slanted upwards like that. So yeah, again, those bouncing issues and the scraping issues aren't going to be as prevalent. Lewis is not driving because that is what Ferrari decided, that yesterday both drivers were going to drive, and then they decided that Leclerc was going to drive today and Hamilton was going to drive tomorrow. Oh, we have hit 3,000 likes. Thanks everyone for hitting the like button. Yeah, it's been 6.5 hours. Oh my goodness me, it's been been quite a while. I've been live. Okay. Rake isn't as pronounced as when Daniel Ricciardo was driving. Yeah, the Red Bull had a whole lot of rake. 2018, 2019, 2020, 21. They had the steepest rake out of any of the cars. All right. Yeah. Oh wait, Anthony isn't driving today, is he? Well, Anthony's driven in the morning and isn't driving in the afternoon. It's age total laps. No, total laps is right there on the left-hand side, right next to the driver's name. So, you can see Norris has done 80 laps or so, Gasly has done 81. Age is the number of laps you've done on that specific set of tyres. So, 3 laps on the hard tyres for Behrman and 5 laps on the hard tyres for Sainz. The last hour will be streamed. Indeed it will. Indeed it will. Where to watch the last hour? You can get Proton VPN for $2, $3 a month, €2, €3, and then you connect to an Italian VPN server, and then you go onto YouTube and you search Sky Sports F1 Italy, and it comes up. Just tuned in. How's Hadja doing the Red Bull? Well, the first what's it called? What was I going to say? The first 4 hours have been hydraulic issues for Isaac Hadjar, so not much driving done then. However, the second half have been all right. Yes, he has, in fact, just done that, where he's gone yellow in all of the first mini sectors, but then still gone green. And you can still do that because as long as you can still be 1 millisecond slower than your personal best for each of the mini sectors, but then you add them all up and it's all right. So, yeah, that's how it's worked. What tyres is George on? If it doesn't say, I also don't know, folks. So Wait, give me a sec, folks. I just need 2 minutes. Okay. What's the green dot? Turn 15. Green dot, I will show you. Give me a sec. I'll quickly move that off the screen, but the green dot you can see here is the overtake detection point, and then this is the overtake activation point. So that's when you can use overtake if you would like. All right. Is the sector thing broken? 32 plus 34 plus 46 is not 94. I don't know which one you are referring to, which person, but yeah. How is George out, but Kimi wasn't? Because George is driving in the afternoon. Kimi was going to be driving in the morning, but they had engine issues all morning. So Kimi's only done 3 laps, and George has done 4, and they're both back in the pits. George got pulled back into the pits, so yeah, so the static test theory is true because the engine driving around hard is the best way to heat up the engine. Maybe. Again, I will just wait for an official source to tell me this, but there's a lot of this speculation that goes on in testing, and quite a lot of it doesn't turn out to be totally true. Oh, why is the subscriber thing glitched out? There we go. Yeah. Could put the pole time above the pit area. Yeah, I could probably fit that in there, couldn't I? Okie dokes. Light goal achieved. We did hit 3,000. I guess, pop it up to 4,000. I think yesterday we hit 4,000, so will be nice if we can do it again. And once again, thanks for everyone for tuning in, sticking through my slightly lackluster commentary today. It hasn't been the best. I have been relatively exhausted, and I probably should have had a coffee, to be honest. But here we are. So anyway, 2 hours and 41 minutes remain of the session. We have got how many drivers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh wait, have we got 10 cars out on the track? Does look like we do. Does look like we do. Which team are we missing coming out on the track right now? Oh, it's Lando Norris. It's the McLarens. Yeah, we got 10 cars out on the track. Everyone's out on track apart from the McLarens. No, I mean, I probably should have had a coffee a little bit earlier on. Now it's 1. I ideally don't want to really take a coffee right now, but yeah. Has the Alpine rear wing showed any lap time / top speed advantage? Not particularly. No, we haven't really seen any sort of huge gains in top speed. It's not like they're rapidly quicker than anyone else. So it could work out for them overall, but as of right now, because nobody's running particularly hard, it's difficult to tell. Is it making an impact or is it not? Because, it could be that Alpine are running the exact same engine mode as McLaren and they get an extra 2. Apologies there, I was about to sneeze. And they could run the exact same engine mode as McLaren, but because of their rear wing, they could get an extra 2 kilometers per hour. But it's so difficult for us to tell because we have no idea what fuel loads are, what engine modes are. So, once we get to quali in Australia, it'll be much more interesting to see what the teams are doing. Bortoleto pops himself up into 7th position. Very nicely done there from Gabriel Bortoleto. A 137.9 from him on a set of hard tyres. Monaco quali is going to be chaos. Indeed, it will. Didn't Alonso... do you have Alonso's top speed? Yesterday, Stroll didn't even reach 300. Yes, Alonso reached 318 kilometers per hour, I think. 318 or 316. It isn't properly updated on the speed trap that's here because he didn't hit it at the speed trap. He hit it a little bit earlier on. But yes, 318 for Fernando Alonso. Honda needs a 1.6 VTEC engine. Yes, Honda needs to get that VTEC kicking in, yo, and add some NOS, and then make sure to upgrade their intake manifold, or is it exhaust manifold? I can't remember, from the Fast and Furious movies. So, yeah. Is it intake or is it exhaust manifold? I think it's exhaust, no? We probably won't be able to see battery levels during the race because it is, the teams are going to do their best to keep it secret, so the teams don't want it leaking out. It's like how there was a thermal camera previously in Formula 1, but the teams absolutely hated it because then you could tell sort of what setup they were running on their tyres and what their tyre wear was like and things like that. So, okay, manifold pressure exceeded. Oh, yeah, okay. Sorry, may I ask how long is the duration of a single day of F1 testing? It's 4 hours in the morning, 1 hour lunch break, 4 hours in the afternoon. Yeah, the blue mini sectors means the drivers are coming in or out of the pit lane. So you can see there, Hulkenberg, the last lap that he did, he drove out of the pits and then drove straight back in. As the Honda reached 12k revs, no, the highest we've seen is 11,500. I think maybe in the shorter gears, in like first gear, at one point I saw him rev up to 12,000, but not consistently. Oh, George Russell up into third position on the mystery tyre, a 136.4, and that is still 2 seconds off the pace. The gap is all the way over here, actually, which probably should be moved a little bit over to the left. But either way, 2 seconds off the pace compared to Leclerc and Norris. So, he is cooked, but, he's also that far behind. Why does the track only have one overtake detection point? I'm not exactly sure, really. It maybe the team, the FIA, could add more if they wanted to, but I think they're just trying it out for the first race. Well, of course, this isn't the first race, but I think they're going to try it out, try just one. If one isn't enough, then they'll maybe do more. Predictions for Australia, honestly, I'm just not going to give any predictions, really. I just have very, very accurate predictions or any sort of idea what will happen. So I'm just going to stand by my previous predictions of Williams and Aston Martin are going to be the top two teams. Dutch national anthem 24 times. Why is Sainz going so slowly? Probably because his run plan tells him to go slowly. He's doing a 1 minute 42 lap time, so he's got heavy fuel load and a low engine mode. And I think and then the next question was, why is Hadjar going so slowly? And again, it's just the same thing. He's on medium tires. He's got a lot of fuel in his car, and he's at seventh gear, fully revving it out, and he's not accelerating that quickly because he's got a lot of fuel in the car. So the Williams prediction is definitely bold. Yeah, I know. I made these predictions last year before I knew that Williams weren't going to be ready for Barcelona and all of these different things. So, yeah, these predictions are definitely going to be wrong, as are most predictions, really. So, yeah. Mercedes passed the static hot test for compression ratio. Okay. Let's look on F1 Twitter. Is there any reliable source that will let me know what's going on here? We'll find out tomorrow, probably. This is testing. Things always look wacky during testing. Engine modes are down. The complicated testing schedules focus on specific things. They aren't out just here to do quali runs. Exactly. Couldn't have put it better myself. They're looking to gather as much information as possible. They're doing setup changes. They're changing their warm-up procedure on the tyres. They're looking at what is the best way to, reduce understeer? What's the best way to increase understeer if you want, for example? So lots of different things. Yeah, they also have sensors attached to the car. That's the thing, folks. They have upwards of 20 kilograms worth of sensors just attached to the car, and then all of the wiring that goes with that sensors. So the sensors themselves aren't that heavy, but they all have to be connected to a single computer, or maybe 2 or 3 computers on the car. So you got these wires that would not be there ordinarily, transporting all of this information. So it adds so much weight to the car. It increases the center of mass of the car, and yeah, it is not that relevant for at the end of the day. Okay. Yeah, but quite a few cars are on track now. So it's good to see. Hopefully this continues on right till the end of the day. That would be fantastic. But I guess time will tell. Appreciate everyone tuning in though. Does mean a lot to have all of you guys watching the stream, and I will be I'll be commentating tomorrow as well for the final day of testing this week, and then of course there'll be more testing next week. So look forward to seeing you all then, and should be nice and exciting, to be honest. Nice and exciting. Yeah. If the system is automated, some I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe they are trying to look. The teams will do anything they can to get around the FIA's rules and loopholes and things like that. So we'll see what they do. We have a mini Perez. Yes, that's the thing. It's been broken ever since the afternoon session. Valtteri Bottas is driving around the Cadillac car, but the transponder still thinks it's Sergio Perez driving the car around. But the other half of the GPS system just thinks that Bottas is in the pits and Perez is the one driving around. Like it's a bit broken. How many gears do these cars have? Well, they have 8 gears to go forward, 1 reverse gear, and neutral. But I guess neutral doesn't really count as a gear because you don't engage a gear itself in neutral. It's just the lack of a gear. So. In your opinion, will they ban the compression trick? Well, look, I can tell you if the compression trick means that every single Mercedes power unit car is going to be the quickest car on the grid, yes, it'll get banned pretty quickly. But if the compression trick means that Mercedes are, a tenth quicker, the Mercedes power unit cars are a tenth quicker than they normally would be, then it's highly unlikely that it's going to get banned outright. I think they'll just leave it, and then the other teams will have to either figure something out, or maybe they'll leave it right till the end of the season and say next season you're not allowed to use this. But if next season what happens is, if this season what happens is, all of the Mercedes powered cars are like half a second faster than the rest of the competition, I'm gonna guess that they'll ban it pretty quickly. Yeah. Okie dokes. I think we're going to see Hulk on the podium again. I mean, I'd like to see him on the podium again, but I don't know if that's going to happen. However, Audi, they have just added additional resources to the Sauber team, right? The Sauber team was pretty limited in terms of the resources that it did have. But now Audi have come in and added to the resources, added to the money, added to the knowledge. So theoretically, that should be a good thing, and they should get more. They should get quicker. But it's not always as simple as adding more money at throwing more engineers at the problem, and then you'll be a faster car. Will we see Aston Martin rack up 100 plus laps today? Well, you're asking, will Fernando Alonso rack up 100 plus laps? He's currently on 74. So, yeah, I think he's got a pretty good. He'll probably be able to hit 100 by the end of the day, as long as there's no sort of issues. No, the blue sector line means someone driving into the pit lane. So you can see Albon, Hulkenberg, Lawson, Perez are all in the pits, and that's why they've got a blue sectors at the end of sector number 3. All right, Russell is racing Fernando. Yeah, he's trying to work out how the dirty air works, by following another car. Let's have a look. The minimum speeds here for Fernando Alonso, turn number 8, it is 69 kilometers per hour. For George Russell, I've missed it because I didn't know where he was. Let's have a look again. So turn number 10, Fernando Alonso, his minimum speed 64. George Russell's minimum speed 74. So pretty quick there from George, actually. And will he overtake Fernando Alonso going in towards turn 11? By the looks of it, probably not. Alonso's holding on nicely. Okay, let's look at the speed now through turn number 12. Alonso's holding 229 and Russell is doing 231. So Russell isn't losing that much in terms of dirty air. Of course, different setups, different downforce levels and all of these things. But Russell was following Alonso very, very closely. And you can see there right on the right-hand side, sector 2 speeds. George Russell, 231. Fernando Alonso, 229. So, yeah, only 2 kilometer per hour difference. And in fact, Russell was the car that was quicker. Alrighty. Why do some drivers have the question mark tyre? Because the data is glitching out, and yeah, that's why. That's why they've got a question mark tyre, to be honest. Is Williams limiting their speed up to 299? I don't think so. Williams, I saw them earlier go up to much higher than that. Carlos Sainz, you can see his speed just up there. He's now hitting 290 as he gets onto the brakes of turn 14. We'll see what he does down the straight. So up to 200, up to 250, 270. And 305, 310, 311. Arvin Lindblad behind him, 325. And they both slam on the brakes in towards turn number 1. Who gets the inside line? Who gets ahead? It looks like Arvin Lindblad has overtaken Carlos Sainz. Yeah. Okie dokes. Let's see what Alonso's doing in terms of horsepower. Is he still shifting at 11,500? And what speed is he doing down the straights? So here goes Russell. Russell is doing 312, 313. Alonso is coming into the pit lane. This is so cool. How do you get the data chart this accurate? Usually I see people just with names, times, tyres, and up-to-date lap time. Well, this is what you do at the F1 Gamer channel. We get the best of the best. And, well, my commentary may not be the best of the best, but the data certainly is. So, yeah, I hope you're enjoying it. And hope to see you around on future streams. Let's see what Isaac Hadjar's doing down the straights in 7th gear, 8th gear, just touching nearly 300 kilometers per hour before he hits the brakes for turn number 4. All right. Alonso did not use 8th gear. No, Alonso has been using 8th gear earlier on in the day. I don't know about right now, but he's been using 8th gear. Right. 2 hours and 25. Oh, red flag. What? Why have they called a red flag? Red flag, race suspended. All of the drivers seem to be fine to me. Yeah, Russell, Bortoleto. All of them are driving around A-OK. I don't know, maybe they're just testing out their systems again, but yeah, they are coming into the pits, is everyone? Can you explain the difference between yellow, green, and purple? Yellow means it's slower than your personal best, green means it's quicker than your personal best, and purple means that it is fastest out of every single driver. So interesting to see the different techniques on the throttle and brake telemetry. Yeah, it is. It's quite interesting, isn't it? What can I say? Yeah, no reason. Nothing has been given, at least over race control, about why they're calling the red flag. So maybe again, just testing out the systems. Did science come together with Lindblad? Maybe some debris. Well, again, I can't tell you that for certain. I have no idea because the footage isn't getting broadcast right now. So there's a red flag. Okie dokes. Aston Martin, have they made any engine covers for extra cooling? Not that I have seen, but I also haven't seen any sort of images whatsoever. So I'll let you know once the footage starts getting broadcast in 1 hour and 20 minutes. Is there only Hadjar today? Yes. Verstappen drove all of yesterday, so Hadjar is driving all of today, and then tomorrow they're going half and half. Right. Oh. What is Hamilton doing? He's not driving. He's driving tomorrow. Why aren't they releasing the brake telemetry? The drivers like to keep that private. The teams don't want that leaking out, so they either only have on or off for their brake telemetry. Okie dokes. Yeah, so everyone's in the pits. Yeah, little strange. What brand of mic am I using? I'm using a Sennheiser E835S. Yeah. So that's the mic. It's a pretty good mic. Most people seem to like it. Think it sounds good. Track is clear. Overtake enabled. So it looks like the cars are going to be coming out into the track very, very soon. What brand of microwave do I use? I don't know. I actually need to get a new microwave. We've got a pretty bad microwave right now. Oh, yellow flag. Double yellow and track sector 1. Interesting. So maybe there's something down the main straight while the two drivers were battling away. Yeah. That is expensive. Well, I got the mic second hand. So it was a lot cheaper. It was nearly 70% off or something when I got it secondhand. So I'd say it's pretty good, especially because like a mic doesn't change if it's secondhand or not. It's just got a few scratches that you can't even really tell. But yeah, Audi lost bodywork. Okay, interesting. Again, I have no source for that. This is a thing, right? Like when I'm saying something and there's 6,000 people listening, I feel like I've got a bit of a responsibility that it's what I'm saying is accurate. But maybe Audi did lose some bodywork. It is, reasonably likely that you can lose bodywork. We've seen it in the past. Engine covers get blown off. We've seen wing mirrors fall off. Charles Leclerc's had his happen. We've seen the actual mirror inside the wing mirror vibrate off to pieces, and Nico Rosberg's thrown that out. What else have we seen? We've seen... was it Isaac Hadjar? Maybe Isaac Hadjar's front wing just broke itself. Oh no, the wheel arch just broke itself off. And he asked, "Oh, is our car made of plastic or Lego or something?" Yeah. Look at Racing News 365. They have a live vlog. Oh, thank you for the info there. I'll have a look because I'm sure they've probably got someone who's actually at the racetrack. So. Oh, okay. It's there's a little bit of the wing mirror. Oh, there we go. So it's Valtteri Bottas's Cadillac. A little bit of the wing mirror fell off onto the main straight. So there you go. Fantastic. Yeah, they've probably got someone at the circuit themselves, which would be quite nice. I would quite like to go to a testing session. It'll be nice and sunny in Bahrain. 26 degrees air temperature. Compared to I don't know what it is here in the UK, but it's definitely cold. Well, it's not that cold really, but Yeah. How long have I been watching Formula One? Since 2018. So nearly coming up on 8 years now. And oh my God, it does not feel like 8 years since I've started watching Formula One. You're so British. I don't understand a thing in your commentary. Your diction and accent are not suited for international viewers whose English is not their first language. Do apologize. I mean, to be fair, on the YouTube stats, I can see that most people haven't got English as their first language. We've got quite a few people from India, quite a few people from Germany. I think let's have a look. Quite a few people from Japan, South Africa, the Netherlands, and Italy, Indonesia. So, yeah. But I also do understand that a lot of people don't understand my accent. So fair enough. There's also not much that I can really do about it, though, is it? Like, I cannot for my life do an American accent. And I guess I could just try to be a little bit more clear, a little bit better pronunciation, and just using simpler words overall as well. I'm Danish and I understand your pronunciation very clearly. Well, fair enough. Accent is good enough to understand. Yeah, there's a wing mirror from Valtteri Bottas's car that's fell off onto the main straight. Oh, so fine. Fair enough. Very nice, very nice. Seems like most people could understand it. And I guess it makes sense. You know, if you didn't understand my accent, you're probably not watching the live stream. So, yeah, there we go. Five-second penalty to Ocon. Yeah, definitely. 5-second penalty to Ocon for that wing mirror falling off Bottas's car. Definitely Ocon's fault, even though Ocon hasn't even sat in the Haas car today. Yeah. What accent? This is what English is supposed to sound like. Fair enough. Great work. Do you follow MotoGP? I follow it very vaguely. I know someone won 9 championships. Is it Marc Marquez? Marc Marquez? It must be him, surely. I know he's got a brother as well. And I know Valentino Rossi is also pretty good in MotoGP, but that's about my extent of knowledge. Someone definitely did win 9 championships though, right? Yeah, do let me know. Okay, is it Rossi that won? Okay, Mark and Rossi both have 9. Right, okay, makes sense. Rossi retired, but Mark, okay. Yeah, so I keep up to it with a little bit. I mean, I have a motorcycle myself, so, you know, sometimes I watch a few MotoGP clips and then start thinking that, oh yeah, I could do that on my motorbike, even though my motorbike's got it's 125cc and it's got a grand total of 10 horsepower. But you know, it's cool to watch. I think the racing in MotoGP is pretty cool as well. But they're also having similar problems, you know, with the dirty air and things that we've got in Formula One right now. There's more and more aerodynamics in MotoGP, and that's also making racing harder for them. Good question by Blank Squares. Do narrow tyres push teams forward to mechanical grip setup, softer platform, or do the stiffer platforms to protect the floor? Well, I think with the thing is that they will have soft, because the tires get narrower, they're going to get harder to make sure that they can actually resist the same amount of force and not wear out too quickly. And for that reason, you're going to get less mechanical grip anyway, which means that the teams are more likely to run a soft setup. And again, the cars also aren't generating huge amounts of downforce from the floor this year, this sort of generation. So because they aren't generating huge amounts of downforce from the floor, they can run less. They don't need to have as stiff of a suspension. So, yeah. Very dedicated. It's been 7 hours, bro. Yeah, 7 hours exactly. Actually, just popped over 7 hours and 50 seconds. Track is clear. Yeah, we're getting cars out onto the circuit there. We got Perez, well, not Perez. We got Bottas, Gasly, and Lindblad and Bortoleto also coming out. F1 gamer, I haven't been here in so long. Feels so iconic. Well, good to have you guys back. Is this live on Sky? Not just yet, folks. In 1 hour and 14 minutes, if you are connected to an Italian VPN server and you go onto YouTube and search Sky Sports Formula 1 Italy, you will be able to watch the live coverage. And that's the way to do it with the VPN, folks. I think we need slow mode. Probably not. With 5,000 people watching, I think slow mode is not totally necessary. But I'll be here tomorrow, folks. I will be here tomorrow, commentating away. Definitely need to do some more stretching and make sure my posture's all right. Blank squares. I think I answered your question, buddy. The pedals are super cool. Please make them permanent. Yeah, I will. I'll have a think on which data is relevant to have during testing, which ones it's important to have during practice sessions, which ones for quali, which ones for the race. Where do you think Cadillac will end up this year? Probably, I'm going to go with a solid 7th position. Do you have the top speeds reached by the drivers so far? I can tell you the top speeds that the drivers have reached. Well, I can tell you the Mercedes power unit has reached 339 Ks. So has the Ferrari one. So has the Red Bull one. The Honda has reached 318. And I haven't been paying that much attention, to be honest, to the Audi one. They've gone over 300 and I think potentially even 320, but I don't think they've reached 330. Have I eaten? I have had 1 banana, 2 pears and 1 apple for lunch, and then once the stream finishes I'll go get a proper lunch. But yeah, very, very healthy. Okay, banana Leclerc. Yeah. All right. 2 hours and 12 minutes remain then, folks. 2 hours and 12 minutes remain, getting some more cars coming out onto the circuit, and they're all reasonably well spread out. Top 3 power units, I've got to say Ferrari looking pretty solid in terms of their reliability. Mercedes and Red Bull have had their niggles, but Ferrari not so much. And Audi, surprisingly enough, they're looking pretty nice. So those would be my top power unit picks. Right. Yeah, Valtteri Bottas across the line up into 14th position. Goes ahead of Carlos Sainz there. And he is, he's ahead of Carlos Sainz by about 1/10 of a second. Bortoleto going quick. Is he going quickly? Yes. First sector looking pretty good. Second sector also looking pretty good. However, his second sector speed was only 228. So I don't know if that's his low downforce setup or what's going on there. And Russell's just gone quickest through the speed traps. 336. Did someone just catch there what speed Russell was doing through the speed trap? He did 336 through the speed trap, but was he going even quicker than that before? I really want to rewind and actually see what he was doing. Did anyone watch that? Or maybe if you could just rewind the stream and just check what speed Russell was doing as he was going down the straight, that would very much be appreciated as his top speed. Okay, 337. Okay, thank you, folks. 337 then is the quickest that Russell went. So it's interesting that he held 337 for the entire straight. A lot of people hit 337, 339, then drop off later on, but Russell managed to hold it throughout the entire straight and get to the speed trap. Okay, let's see what his middle sector time is going to be then. But yes, Bortoleto, it was a decent lap, but the thing was his speed through turn 12 was not quick enough. He did 228. Russell's also doing 228. Okay, well, when Leclerc was driving around this morning, Leclerc was doing 240 through that corner. So, yeah, take of that what you will. And Russell now coming through the final corner. What's he going to do? Is he going to go top of the times? It's green sector 1, green sector 2 out of the final corner. Is he going to back out? George Russell backs out of the lap. Oh my goodness me. George Russell is he going to drive into the pit lane? Yeah, it looks like he is. George Russell into the pits. Bro is not going to give us a lap time, even though he's on a fresh set of soft tyres. I mean, what is going on here, man? Okay. They don't want to show their cards. Yeah, I know. It's totally understandable, but, we can still compare the first and the second sectors, and you can see in the first sector, he is about 6/10 down on Charles Leclerc. 6/10 is a huge margin. And then in the middle sector, he is about 9/10 down on Charles Leclerc, so still very, very far off. I wouldn't really consider that to be too much of a concern for the Ferrari team, at least. Gasly doing a mega job with 96 laps now. Yeah, 96 laps for Pierre Gasly. Brilliant from him. I think Alonso's on to 76. He needs to up his game a little bit, drive around a little bit more to get up to the 100. And we'll have Behrman as well approaching 100 pretty soon. When is the last hour stream starting? It is starting, well, in the last hour. Currently, there are 2 hours and 8 minutes remaining. So in 1 hour and 8 minutes, the final hour stream will begin. Why are there more than 11 cars running? I don't think there is. Might be time to do that maths again. Yeah, Leclerc, that's true actually. Hera Foxy, do you think Leclerc made up the time in the second sector? For sure. When he was, yellow flag, who's that? Gasly? Just quickly to go back up to Leclerc. Yeah, Leclerc is definitely going quicker in the middle sector. Minimum speeds and corner speeds through all of the corners. He's looking very, very good. We have got a yellow flag for Pierre Gasly. This is a Mercedes power unit car, right? Alpine have switched over to the Mercedes. His car is in neutral. His RPMs are at 0. He's at 0 kilometers per hour on the entry in towards turn number 1. Yeah. What's going on there for him? Did his car suddenly break down? Did he lose power? Did he crash? I don't think he's crashed while he was going down the straight. So, as we were just saying, that, Gasly's doing a brilliant job, loads of laps under his belt. The red flag has been brought out for Pierre Gasly, and the session has been put on hold. Was he coming out of the pit lane? No, Gasly was starting a new lap, and yeah. Interesting. Seems like even the Mercedes engine is sandbagging. Yeah, I don't know about it sandbagging. I think it might just be unreliable, given that they've been trying to extract too much performance out of the car. But we shall see. 3 lap shorts of the... Well, you could bring it back to the pits and maybe it just needs a restart. We are not sure as of yet. Could be the gearbox, could be loads of different things. If someone has a few moments, you could rewind a little bit, see what happened exactly to Pierre Gasly's car when he was, just before he broke down, and then maybe you'll be able to figure that out. Actually, I might be able to figure it out myself. Actually, let me give it a look. Okay, yeah. Pierre Gasly, so he's going 6th gear, he's in 6th gear, he's going down the straight, and no throttle, no brake, down to 4th, and then he gets onto the brake, 2nd gear, 3rd gear, 1st gear, and then stops at the side of the circuit. Yeah, okay, so I've just rewatched it back, and that's what happened to Pierre Gasly. So he was coasting down the straight in 6th gear, and then something must have broken, and then he must have been told over the radio to stop the car. It's definitely not a crash. He was going down the straight, and he slowly decelerated from 6th to 4th to 3rd to, so... Potentially, it could be something with the sand, but I don't think it'll be that, really. Just some other issue, really. Some other issue for Pierre Gasly. Every car is getting broken. Well, Honda had their issues yesterday, nothing today. Ferrari have had nothing yesterday, nothing today. They had the minor thing with Cadillac this morning, but that seemed more likely to be a throttle issue than anything else. Must be the engine, really. Must be the engine, to be honest. Yeah. Only Merc equipment having issues, yeah. So maybe they've passed their test according to some dodgy sources on Twitter, but even then, if they've passed their test, their engine still isn't very reliable. McLaren bias, where is Piastri at? Piastri is driving for the all day tomorrow. Lando Norris is driving for all day today. So there's none of the McLaren bias that you're thinking. Both drivers get 1.5 days of testing today. Oh, sorry, this week, and then both drivers get 1.5 days of testing next week. Yeah, whatever the issue is, it doesn't seem to get the car rebooted. So Gasly's got out of the car. They must have got him back to the pits already because the track has been declared clear. And we'll be getting drivers coming out of the pit lane very, very soon. Okay, 5,700 people tune into live stream. Very much is appreciated, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys would like to watch the Formula One coverage of the drivers driving... would like to watch the Formula 1 coverage of the cars actually driving around for the final hour, the way I'd recommend to do it is getting Proton VPN. Then you connect to an Italian VPN server, and once you have done that, you go onto YouTube and you search Sky Sports F1, and you can watch the Formula 1 coverage. So yeah, I'd recommend that. It's working here on my laptop. It's working for quite a few other people as well. So go ahead and check it out. We'll get the footage on YouTube shortly. Well, in an hour and 3 minutes time. Okie dokes. Yeah. What happened to Hadjar? Nothing much. They're all in the pits because there was a red flag, because Gasly stopped on the side of the circuit. Less than 500 subs left for 229. Yeah, I mean, not too many subscribers remaining. If you guys haven't hit the subscribe button, be sure to do so. It goes a long way to help out the channel. And yeah, good time to show the shirts. I don't actually know where they are. I mean, I'm wearing one, but yeah, I will probably show it a bit later on when I've sort of prepared for it properly. If you want to watch it on multi-viewer, I'll quickly just show you guys how you can do it on multi-viewer. If you go over on if you just press these 3 dots here and press live timing, you'll be able to watch it. Okay. You could compile a set of photos for the car that show what they look like during the slow periods. Yeah, I probably should. You know what? I also just need to go to the toilet, folks, so I'm just going to turn off my webcam. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Okie dokes, I am back. Alrighty. Yeah, must be the toilet. Green light, pit lane exit is open. Brilliant timing. Yeah. Okay. So that is that. We missed you, right, chat? Yeah, definitely. You guys definitely missed me. All right. Well, Norris is out onto the track. So is Russell. So is Sainz. So is Hadjar. So is Lindblad. Very good. Very good. I know. I was gone for ages. Absolutely ages. I was gone for. So, yeah. All right. What else is going on right now? To be honest, not a huge amount. Yeah. What happened to Gasly? His car stopped while he was going down the straight, so we are not going to find out for certain what's going on there with him. They will, send some sort of information out at some point, but as of right now, we don't know. I would like to know the stats because they indicate overall speed and high fuel load and whatnot. Yeah. Does anyone know if the Austrian free TV will stream the test next week? They will not be streaming the test next week. However, it is quite likely that the Italian Sky Sports will be broadcasting on YouTube next week for the testing. And if not, then the UK Sky Sports will be doing it. So, yeah, so if you use your Proton VPN to get the thing, then you can to connect to the correct server in the world, then you can watch it for free. Alrighty. Many red flags till now. We had one for the issue with Perez's car. We had, I think that was, and then we had one at the end just for testing out how the red flag works, and then this is another one. So 3, I think. So British stream, I'm German speaking, just wanted one in my native language. Yeah, well, unfortunately, the Austrian servers or the Austrian broadcasters aren't streaming testing. They will be doing practice and qualifying in the race just like normal, but they aren't doing preseason testing. Oh yeah, we also had one for Bottas's wing mirror. How bad is the situation at Red Bull? Are we talking gearbox issues? This is not looking good. Well, they had some sort of hydraulic issues in the morning, but they are making up for lost ground. Hadjar's done 43 laps already, which means he's pretty much almost been doing like a race distance. Like, it's 57 laps of a race distance, but he's only been out on the circuit for 2 hours or so. So pretty good going there from Isaac Hadjar. And we're getting 2 green sectors here from Sainz, actually. Here he comes out of the final corner. What's the speed going to be? Up into 275 kilometers per hour. Again, I know for a fact that he isn't deploying that. Oh my God, look at that speed. Carlos Sainz, the last column, 248 kilometers per hour through the speed trap there. That Charles Leclerc on the lap that got him right there at the top was doing 240. So Sainz has just gone 8 kilometers per hour quicker through a corner than Charles Leclerc's quickest lap. So, yeah, pretty nice job there from the smooth operator. Yeah. Yeah, but he's definitely running, I think, a little bit more downforce because his speed down the straights is pretty horrendous. Check out the second sector from Alonso. Alonso's is looking pretty good as well. But Alonso, 233 kilometers per hour, 15 kilometers per hour slower than Sainz's one. Okay. Must be the downforce. There's an element of track evolution. Track temperature is obviously a little bit of a lower temperature compared to when Leclerc did it, so that gives the drivers a bit more of an ability to push. But regardless, no, it's some strong performance there from the Williams team. I mean, I'm saying a strong performance based off one lap in one sector in one corner, right? Like, again, it doesn't really mean that much in the grand scheme of things, but it's interesting. Okay, Let's see, what else have we got going on? Broadcast is going to happen. Indeed, it is in 54 minutes' time. The broadcast will be live. Perez is a tiny dot. Yeah, it's not. Perez is actually sat in the garage. It's Bottas who's driving around. But yes, they haven't updated the. They haven't updated the transponder information. The Cadillac team, so it says that it thinks that Perez is driving. Anyway, Alonso comes out of the pit lane, and we'll see what he's going to do now. We'll see what tyres he comes out on as well. But it seems okay. The transponder's not updated because I think the team themselves have to update the transponder. Oh, the data's had a little bit of a freeze. Yeah, the team themselves have to update the transponder rather than someone else. So that's what's been going on. Why is Gasly a small dot? Because Gasly has stopped. His car broke down just before turn number 1, so that's why he's a small dot at the circuit, because that's where he last was. No comment on Alonso's hot lap. Well, Alonso is currently on an out lap, so we'll see what he does on a hot lap. Hamilton is not driving today, guys. Hamilton is driving tomorrow. Okay. Not a good sign for Alpine. Yeah, well, it's not a good sign for Mercedes, really. It's Mercedes is the one that's struggling. Yeah, they may be quickest through the speed traps with George Russell, but the power unit's been struggling in the Mercedes car. It's been struggling in the Alpine car. Williams haven't had a huge amount of issues. So, and McLaren also haven't had the biggest amount of problems either, but what's going on? Sainz just pulled 249. He's done it again. Yeah, some very good pace there. And Alonso through the speed trap, 306 through the speed trap there for Fernando Alonso. And, well, let's see how he gets onto the power. When's he shifting as well? Again, 11,500 for Alonso. He is not shifting at 12,000 like everyone else is. 317 though for Alonso down the straight, which is still very, very good. But just not the 339 that everyone else is doing. Black mini sectors is the new purple. I'm not sure. I think there's just some glitches going on with the data and things like that, so I wouldn't read into it too much. All right. Yeah, Alonso's on mediums though again, so his lap times aren't really going to be comparable to the people that are on soft tyres, because they are just a little bit too different. F1 Gamer, who do you got for the season? I mean, what does that even mean? Do you like the Williams eye cover? Yeah, I think the Williams eye cover looks pretty cool. Right, and let's see what Fernando Alonso is doing through there then. He was quick through the speed trap, but then through the corners, 236. So still pretty solid, but nowhere near what Sainz was doing. And, yeah, now he's approaching the final corner is Fernando Alonso, reaching speeds of 290 or so. 7th gear gets onto the brakes, 3rd gear through that corner, and pretty smooth onto the power, shifting again at 11.5 or 11.2, 11.3, and crosses the line at 270 Ks. And still stays in 12th position because he is about 4/10 down on his previous lap. Gasly did not crash. Gasly stopped at the side of the circuit because his car broke. Oh, yeah. Where am I going to watch testing? I'm going to watch testing on Sky Sports Italy. If you connect to an Italian VPN server, you can watch the coverage there for free on YouTube. So, yeah, all you need to do, get Proton VPN, connect to an Italian VPN server, and bish bash bosh, go onto YouTube, job done. Everyone go, I'm asking who's your favourite for the season. Well, going by my predictions, which I made in 2025, I said Williams, so there you go. it should be said that Mercedes-powered engines, except Mercedes, are nearing 100 laps each. That is impressive. It is, but then again, you compare it to the Ferrari side of things. You've got 83 laps done by Charles Leclerc. You've got 98 laps done by Ollie Behrman. You've got 44 done by Perez plus 28 from Bottas. That takes you to about 70 laps or so. I think by the end of the day, all three of them have gone over 100, and you've got your laps completed for the Ferrari team as well. All of them over 100 laps. But yeah, Norris has also done 95 laps without any sort of issues. But maybe he'll get issues in the next 10 laps. It's a bit difficult to tell. Maybe it depends on the engine mode they're running. Maybe it depends on the cooling package they're running. Mercedes have got a lot to learn, a lot of things to figure out, because they are having quite a few issues. Hadjar goes up into 10th position, very nicely done, as he comes across the line. And let's see what is George Russell doing. He comes out onto the straight, and it's 270, 290, 310, and then he starts clipping again. Hits 310 and then clips back down to 299 before he gets onto the brakes. Fresh hards. Who is on fresh hard tyres? Isaac Hadjar. Yeah, fresh hard tyres. There you go, mate. But still, again, 4 seconds off the pace. He's definitely not pushing that hard, is he? Small yellow dot. That is Sergio. That is Valtteri Bottas. It says it's Sergio Perez, but it's a glitch with the transponder. Right. Time to drink some water. What's going on with Alonso? Alonso's doing pretty standard stuff. Pierre Gasly looks like he's made it back into the pit lane and restarted the car by the sounds of it, because he's moved from stop to in the pit lane. So maybe Gasly will be coming out soon. Who knows? Alonso on to the start-finish straight. What is his speeds looking like? 299, 298, and it looks like he's holding that for the whole straight. And then gets onto the brakes. Bro, did you sleep? I did sleep a little bit, but not a huge amount, because I was too busy chatting to my friends last night to go to sleep early. So yes, it happens. When you live with your friends, it's just a little bit too easy to forget what time it is. Is this the afternoon session? Indeed, it is. We're going to get the broadcast starting in about 45 minutes or so. What time is it here in the UK? It is 2:15 p.m., 2:13 p.m. Yeah. How many classes did I end up missing today? Probably shouldn't mention that. Let's have a look. Only one, actually. Only one class. It's quite a big one, but only one. For future reference, I now guess if any of the drivers go under 336 kilometers per hour, you should assume they aren't pushing and aren't doing and are doing race runs. Yeah, that makes sense. That does make sense for sure. For sure. Are Aston Martin too slow? For sure. Anyway, whereas Hulkenberg was driving in the morning, Bortoleto is now driving in the afternoon. All right. Is it me, or is Ferrari the only team not using first gear? It could just be because the drivers want to carry some more minimum speed through the corners. Leclerc is carrying more minimum speed through the corners, and that's why I think he could maybe get away with using second gear. Whereas the other drivers are slowing down more, and because they slow down more, they need to use a lower gear. Isaac Hadjar across the line, 8th position for him. And Behrman has hit 100 laps. Very nicely done. Isaac Hadjar has hit 50. Lawson has hit 50 as well. Yeah. But in first gear, you recover more energy. Well, maybe, but this is the thing. You recover more energy in first gear if you decide to actually if you decide to recover energy. So when you are in high RPM, you have the potential to recover more energy. But that's the thing. Do you want to be recovering energy when you're getting onto the power and you're exiting in first gear? Because, so, I'll show you for an example here, right? So let me bring up the onboard of me driving around the circuit. Oh, that was definitely the wrong thing to move. Okay, so I'll show you. Let's put it over here for now. So when you're going into this corner, right, you're here in second gear. You could shift down into first and you get a little bit more revs. But at this moment in time, do you really want to be charging up your battery, or do you want to be deploying your battery to accelerate out of the corner? So it's, downshifting, in this phase here, it makes sense. Downshift early, keep the revs high, because right now you are charging up your battery. But by the time you get down into second gear, which is this point here, right? Do you want to shift down another gear to recharge your battery for what? This extra 2 meters, 3 meters before you hit the apex? Probably not. So, the recharging battery statement of, extra downshifts and things like that is only applicable early in the braking zone. Once you get towards the end of the braking zone, it becomes a little bit irrelevant. When's the 1 hour live going to be? It's going to be in 43 minutes. Yeah, 43 minutes, and that's when it's going to start. Science is flying. Yeah, look at that. Green sector 1 again for Carlos Sainz. And look at all of these green mini sectors as well that Carlos Sainz is getting. Very, very nice. Okay. Let's see. Minimum speed of 65 kilometers per hour. And looks like he's messed that one up because he, must have locked up there, Carlos Sainz, because he's backed out of the lap. Do you think we still need testing in F1? Some say testing is redundant. Thanks for the donation, buddy. And I think we still do need testing. However, this many days of testing is a little bit pointless. I think, 3 days of testing, more than sufficient. You got a regulation change, put it up to 5. But having 5 days of testing in Barcelona, 3 days for each team in Barcelona, 3 days in Bahrain, then another 3 days and a different week is just a little bit excessive. Alonso's not using 8th gear. Why? Because he's not pushing the car that hard. He's got a low engine mode, so he's not getting up into 8th gear. That's the simple reason. He's not going quick enough to use it. What do you think of the rookie Arvid? We'll sort of see how he goes. I think he's still underprepared for Formula 1 in the same way that Kimi Antonelli was, but it turned out all right for Kimi Antonelli. So, of course, that doesn't mean it's going to be all right for Lindblad, but it definitely shows that there's still a chance he could turn out and do a good job. So as of today, he's done a pretty nice job. He's still a few seconds off Lawson, but it's testing. It doesn't really matter. Maybe they're trying to get more rotation. Maybe. But yeah, you can downshift into first to get more rotation. That's all good. But I'm just saying that it's not going to help your battery recharge. Yeah. Tuskar89, thanks for joining the channel membership, joining the race win category as well. Very much is appreciated, mate. And yeah, everyone that is already a channel member, all of the moderators as well. Folks, can we get a big W, some love hearts for the mods? I will be sorting out the merch for the mods as well. In my long list of things to do. The mods do a good job, and I forgot what I was going to say. Love seeing Bottas jumping around. Yeah, Bottas's transponder's broken. Can you show the number of laps done by the drivers? It is there. It's right over on the left-hand side. You can see 88 laps done by Leclerc, 99 done by Norris, 26 by Russell. It's over there, right on the left-hand side. Are they showing the full testing next week? Yes, they are, ladies and gents. Yes, they are. Alonso got out of the car and threw his gloves? No way. I do not believe you. I'm going to have to get a video of that one. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get a video to believe that. I don't think Alonso, because he came into the pits again. If he came into the pits at a relatively okay speed, it's not like he was driving too slowly or too fast or anything like that. So his car seems to be fine. So I don't know why he would come into the pits and throw his gloves. The rules ban any powered device altering the suspension configuration performance won't count as powered electric hydraulic accumulators. I think anything that requires a power input. If you have I don't know actually what the proper definition would be. You'd have to ask the FIA for clarification, to be fair, but yeah. Anyway, we're getting the live broadcast in a few minutes' time. Antonio Lobato reported Fernando throwing his gloves. Right, well, let's see who Antonio Lobato is, because I have no idea who he is. Antonio Lobato. Well, I'm searching him up on Twitter, so I'm guessing he must have posted it on Twitter. He has 500k followers on Twitter. Okay. Seems like a relatively reliable source. I don't know which tweet you're exactly talking about, but either way, we'll see how it goes. Spain's main commentator. Fair enough. No, the only tweet that I can see from him is that, there's a few about Alonso, and a few about Sainz, but I haven't seen anything. Anyway, we'll find out. I'm sure the clip will go around. If someone has seen it, there's probably a clip of it, and then the clip will go around, so... Why isn't Alonso on the softs? It's because Aston Martin didn't order any softs from Pirelli. You gotta order which tyres you want, and Aston Martin, as you can see there, they've asked for mostly medium tyres, and in terms of the soft, they've only got 8 sets. So that's why Alonso is driving around mostly on mediums. Will the race later look like this during the season? No, it will. It will definitely be adjusted. Certain things will change. I'll probably go back to the normal sort of race layout for the actual races themselves, because the pedals aren't really all that important for the race, but you'll get this sort of stuff. But for testing, I think this is okay. It's on Instagram. Okay, I'll have a look on Instagram then. Antonio. Again, it's probably written in Spanish, so again, I might not be able to. It's written in Spanish, so I don't know what it says, but maybe it is that Alonso did throw gloves then. Okay, loving the setup. It's just an idea. Maybe add another box showing which drivers aren't in the session, and you are answering the same question 1,000 times. Lol. Yeah. That is probably a good idea, and I will. I'll probably do that for tomorrow. I might just say morning session, these drivers, afternoon session, these drivers. That might be a nice idea to do. Okay. What else have we got going on then? They've got Adrian Newey in a huge factory and still chose a Honda engine. Well, I don't think it's Honda as the problem, because Honda could clearly make a power unit for the Red Bull team, like last year and the few years before that. So the thing that I would like to say is that Adrian Newey will have got a lot of control over the team, and a lot of people will have listened to him. And when it comes to engineering decisions, there is a compromise that has to be made. You know, if you pick the most perfect aerodynamic setup, you're going to have to make compromises, huge compromises elsewhere. And I think because Adrian Newey has got such big sway within the Aston Martin team, within so many people will trust him and what he says, he will say, oh, we need to have this, absolutely need to have this. And, you know, the engine people will say, well, the engine is not going to fit. We're not going to be able to cool the engine properly. But people won't listen to the engine people as much because they don't have the aura that Adrian Newey does. So you get this decision that is skewed very heavily towards the aero side of things. And then you tell, you know, the Honda people, you know, oh, we've only got this much space, design whatever you can design, and I hope it works. And I think that's why they're a little bit behind on their schedule, because the aerodynamics on the Aston Martin is very aggressive, very extreme, and, well, it's hard to fit an engine that fits inside it. The DRS zones matter. These are the boost zones over here on the side of the screen. So that's where you can drop your rear wing, drop your front wing, and then you can go quickly. So, yeah, let me know what you think about at least what my idea is of you know, this Aston Martin situation. That's what I think's happened. You know, what are your thoughts? Do you think that seems about right? Alonso has gotten out of the car and thrown his gloves. They aren't where they would like to be by far. Right, I see. Interesting. I mean, Honda was good during the engine freeze, but was not good before it. Well, you know, they designed an engine that went into the engine freeze good. And, you know, I guess if you exclude McLaren, Honda and go before that, they've also designed some good engines. So, I don't know. Have you seen the Audi engine cover yesterday? It's showing sign of burning, like the red paint was literally changing colour. Oh, really? I did not see that, actually. Let me know. Adrian said the car has high development potential, meaning it might be a bit overweight. Potentially could be that. The other thing that they want to do is pick a car that they can upgrade in the future, right? Like so because these regulations are going to be quite a few years now with these same set of rules, the teams don't want a car. You know, it would be great to have a car that is very quick, you know, right out the gate this year in 2026. But then if you cannot find any more upgrades to make the car go quicker because you've picked a certain type of design, then you're going to be screwed and you have to go back to the drawing board, go backwards down the grid, and then come back forwards. Whereas you could design a car that is maybe not so quick right now, maybe second position or third position, and then you design, and then in the future it can be upgraded really, really easily. So I think that's what Adrian Newey has been trying to do. David Holiday, thanks for the donation there, buddy. Great to see you back for another season. Please use this towards a stand for your mic so you don't have to hold it for hours. I think that's meant to say. Yeah, okay, I will. I think a lot of people have told me to get a mic stand. So maybe I will. I quite enjoy holding it. I mean, my arms are not hurting, and I've been here for 7 hours and 44 minutes. But mainly because, you know, it's resting here on a table, and I've got another arm here to rest on my bed. So Honda had an engine in Senna's car, didn't they? Yeah, they did. But, you know, that's why I said it's the people that designed the Honda engine that went in Senna's car have retired long time ago, and they're not taking part in designing a car again. So, yeah. Also, in other news, Alpine just confirmed they're pulling out of the World Endurance Championship at the end of 2026. Oh, that is a bit unfortunate, isn't it? Are they putting Bottas' lap times under Perez since his telemetry isn't working? No, they're putting Bottas' lap times under Bottas, but the telemetry of the gears and the speeds and the RPMs, those are under Perez's name, but Bottas is the one that's actually driving. So you know how on Bottas's thing here it says 0 kilometers per hour. He's actually doing 270 because that's what it says as under Perez's name. Also, guys, if you do want to send me, things that you find interesting. Oh yeah, that's actually a good idea. If you guys do see interesting stuff that you want to share with me, and for me to bring up on the stream, tomorrow um, or later on or whenever, then be sure to just send it to me on Instagram. That's probably the easiest way to do it. So my Instagram is f1gamer_official. I think anyone can send me a DM. So, just open up the DM, send me a link, or send me the post or whatever it is. But yeah, reportedly, a Honda engineer was working very, very late and alone in the middle of the paddock. And they've had a bad day one at testing, obviously, with engine reportedly overheating. And they need to replace the engine for tomorrow. But we'll see if they come out again. We've had 84 laps completed with Fernando Alonso. So, yeah. See Kimi's crash in San Marino? I did see Kimi's crash. For anyone that doesn't know, we did mention this earlier on in the stream, but I don't know actually. How many of you have been listening right from the start? Because you must have heard me repeat quite a few topics and also repeat the same things about, Hamilton isn't driving, etc., etc., at least like 50 times. But yes, Kimi Antonelli got gifted a Mercedes GT63 AMG something coupe, I think, by the Mercedes team, obviously because he's a Mercedes driver. He got his driving license from San Marino because in Italy you're not allowed to get a high horsepower car if you are if you're like 19 years old. So obviously Kimi Antonelli just went to San Marino and got a license there instead. And he got gifted a car from Mercedes and then crashed it. I'm pretty sure like the next week or something. Here from yesterday morning, more or less. Oh wow, we've got quite a few people. Telemetry is broken, is it? Hopefully it comes through and starts working again. Yeah, we've got quite a few people that have been watching all day. Well, thank you folks for listening in all day. Hope you've had a nice time listening to this in the background of whatever you've been up to. And yeah. Oh, Isan Maruf, thanks for the €6 donation. Do you think we could have a 2014 scenario where the F2 cars are faster than Formula 1? No. I mean, the Formula 1 cars, we're 6 seconds off the pace right now in testing compared to the pole time in 2025, but they're going to get way faster when the engine modes get turned up, when the fuel goes down. So that would not be a concern. And Galjon, thanks for the $2 donation. What's the first bullet pointer today? I think the first bullet pointer today would be Mercedes power units have some pretty bad reliability. Gazzi's had issues, so has Antonelli. And those issues seem to have been lasting quite a bit. Alonso's back. Alonso's back, is he? I don't think he is. He's still in the... Oh, no, he's coming out of the pit lane now. There you can see he's 80 kilometers per hour out of the pit lane exit for Fernando Alonso. So there you go. It looks like... Yeah, it's clearly glitching out a little bit because it still thinks that Alonso's in the pits. But Alonso has come out onto the track as far as I can tell because you can see he's in the third gear, he's revving the car and he's going up to 200. So, GPS is clearly having a bit of a bad day today. But yes, Alonso's out onto the track, so good to see there. GP2 engine, GP2. Well, maybe he did throw his gloves and maybe just, went and picked them up and still got back in the car because his job is to drive the car and not throw tantrums. So a lot of data is frozen. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I might give it a quick refresh, folks. So the screen's going to go black for about 5 seconds and then it'll be back. So just bear with me. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, as I'm sure you can see there. Maybe this will fix some things, maybe not, but let's see. Okay. Mercedes having compression ratio issues. Yeah, well, who knows what the issues that they're having. All right. What do you think about Ferrari? I think they're doing okay. Good reliability. That's what I'm going to say. And again, spamming messages in the chat isn't really going to work, is it? Okie dokes. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The lap times aren't getting updated. We can see the drivers moving around. We can see their GPS and things like that, but the lap times themselves aren't getting updated. It says Alonso's in the pit lane when Alonso is clearly driving around somewhere. Well, I thought he was driving around. It looks like he's back in the pits now, but either way, like, it does if you answer them. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, okay. Lap count is also down too. It's not updating. Well, hopefully it gets resolved. There's not much I can really do, as I'm sure you're all aware. Adrian Newey sees of power and its consequences. Yeah, I think there's a chance that could have happened. Of course, I think Adrian Newey also is aware of the fact that yes, it's difficult to design an engine that's going to fit within all of these constraints. Yes, it's going to be difficult to get everything to fit inside the aerodynamic package and the batteries and the motors, but clearly he thinks that it was. Clearly, he thinks that Honda could have put it together, but who knows, really. Okay. Do I game? Yeah. I mean, I've got the F1 game installed on my laptop, but I've got no steering wheel right here at university, so. You think because of testing they're underprepared for the telemetry and all? Yeah, I mean, the data's never always the most accurate thing in the world. There's always some glitches here and there, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. I think Mercedes are sandbagging like the early turbo. No, Mercedes are definitely not sandbagging. They are actually having these issues. Yeah. Is Verstappen driving tomorrow morning or in the evening? I unfortunately do not know that. I think maybe they announced it, actually. Give me a sec. I think Red Bull did say something, but maybe they said it yesterday, so might not be able to find it. Yeah, no, I don't know. Red Bull did say at some point somewhere, but I don't know who's doing the morning and who's doing the afternoon. Okie dokes. Oh, maybe the lap time, maybe the things are updating now. I guess we'll see. Verstappen's in the morning. All right, fair enough. Thanks for the information, guys. I clearly not very good at keeping track of this. Lance Stroll telling journalists that they're 4 seconds off is concerning. Well, maybe Aston Martin are pushing super duper hard and they're 4 seconds off, but I don't think that it's much of a concern because you can clearly see Cadillac are 4 seconds off, and so is Carlos Sainz. So. Yeah. Anyway, folks, the live broadcast is going to start in 20 minutes' time. So if you guys do want to check that out, the way I suggest you guys watch it, if you don't want to, pay all of the ludicrously high fees for F1 TV and Sky Sports and whatever, what you do is you get Proton VPN using the link in the description or the link in the chat. You can get 70% off for the month or for the year, sorry, and then what you do is you connect to an Italian VPN server. You go onto YouTube, you search Sky Sports F1, and then you can watch the coverage. So go ahead and do that. Times are just not working. Yeah, folks, I mean, this is what I'm saying. The times are not working, but at the end of the day, is there much that I can really do about it right now? Absolutely not. Thoughts on Williams as they missed the shakedown? And well, Williams are doing some good laps today. I can tell you that for certain. So that is a good thing. But in terms of the fact that they missed the shakedown, I'm not too concerned about it. I think that was more so a planning fault rather than Williams are screwed and they've messed up how to design their car. Yeah. But only time will tell. Only time will tell. And the stopwatch doesn't lie, and it definitely won't lie in Australia Q3. You want to see the Turkish Grand Prix again? Yeah, mate, the Turkish Grand Prix, incredible racing circuit. I also need to... There we go. Incredible racing circuit, and it'll be great to have it. Is there an English stream for the Italian YouTube coverage? No, it'll be in Italian, so you just mute it and you listen to me. But yeah, that's how you do it. Who's going to drive tomorrow for Red Bull? Max in the morning, Isaac Hadjar in the afternoon. Okie dokes. Let's see, what is Alonso doing on the racetrack? He's following Charles Leclerc up the hill, actually. Following Charles Leclerc up the hill. And when is he shifting? Well, we'll have to keep an eye on it, because if Alonso gets told to start shifting at 11,000 RPM, that is bad news. If it's still holding at 11,500, then it's fine. But 11.5... Oh, if he's shifting at 11, sorry, that's bad news. But by the looks of it, I think he is shifting at 11.5, so should be okay for him. For how long have the stats not updated? I don't know, about 4 minutes, maybe 3 minutes. They will update at some point. It's just obviously not the most reliable system in the world. Okay. Alonso is definitely shifting earlier. Oh my goodness me. Yep, Alonso is shifting earlier, folks. He previously was shifting at 11,500 RPM. He's now only shifting at 11,000. So, yeah, Honda power unit issues as suspected, folks, as suspected. What's the Italian coverage just joined? If you connect to an Italian VPN server and search Sky Sports F1 on YouTube after you've connected, you can watch the Italian coverage of the final 1 hour. It's just that, well, obviously it's in Italian, so you can listen to me commentate instead. That is a good reason to throw any gloves. Yeah, if he has to upshift early, that means that he has got more overheating issues with the car. And yeah, yesterday they were supposedly struggling with overheating. Today he did start shifting up to 11,500 RPM, but he came back into the pits, threw his gloves apparently, and now he's back to shifting at 11,000 RPM. Maybe it was just an in-lap and he's just shifting early, but we'll see. Once he does a few more laps, let's have a look. Thoughts on VCARB so far? I mean, they've done all right and sort of just stayed under the radar a little bit. I think they might have had an issue yesterday, but they tried to cover it up and not tell anyone. And yeah. Who threw their gloves? Fernando Alonso reportedly threw his gloves after he got out of the car and was not happy with the performance of where they are. As in, like, not happy with the performance of how quickly the car's driving and stuff like that. Stream froze. Well, it's not my internet. It might be YouTube, but yeah. Or are you talking about the data? Because I'm sure the data's probably froze. Radio's disconnected and the gloves are thrown. Yeah, exactly. Why is Behrman's icon so small? Because the data is messed up. It thinks Behrman's still in the pit lane, so that's why he's got the pit lane icon of the small one rather than the big one. How can I send you a photo on Instagram? It's about the F1 driver lineup. Well, my Instagram is F1gamer_official, so you can just send me a DM. And yeah, a few people have sent me a DMs. A few people have sent me some engine covers. So thanks there, guys. I'll check it out. Oh, someone's asked, "Hi, can I send you a photo?" Yeah. Okay. Only Ferrari seems to be problem free. What can you say about this year? I wish for a great year this time. Oh, you're not wishing it for it to be Ferrari's year. You just wish to be a great year. Interesting. No, I think Ferrari have a all right chance really this year. Good reliability is something that you definitely need. You know, I was talking about this yesterday. If you DNF from a race and you're in first position, you lose 25 points to your rival. If you are slightly slower in a race but finish in second position, you will only lose 7 points. So you can finish slightly slower, slightly behind 3 races and still not lose as many points as if you DNF from first position due to engine reliability. So it definitely makes sense to have a reliable car, especially with the point system that we've currently got. Red mini sectors, it doesn't necessarily mean crash. It could potentially just mean stopped on the side of the circuit, and that's what happened to Pierre Gasly. 97 laps completed, and his car gave up halfway down the straight. He stopped at the side of the track. He's back in the pits right now, but he's not coming out onto the track. At least not as of yet. Okie dokes. Yeah. Can you tell in total in 2 days how much mileage Antonelli spent on track running? Well, he didn't do too many laps today, and he also didn't do too many laps yesterday. So yeah, just not a lot of laps really. I'd say about 35 laps or so. Those fast laps are just putting on a show for the sponsors. Yeah, definitely. Especially tomorrow. Tomorrow we're going to see some glory runs for whoever wants to get top of the timings, because then they get their sponsors talked about, and you know they get a bunch of free advertising for them when everyone starts making memes that this team's going to be the top of the grid. Yeah, I know my data is glitching, and there's not much I can do. I mean, I can give it a quick refresh, and it'll be back in a few seconds, but that is not going to fix it. So maybe I should just put it in really big font, really huge font. Data is glitching. Right. Anyway, it's not really all that important, to be fair. Yeah, whatever. Okie dokes. What degree do I do? I do mechanical engineering. Mechanical. Yeah. RB40 issues. Well, they had hydraulic issues. I didn't know about if it was the engine itself. It could have been. It seemed like it was more so the gearbox and the brakes, because Hadjar was pumping the brakes and he was also shifting through the gears just while sat in the garage to check everything worked. So I think hydraulics most likely was related to the gearbox and the brakes rather than anything else. Russell is also not doing 12,000 RPM. Yeah, but the thing is, Russell may not be doing 12,000 RPM right now, but he definitely was earlier on in the day. And wait, Alonso's definitely shifting at 11. Yeah, definitely shifting at 11,000 exactly. Which country to select to the VPN? Italy. Italy is the country that you select. And then you go onto YouTube and you search Sky Sports F1 Italy. Yeah, and it should come up. F1 Gamer, who's gone up into 8th gear? All of the drivers have gone up into 8th gear. It's just that not in every single engine mode they'll be reaching 8th gear, because some of the engine modes have got more power, some of them haven't. So that is that's essentially how it is. Yeah. Okie dokes. Yeah, I don't know what George is doing there, actually. It looked like George was revving the car up a little bit while he was on the brakes. Interesting tactics there from George Russell. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. You've definitely seen that a few times from some people here and there. It's had a little hang, and is it all going to catch up? Maybe. There we go, a bit of a teleport. Okay, but yeah, essentially, we have seen that from a few people at least, that they are revving the car while coming down on the brakes to try and maybe recharge the battery, or just try it out, see how it works. So, how much time left on the track? 1 hour and 9 minutes remain. Hadjar isn't stopped. Hadjar's just come into the pits, but again, the data's glitched, so it doesn't think that Hadjar's in the pits. It thinks Hadjar's stopped on the circuit, but Hadjar's in the pits. Verstappen's not driving today. Verstappen drove for the whole day yesterday, so he's driving tomorrow morning. What happened to Gasly? Engine issue, and he parked up down the main straight. And blip the throttle while downshifting. Yeah, help, if anything, to keep the revs high and to recharge the battery, guys. Charles's lap counter is broken. This is what I'm saying, folks. Everyone's lap counter is broken because the data is broken, and yeah, there's not much I can do about it. Service TV is the best, but I'm from Austria. Yeah, I can imagine. Will I show the final hour? Yeah, I mean, I'll be streaming for the final hour. If you guys want to watch the actual cars going around the track, it will not be on this stream. It will be on Sky Sports Italy, so you've got to connect to an Italian VPN server and watch it there. Will the glitching problem be solved for the races? Yeah, I mean, most likely it'll get solved probably later today, but it's just a little bit uncertain really about what's going on. So I love F1 telemetry. It really can't be that hard. Yeah, I mean, I don't really get it, why it is so hard, because they clearly have the systems working for the teams, because it would be dangerous, really, for the engineers not to know who's behind on who's on quick laps, who's on slow laps. So it works for the teams. So if it works for the teams, surely you can just broadcast it around the world like it's not the end of the world. Yeah, here we are. Yeah, I mean, the data is glitched, and I'm aware that the data is glitched. I might give it a quick refresh. However, I have a feeling that this might totally crash it out. So let's see. It might get totally crashed out by this. Yeah, see, this is what I thought would happen. How am I going to fix this one? Okay, give me a sec. Oh. Okay, is this still the same frozen data as before? I think it is. Oh no, time is still ticking down here in the bottom left. Time is still ticking, tick tock, tick tock. However, none of the numbers are changing. Okay, well, I'll wait a little bit. And if nothing gets fixed, well, I'll check a few other live streams on YouTube as well, see what the other people are doing if they've also got the same problems. It looks like, yes, everyone else is also stuck with the same broken data, and everyone else's GPS is stuck there. So, don't think there is a fix, to be honest. Where do you say you can watch with the Italian servers? It is on YouTube, and you just search Sky Sports F1 Italy. As long as you're connected to the Italian servers and you're on a private window or an incognito window, should be okay. No, they haven't pulled the data. They knew that they were putting the data out And in fact, F1 TV asked me. F1 TV had been in contact with me recently, so like I'm sure it'll be fine. ORF is not working. ORF doesn't show testing, to be honest. So that's the thing. Times are just not updating. Oh, there we go. Looks like things are updating now. At least the GPS maps is updating, and then the rest of these ones, unfortunately, seems like they're still stuck. But progress in the right direction, at least. What do you think a great season is for Cadillac? I think top 5 would be an incredible season for Cadillac. Yeah, top 5. Same with the F1 Live telemetry. This is what I'm saying. So even the F1's, it's not even my data itself. It's Formula One's data that is just a bit dodgy. So Sky F1 Italia is working and accessible. Well, that is good news. So yeah, if anyone is interested in watching the coverage for the final hour, the actual footage of the cars going around, then what you can do is get Proton VPN using the link in the description. Would massively, massively help out the channel as well, given that Proton may sponsor me for the entire season if pre-season testing goes well for, in terms of people buying it and stuff like that. So yeah, once you've done that, you just go onto an Italian VPN server and you go onto YouTube and search Sky Sports F1. Does Multiviewer have battery percentage data? Unfortunately not. Nobody is releasing battery percentage data. The teams do not publish it, and it does not get released because it would reveal their secret strategies of how they're managing the battery, All right. Yeah. Who was the pole sitter here last year? I can't remember. I think it was Piastri. No, Piastri, after losing in Australia and having that bad race, Piastri went on a winning streak. So it must have been Piastri, I think. Yeah. Very nice, very nice. Okay, 4,400 people listening. Thanks everyone for tuning in and sticking with the coverage. I know that it's a bit dodgy right now. Okie dokes. Does Sky Italia stream it for free on YouTube? Yes, as long as you are in Italy or using a VPN that connects to Italy, you'll be able to access it. Are you going to be on after the final hour? Yeah, I'm going to be continuing on now, but once the preseason finishes, once the testing finishes and the timer hits 0, I'll be ending the stream pretty quickly, just to get a little bit of rest and also get some food and things like that. So, yeah. My Therm Street visit to the day, does that count as 1 views or 3 views? I am not 100% sure. I think it might count as 3. So yeah, I think even if people are watching right now, just refresh it and then watch for another minute. It'll count as a new view, but you don't really have to do that. Like views are already good on the thing. I think let's have a look. Does it tell me? Yeah, we've nearly got 300k views on the live stream so far, so it's more than good enough. Why is the data not correct? Because it's broken. It's broken, as Lando Norris would say. But yeah, it must be the data. And yeah, this is what I'm saying. Look, it's still the same thing. So I'm going to blame the FIA for this one, given that it's not even working on their own website. So anti-stall is off. Yeah. See everyone tomorrow. It's been a great one. Yeah. Good. See you guys tomorrow. If you are going over to watch the actual live broadcast, then I hope to see you guys tomorrow for the rest of the day. Yeah, should be good. But I think it's live on Sky Sports Italy now, so yeah, they'll be showing the footage shortly. Okie dokes. Thanks for the coverage, guys. Yeah, hope you have enjoyed the stream, and hopefully this data tomorrow works a little bit better. I think this layout is quite good for pre-season testing, because of course we don't have all of the cars here, and yeah. Commentary will be in Italian, of course, so, you know, if you don't understand Italian, just be sure to mute the coverage and listen to have me playing on in the background. But, yeah. What are the coloured lines on the straights? These are boost zones. So that's where the drivers can go quickly down the straight. They can drop their rear wing, drop their front wing, and reach extra top speeds. Yeah, there you go, folks. It is. It's live there on Sky Italy, and I've got it up here now. So I'll be watching the coverage as it unfolds as well. So if you can't seem to find it, you have to be connected to an Italian VPN server. So you can use Proton VPN for that. You connect to an Italian VPN server, and then you go onto YouTube, search Sky Sports Formula One, and there it is. I think most of the people have found it. Yeah, we've lost about 200 people, so 200 people have found the stream. So yeah, if you're thinking about it, go ahead and check it out. Okie dokes. I can't show the coverage, it'd be copyrighted, and stream would get taken down, and yeah, don't want that happening. Is it in sync with what we're seeing here? Probably. Well, my sync is I've got a 5-second delay. Sky Sports normally has a 15 to 20-second delay, so you've got to pause my stream, wait for Sky Sports to catch up, and yeah, it's all right then. Yeah, so it should be good. Good way to watch the coverage. But the wind speed isn't all that significant. It's coming from the northern direction, 6 kilometers per hour right now. Hadjar, come on, yeah. Okay, we're watching the McLarens go through some of these corners. Looks good, really. The car seems pretty stable, and then you can see them recharging the thing as soon as they cross the line. So previous lap there, a 1:39 there from Lando Norris. Getting Hadjar coming out onto the circuit shortly. Wouldn't be surprised if for the last hour there's no cars on track. They've got so much time for testing, yeah. I'm from the UK but can't see the Sky Sports stream on YouTube. Yeah, it's not available in the UK, only available in Italy. So that's why you need a VPN to connect to Italy. Explain boost zones. Boost zones are basically just like DRS zones. So like you could open up your rear wing to go quickly. It's the same thing, but you can also do that to the front wing. That's the sort of active aero thing in 2026. And then you have also got the and then you don't need to be within 1 second of the driver ahead of you to use it. You can just use it whenever you'd like. Yeah, Hens Benz has put that quite nicely. Proton VPN to Italy, to YouTube, to Sky Sports. Job done. Did Charles crash, or is P1 and Matt and Tommy trolling? Well, no, Charles seems to be doing okay and driving around, so I think they definitely are having a bit of a mess. Is Proton VPN free? You can use a free tier of it, but it won't let you connect to Italy, so you have to pay €3 a month or $3 a month for it. Yeah. Okie dokes. Can you use it on multiple devices? Yeah, you can use it on different devices as well. I've got one on my phone and then one on my laptop that's over here. So, what was that map on Sky? It was map of the wind, I think, blowing across the circuit. Yeah. All right. Red Bull started very late due to hydraulic issues. That is correct. That's why Hadjar has only done 58 laps so far. Did Ferrari do long runs? Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't really how long you're sort of at guessing, but they did about 10 laps or so on most set of their tyres. They would send Charles Leclerc out, make a setup change, send Charles Leclerc out again, make a setup change. So I think they were doing setup today. That's what they were mainly focused on. Hamilton isn't out because he's driving tomorrow. Charles Leclerc's driving today. So is the compression trick getting banned? Well, allegedly, they have passed the test, which I'm not very certain of the source of, but apparently they have. So maybe it'll get banned. Maybe they can't ban it. Who knows? Is Aston Martin cooked? Well, I can tell you the engine is definitely cooked because it's a little bit too hot. Yeah. Alrighty. But the Williams car is looking pretty good, pretty stable in the hands there of Carlos Sainz. He's doing a nice job driving that car around. So solid job from him. Also, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, if you haven't hit the subscribe button, be sure to do so. It goes a long way to helping out the channel, as I'm sure you're all very, very aware. And yeah, if you were thinking about getting a VPN, then Proton VPN's probably the VPN for you. Behrman's glitching again. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a bad day to be an F1 live streamer, given that we're getting so much glitching. Netflix should buy the F1 streaming rights so you don't have to waste money on Sky. Well, see, that's what Apple TV did. Apple TV have bought the rights to F1 in the US. So, yeah. It's 25 degrees and causing overheating. What's going to happen in Singapore? Yeah, exactly. What's going to happen in pretty much any other racetrack? Because 25 degrees air temperature, we've seen in Hungary it goes way higher. We've seen in, well, there's loads of races where it goes way higher than that. Wait, Proton VPN to the US and use my Apple TV? That might work. I don't know. Maybe your Apple account has also got a country located with it, like it knows that you're from whichever country you are from, like maybe from Germany or whatever. So maybe it won't work, but go ahead and try it out if you want. Streaming for 8 hours, legend. Yeah, well, thanks very much, folks. Thanks very much. Yeah, 8 hours and 22 minutes I have been live. Another 52 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. Yeah. Should be alright. My back's feeling pretty good. I'm feeling relatively awake. However, it does look surprisingly miserable outside. I'm sure if you compare the webcam footage from yesterday to today, it'll look drastically different because yesterday it was a little bit more warm. Max isn't running today. No, he is not. Max did 135 laps yesterday, guys. Come on, let Hadjar do some laps as well. Okay. Yeah, drivers are continuing to drive around. You know, it's unsurprising, really. The drivers are driving. The data is stuck. Yeah. I'm just going to put it up on the screen. There's no need to keep hiding it. I know that the data is glitching. There we go. Right. Surfshark VPN works too for Sky Italia. That is, yeah. Any VPN works. It's just that Proton VPN is sponsoring me, so yeah. Do all Mercedes power unit cars have that compression ratio advantage? That is correct. The teams Mercedes is no longer allowed to give worse versions of engines to their other teams, sort of customer teams. That used to be a rule, I think, back in 2015. That was definitely a rule. They couldn't give. Well, they could if they wanted to give the best version of the engine, but they were allowed to just give them a worse version of the engine. So. Yeah, in fact, there was a time. It was, I think it was 2015 Spa. 2015 Spa maybe, or maybe 2013, I can't remember. But essentially, Romain Grosjean was trying. He was driving the Lotus, maybe. It must be 2013 then. I can't remember. But Romain Grosjean was driving a car that was a Ferrari powered car, and not a Ferrari, Mercedes powered car, and there was Sebastian Vettel in third position, and basically Mercedes didn't want Seb Vettel to finish in third. They wanted Grosjean to finish up on the podium. They wanted to mess up Vettel's strategy a little bit. So, according to the team principal, or maybe the race engineer of Romain Grosjean at the time, the Mercedes power unit team, like a few of the people, came over to them and said, "Oh, we've also got this other engine mode available to you. It's called Engine Mode 12, and we think it'll be really good here for Spa for you to use in the race right now." They did this during the race, mind you, right? So this is, there's 42 laps of racing at Spa. So they must have came to the Haas garage, the Lotus garage in halfway through the race and said, "Oh, you can use this engine mode. It's a lot quicker, and you'll be able to attack." And then they did, and Grosjean got this incredible engine mode that was so fast, and he was like, "Oh, nothing like I've ever felt before." And he was flying at incredible pace, and he was chasing down Seb Vettel, which is exactly what Mercedes wanted. And I think Vettel maybe got a puncture because of that, or he had to pit an extra time because he wore out his tyres defending against Grosjean. And then ever since, the Lotus team always asked the Mercedes engineers, "Oh, can we use this engine mode that you gave to us in Spa?" And the Mercedes team were like, "No, you're not allowed. If you use that." And the reason for that was, if they gave that engine mode to Lotus, then there's a very good chance that they would actually beat the Mercedes team. So, bit of a long-winded story that I probably haven't explained super perfectly, but I think you got the memo of what I was saying there. It was Mercedes had control over every engine mode, and they could give the engine mode to the customer teams, or they could not, and it was totally up to them. And it was very, very unfair for the teams that were buying engines from Mercedes. So the rule got changed. Yeah. But I probably should, if I'm going to tell a story like that, I guess I should probably memorize it a little bit better, or just remember things. Alrighty, folks. Alrighty. So yeah, cars driving around the circuit. I mean, nothing really all that surprising, to be honest. Charles Leclerc pulls into the pit lane, and so does, I think, Gabriel Bortoleto. Or maybe Bortoletto's coming out. Oh yeah, Bortoletto's coming out of the pits. Okay. Aston car looks so good. So much better than the reveal. Yeah, it looks alright, to be fair. Had you going 400 kilometers per hour? Did he go 400 kilometers per hour? It's definitely a glitch. So don't worry about that. Larry just wanted to say, been tuning in and out of the stream since the morning session. Appreciate the hustle, man. Thanks very much for the stream. No worries. I'm not going to try and say that name, but I've read your message, and thank you very much, mate. Much appreciated. Is Gasly's cars repaired? Well, is he out on the racetrack? No, so probably not. Data's frozen again, so classic. But yeah, 45 minutes remain of the test session. I will again be live tomorrow, folks. So be sure to tune in then. They'll be yapping about some other story of some other time of Formula One and other random things that have happened. So look forward to speaking to you then. It will be good fun, as it always is. And Verstappen and Hamilton are not driving today. Is testing being broadcasted? It can. It is being broadcasted. You can watch it on Sky Sports Italia if you connect to an Italian VPN server. So you just got to connect. Yeah, you just got to VPN to Italy, and that's about it really. So you can use Proton VPN to do that one, and that'll be pretty good. So go ahead and check that out. Data is glitched. Yes, folks, data is glitched. I am going to potentially give it a refresh, but again, this may just break it, to be honest. So let's see. Yeah, there we go. It's broken again. It's broken. But we're seeing some good overtaking, some good battling here actually on the racetrack, and it's good to see actually. The Audi car looks quite nice in the under the lights and things, and we've got the Williams and the Ferrari driving around each other, making some progress and things like that. Any drivers in the chat? We did have Max Verstappen in the chat a little bit earlier on, but nothing else. The green dot is the overtake activation button. So activation point. So it's like the DRS detection points we had before. You can see here. Oh, maybe overtake detection point. It says there, and this is the overtake activation point. Yeah. Okie dokes. Thanks everyone for tuning in. All right. You know what? No, I'm not even going to say where Lewis is today. I'm just gonna let chat answer because I've said it a million times. To be fair, yeah. All right, what are they doing down at Aston Martin? Looks like they're cleaning up the car a little bit. They've got the tyre warmers on, so maybe Alonso's coming out of the pits very, very soon. In fact, it says on the data that he's driving at 80 kilometers per hour, so maybe he's onto the track very, very soon. Message on the screen, even though they're just not read it. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Even though they're just not read it, so I guess there's just no sort of point really. Is Perez's car fixed? Yeah, Perez had an issue early in the morning, but they fixed it and he's managed to do way more laps. And now Bottas is driving the car. So, yeah. Oh, data's working again. At least the map is. I don't know about the rest of it. Glitch from F1's website. Yeah, exactly. They want you to pay for F1 TV Pro. They're doing it on purpose. They block off my stream so then people pay for it. It's a conspiracy theory, guys. All right. Oh, it looks like the throttle things are updating now. Interesting. Okay. Seems like some more things are changing up. Anyway. Hello again, just got out of school. What's going on? Yeah, I mean, I've probably been streaming since before you went to school and I'm now here after you finished. What's going on? Mercedes had quite a few engine issues, but now they seem to be okay. Red Bull had hydraulic problems. And Ferrari have been looking pretty good, actually. Aston Martin struggling with overheating. Yeah. The car is full of water. Indeed it is. Love this setup and breakdown. I was just at the track and post my vlog in the next 10 to 20 minutes. Check it out, guys. I'm new to the community. Any support appreciates it. Oh, it's pretty cool. Okay. Yeah, I was watching this morning. Fair enough. Not really surprised. It's been it's now maybe is it 9 hours? No, still a little bit to go. 8 hours and 34 minutes. F1 Gamer, where do you stand on English only chat? Well, to be fair, I just think that people, if you do type with a different language, you're just not going to get a lot of answers. And if there are two people of the same language that are typing away, then so be it. It's not really an issue for anyone else. You just read the next message. Okay. Why is Hadjar only running with one barge board? Does he have damage? I don't think Hadjar will be running with just one barge board. Yeah. Because they would have just brought him into the pits. There's no point trying to gather data when half your car's broken. Yeah, I guess since the data is not since the data's not updating anyway, I guess I could put that up on the screen as well. Okay. I really can't spot the other one. I've looked quite extensively. Um, well, I also okay. Well, I'll wait and see if I can see a shot of Hadjar's car and see if there's a barge board there. But there's got to be a barge board because they unless Red Bull themselves forgot to screw it onto the car. And also Hadjar would have noticed that turning onto right-hand corners he's got loads of downforce, and turning into left-hand corners he's got no downforce. So yeah. Oh, we got some lockups here for George Russell. Come on, George. Don't need to lock up. You just need to activate your anti-lock braking system. Gasly has retired because he's got engine issues with his car. Where is George? You can see him, turn number 8, making his way there. Minimum speed of 69 kilometers per hour. Very, very nice indeed. Oh, is Leclerc on a flying lap sim? Okay, this is good. Well, what did he do? He did a 140. Oh! Seems like everything's finally caught up. Looks like the data is no longer glitching. So that's gonna go away. At least I think it's no longer glitching. Yeah. Brilliant. Okie dokes. So what else have we got? To 125 laps for Charles Leclerc, 136 for Lando Norris, 118 for Oliver Behrman. Brilliant job done by those folks. Fernando Alonso's on 94 laps, even though he may not be particularly happy with the situation. And yeah. All right. F1 Gamer, do you know what's wrong with Perez's car? Perez and Bottas are sharing a car. Perez was driving in the morning. He had a throttle issue. He stopped, but they managed to fix it within like 10-15 minutes after they brought it back to the pits. And Bottas has been driving in the afternoon, so there's no sort of issue there with Perez's car. It's just the transponder on the Cadillac thinks that Perez is driving it, but it's actually Bottas, so it's a little bit glitched out. Is this going to be the new stream setup, or is it a temporary one? It's a temporary one for testing. I've got the normal one that I use for quali here, and I've got the race one here as well. So yeah, just a temporary setup. Perez did 160 laps. The goat. Yeah, sure. Hadjar's missing the left part. Okay, I'm going to try and find. Sorry, I forgot to pay attention to Hadjar's barge board. Maybe Red Bull just doesn't need a barge board. Did you think about that potentially? Lando's on soft and flying. Yeah, it's. I mean, 137s isn't exactly flying, but he's doing laps. He's done 137 laps, so pretty mega. Okay. Is the engine the problem with the Aston Martin? Yes, it is overheating. Reportedly, it was overheating yesterday. Alonso is driving to 11,500 revs rather than shifting at 12,000, which everyone else is doing, and then suffering from more overheating issues. Then they told him to start shifting at 11,000. So, yeah, it's not been great, really. Currently, Fernando Alonso is idling the car, so he should be coming out onto the circuit very, very soon. Arvin Lindblad across the line, 11th position for the rookie. Okay. Ooh. Oh, Arvin Lindblad, 243 there, actually. So he was pushing reasonably hard, to be fair. Must have had not too much fuel in the car, at least, to do 243. They sound so much better now. Yeah, no, the cars definitely sound pretty good right now. After getting rid of the MGU-H, the MGU-H was the big problem in terms of making everything sound terrible. So they got rid of that, and things sound better now. Piastri's driving tomorrow, guys. Lando's driving for the all of today. It looks like Hajar broke part of it, but there's no time to change it, so they're just going to continue to gather data. Well, I guess they are quite a bit behind, and maybe they're not looking for aerodynamic data. Maybe they're just looking for power unit reliability. Will the car survive bouncing over the curbs and things like that? So maybe it makes sense. But we would have seen a yellow flag get deployed if they had lost part of the barge board and it fell off somewhere. Then they probably would have deployed yellow flags for that. Do I have Instagram? Yes. It is F1Gamer_official. So yeah, go ahead and follow me, and yeah. Where do you get the telemetry from? From Formula One TV, and then you can view it and access it in this sort of way through multi-viewer. Can someone explain why Lando and George are so close? You mean in terms of on the racetrack? Probably because they are just driving in each other's dirty air to try and understand, what's it like driving in the dirty air. That's probably the main reason, to be honest. So they can learn about what it is like to be following a driver within a tenth, within 2 tenths, within 3 tenths. Is it easy? Is it hard? Where are you losing grip? What's the mini yellow dot on the map? That is Sergio Perez's car. Well, it's the Cadillac car, and that's where it is on the racetrack. It's just that it should be bigger, but because of the GPS and the transponder issues, it's a little small. Okie dokes. Yeah. Okie dokes. Yeah. Are the total laps from today or yesterday? It's just today. So Norris has done 140 laps today. Max Verstappen did 135. I think that was the most yesterday. So Norris has gone and beaten that. And we've still got another 30 minutes left to go. Charles Leclerc's on 129. Behrman's on 120. Who's your favourite driver? Sebastian Vettel. Yeah. Interesting how much English is used for the technical stuff in Italian. Yeah, it is. It's definitely used quite a bit because there are a lot of words that you aren't just going to come up with. Yeah, it's like, for example, I don't know, porpoising. Maybe there is an Italian word for it, but it's just easier to say porpoising because everyone knows what that is rather than the Italian version. Or maybe, I don't know, vortexes. I'm not sure. I think that's common with quite a few languages, though. It's Behrman cooking, yeah, third position there for Ollie Behrman, a 135.4. Green in all 3 sectors. His second sector speed time was 234 kilometers per hour, so pretty nice there. Can we get a 133? Oh, we can definitely get a 133. They've just got to send Leclerc out on less fuel, and also soft tyres rather than hard tyres. It was expected after the rule changes that they're going to be 4 seconds slower, but yeah, they're definitely not going to be. They're definitely going to be only like 2 seconds slower, or maybe 3 seconds. It depends on the racetrack. So I think Singapore, they're going to be maybe 4 seconds slower, but I think Monza and Bahrain and Spa, things like that, racetracks with lots of straight line speed, they are definitely going to be only 2 seconds back. Why is there a red flag? I heard about it. There was a red flag because Valtteri Bottas's wing mirror fell onto the start-finish straight, so there was that. Or maybe there was, or maybe you're talking about the red flag because Pierre Gasly stopped on the side of the race circuit. We pray that every track rains and then Verstappen and Lance Stroll cook. Yeah. Lance Stroll, who was the driver that got pole position there in Istanbul, ahead of Max Verstappen, ahead of Sergio Perez. It was Lance Stroll in wet conditions. Has Alonso already tested the soft tyres? If so, how'd it go? Alonso hasn't done much on the soft tyres, to be honest. He did go out just before, of course, but mostly his running has been done on the medium tyres today. Okay. Yeah. I mean, don't think there's a lot more to comment on here. Medium is C3? No, it is the soft is the C3, the medium is the C2, and the hard is the C1. Yeah. Haas is putting in the work. Way to go, Behrman. Yeah, Behrman is honestly a really well improved driver. And sure, maybe didn't win Rookie of the Year because Hadjar was so, he had his standout performances. But Oliver Behrman has also done his fair share of good driving last year. And I think that, yeah, he will be doing well. And, he will potentially be putting Ocon's seat at a bit of a risk because Behrman is, driving so well. Hey there, do you know why some teams don't let both drivers out at the same time? Hadjar didn't drive yesterday. Some teams prefer to just have one driver drive for the entire day and the other driver drive for the next day because that's how they plan out their days, essentially. They'll plan, we're going to do setup changes with Hadjar. We're going to then, on the next day, we'll do setup changes with Max. We'll see if what we learned was the same thing, and they'll try to do it at the same time of the day as well. So whatever Max did yesterday, Hadjar's trying to replicate that in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening. And some teams prefer to alternate the drivers just so both of them can sort of contribute on the same day and both of them will have useful input on the debrief. So it's totally just down to their run plan, basically. The added downside of switching your drivers in the middle of the day is that you have to change their pedals, their seats, their steering wheels at lunchtime. But yeah, that's about it. Hadjar is on fresh soft tyres now, ladies and gents. Fresh soft tyres for the Frenchman driving the Red Bull. Let's see what he can do then, folks. Let's see what he can do. Will he reach the top speeds that Max Verstappen was reaching of 339 kilometers per hour down the straights? And what will his performance be? All right, he's leaving a bit of a gap there. Bortoletto's going ahead of him. And Mattia Binotto, they're not happy that the Bortoletto went off the circuit. Anyway, here comes Isaac Hadjar onto the power, and he's not full on the throttle. And then he suddenly stamps on the throttle as he comes across the line. And 327 before he starts clipping again. It says Sky Sports Medium C3. Well, okay, on my screen, the data is different. So the data that Sky Sports have got for the actual tyres themselves is slightly different. But, yeah. Hadjar, it says C3 on the screen on Sky Sports, and it also says softs, and that's what I said. The softs are the C3s on my screen. Anyway, shifts at 11.7, yeah, very nice. Okay, so here we go then. What can he do? The first sector, 30.033, and that is still about half a second slower than what Leclerc did. To be fair, Leclerc did go way quicker down the straight. And then we've got him going towards, and he's backed out of it. He's backed out of it, I think. Or maybe I was looking at the... Yeah, no, he's backed out of it. He locked up going into turn 10, and that's what happened there. Okie dokes. Bortoletto across the line, 5th position. Very nice job there from the Audi driver, not the Sauber driver, as I was about to say. But yes, he went wide. Fernando Alonso's back out onto the circuit. Okay, that is good to see. Soft tyres as well for him. So let's see when he's shifting. If he's shifting at 11, bad news for him. And yeah, Isaac Hadjar went wide. Couldn't get the car to slow down in time, so aborted the lap. Okie dokes. Is he going again then? No, he's not. Not at least on this attempt. Who has done the best day? I mean, probably Lando Norris. You know, he's done so many laps. Charles Leclerc's also done so many laps. So I'd probably say one between those two, really. All right. So here comes Alonso then. He's going to be doing a flying lap as he comes towards turn number 15. So let's see what the Spanish driver can do and what speeds he'll be reaching down the start-finish straight. So it's the brakes, second gear to exit out of turn number 14, onto the power, nice and early, up through the gears, and he's shifting at 11,300 actually, so not too bad there, and 314 kilometers per hour. Okay, things are looking on the up then. So maybe those overheating issues are a little bit exaggerated, but fresh set of soft tyres, probably quite a bit of fuel to be fair, and yeah, he's shifting at 11.5 for sure. I think Alpine car should remove the wheels to save weight. Right, thanks for that one. How the driver's not overheating the car after doing 145 laps? Well, you know, those 145 laps get spread out over 8 hours of driving. So, you know, if you spread it out enough, that's only about, maybe 18 laps per... Yeah, 18 laps or so per hour. So it's not that bad. I woke up less than half an hour ago. I'm still not that awake. Yeah, okay. 22 minutes remain of the session. Who do you think will be the fastest today? I think it's just going to be Charles Leclerc. I don't think anyone's going to try and set the lap time quicker than Leclerc does. But, you know, I'll be happy to get proven wrong. Alonso went wide at turn 10. Yes, yeah, a lot of people are doing that, really. The wind has picked up. That might be a bit of an issue. Why? Because it's giving them a bit of a... it's giving them a tailwind going in towards turn number 10. And because they're getting that tailwind, it means that they don't have enough grip when they're going to hit the brakes, and then they're going to lock up. And yeah, so that's what's happening there, I think, with the wind blowing across the circuit like this. Hadjar hitting 12k now, okay. Yeah, Bortoletto is also hitting 12k. So Audi, I don't know in terms of their top speed specifically, but I know for a fact that their engines are revving pretty high. So good in that sort of reliability department so far. Lindblad goes green in sector 1. Very nice. Green in sector 2 as well for Arvin Lindblad, 240 kilometers per hour through that speed trap there at sector number 2. Hadjar up into 5th position, very nice. Yellow in all 3 sectors, but somehow still improves. Not too shabby. And Arvin Lindblad across the line up into 10th place. Not bad for the rookie, not bad. 20 minutes remain of the session, folks. Back for the end. Poor Kimi, almost no laps again. Yeah, it's really not great, really. They need to get that sorted out, to be honest. Who has done the most laps so far this week? I think it will be Lando Norris. Yeah, I think Lando Norris has done the most laps. Then followed by Charles Leclerc, and then maybe Sainz, and then Behrman. But I can't remember exactly off the top of my head. Yeah, Behrman is pushing quite hard. It's a good job, really, from him. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Honda, they had that issue yesterday with Stroll that kept them out of driving many laps whatsoever. But yeah, they aren't breaking down actively, but I guess they're also being run at a lower power mode, so it's also understandable that they're not breaking down. Whereas the Mercedes drivers are definitely the Mercedes power unit drivers are definitely shifting at 12,000 RPM. Also with Williams, they don't have any problems, but Merck got problems. Yeah, that's the thing. So it's a bit unpredictable. But with all of these reliability issues as well, sometimes there are certain things, there could just be one small thing that Mercedes have got wrong and the other teams haven't got wrong. So Mercedes are the ones that are suffering, but you just can't really tell too much. Little bit difficult to know. Is the McLaren still overweight? I think most of the cars are still overweight. In terms of the teams reducing their weight by the time they get to Australia, what they will be doing is that all of these Formula One design parts go on these really quick design cycles where you'll iterate on your part and you'll make a slightly modified design, maybe a slightly lighter design, and you'll be able to do that within the space of a week, within the space of 2 weeks. So I think what the teams will do is they'll look at all of the parts that went to testing that did loads of different kilometers and see if they were slightly, overbuilt, if they were a little bit too strong than they needed to be, and then they can reduce the weight ever so slightly in all of the different components, because there's over like thousands of components in these cars. If you reduce, 1 gram from each 1,000 of the components, you save a kilogram there. So I'm sure the McLaren will get lighter as time goes on. I'm sure all of the other teams will also get lighter as time goes on. The problem, of course, with saying, let's make everything 1 gram lighter is then you have to remanufacture all of your parts all over again. Yeah. Appendix surgery incoming. Yeah, time to just get your appendix removed and easy weight reduction tactics. That Alonso lockup cost him. Yeah, it's quite a big lockup there. He's probably ruined that set of tyres as well. I think Ferrari looks strong. Yeah. Based off the 2 days of testing that we've had so far. Ferrari looks strong in terms of their reliability, and Audi look alright as well. Because right now at testing, we're looking for reliability. We are not looking for who is the quickest. Audi P21 dominance, yeah. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they're in Bortoletto's in 6th position, Hulkenberg's in 9th, so. Lewis is driving tomorrow, guys. Lewis is driving tomorrow. Also, quickly, folks, just for the final 15 minutes, if anyone is interested in watching the Formula One coverage, what's actually going on the racetrack, then all you need to do is get Proton VPN using the link in the description, and then what you do is connect to an Italian VPN server. Then you go onto YouTube and search Sky Sports F1, and it comes up, and you can watch the coverage. That's how I'm watching it. Of course, you mute it because you probably don't understand Italian, but you can listen to me instead. New top speed for Leclerc. 350, was it? 352. Holy moly. Holy moly for Charles Leclerc. 352. That is pretty mega. Oh wait, 252. Oh, 252 in sector 2. Right at the top right. Okay, okay, yeah. Charles is pushing. Right, yeah, because 352 seemed a little bit out of the imagination. I was trying to rewind back to see when he did that. No. Charles Leclerc, his top speed is 339 down the straights, but through sector 2, so you can see there where Lindblad is currently driving, where it switches from blue to yellow over there on the map. That is where a speed trap is, and their speed gets measured. And Lindblad is on a reasonably quick lap, and he did 231, but Charles Leclerc just did 252, which is ridiculously fast. Can we get a Charles Max battle just like 2022? Yeah, that would be great. I'd love to see that. But also, throw in George Russell for the mix, and you might as well add in Oscar Piastri and Fernando Alonso. So, Gasly had some failure at turn 1. Yeah, no crash. Nobody's crashed, actually. I think the worst that we had was, I think, Lewis Hamilton spun yesterday. I think that was it. Yeah. So, that was that. Do you think Mercedes are sandbagging? I think they're all sandbagging, guys. Every single one of them are sandbagging because all of these lap times are 2 seconds slower or 1 second slower than what we're going to see here in Bahrain and in quali. Okay. Yeah. So, also, folks, be sure to hit the like button if you haven't already. It would very, very much be appreciated. I've been live for 9 hours now, so it's sort of mental, really. I would very much appreciate if the like button, if this goes up to 4,000, yeah, that'd be mega. Alonso 100 laps. Oh well, he's on lap number 90. He's got 98 laps completed. Yeah, sure, he could get up to 100 laps. Why not? Why can I watch it for free? Well, as long as you get Proton VPN, you connect to an Italian VPN server, and you can watch it up on YouTube on Sky Sports Italy. How are you awake? You must be shattered. Yeah, I sort of am really, but it should be okay. I'm to be fair, I'm not that old. I'm still in my 20s, still at university, so it's not the end of the world. The driver, F1 will post the driver lineup. The whole season won't be on Sky Sports Italy. Testing will be on Sky Sports Italy, but the rest of the season that will be on an Austrian VPN server on Service TV or ORF, which again we've had around 600 or so people use for the whole of last season, so it definitely works. And you can get Proton VPN for the year, and you'll be able to use it for that. So. Mux Trouble, thanks for the €20 donation. Your stream is much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you for the donation, buddy. Really, really helping out. And much appreciated as well. Same back to you guys. Fellow Unk, yeah. I mean, I'm sure there are people that are watching that are that are younger than me, but I assume the vast majority of people are older than me. Yeah. They say Mercedes will be the fastest, but these tests show the opposite. Well, Mercedes are the fastest, but then they could be the fastest, but they can't finish a race. So, that's sort of the thing. The website for the Austrian VPN, it's Service TV or ORF. So O for Oscar, R for Race, F for Ferrari, and the other one is Service TV, which I'm sure you'll be able to figure out. Okay. Yeah. 10 minutes remain. Let's see. Is Alonso going to get to 100? Maybe not, actually. Maybe he's just going to sit in the pits till the end. We have got Carlos Sainz still lapping around, 69 laps done for him. Very nice indeed. Ollie Behrman completed 128, continuing on. Lando Norris has done 148 and has just left the pit lane again. Wow. Will Proton let you open a US Apple TV account? It's only $16.99. I think it will, but your Apple ID will have to be set in America as well, because it's sort of like Apple knows that you live in the UK or you live in whichever country, and it won't let you just buy an American version. But yeah, definitely go ahead and check that out. Maybe you'll just have to make a new iCloud email or something. So. How did you get into this? Are you involved in motorsport? Just a hardcore fan? I was a hardcore fan before the YouTube channel started, and then I sort of just got to here, really. Yeah, it really wasn't very planned. I started streaming because I found access to the data, like, I don't know, on some website called f1tfeed.net, and then, you know, I started streaming the thing, and then someone in chat recommended that I should commentate, and so I started commentating, and then loads more people started watching because I was commentating, and then, well, here we are. I'm in the US and Apple TV, and there's no coverage I can find. I think what you've got to do is, if you've got Apple TV, you have to link the email with your F1 account, and then you can watch it. There's quite a lot of people on Reddit that have been sort of talking about how to get it working, but it is a bit of a mess because it's the first time Apple TV have done this sort of thing. VSC's out onto the circuit right now, so VSC deployed, and everyone's just going to be trundling around doing probably not much, and coming into the pits rather soon. It's another test. There's no sort of debris on the circuit. Maybe there is. There's a double yellow flag at the turn 1, 2, and 3, and there's also a double yellow flag at all of the main corners. I'm not sure. Okay, they've just called a red flag. Maybe there's some sort of debris. But VSC right on Bottas's push lap, rip. Yeah, it's not ideal really, but it just, it happens sometimes, so. Apparently, it seems to be sort of just random procedure to be following these sort of things. Yeah, they're just following procedure. They're testing out all of these systems, and yeah, they'll have different safety car lights for the nighttime, because now, of course, it's getting dark in Bahrain, so they'll have different lights for the daytime, different lights for the nighttime. So they want to test out all of these different things. Behrman making a statement about the Ferrari engine reliability. Yeah, I mean, Behrman and Charles Leclerc, both 130 and 139 laps between them. And it's not an issue to be seen. So, Ferrari have been designing engines for a long time. Enzo Ferrari once said aerodynamics is for people that don't know how to design engines, and it looks like Ferrari can design an engine at least. Cadillac, there was a throttle problem, so, that could potentially be, it could go from the throttle pedal to the throttle wire to the ECU to then the ECU that connects to the power unit. So there's a few things there, but it could, I also agree with you, it could have been a power unit issue. But the fact that they managed to get it fixed within, 15 minutes or so suggests that either it wasn't very major or it was something else. So Apple TV only works for US people. That is correct, because Apple bought the rights for Formula One only in America. Who will be the race engineer of Lewis Hamilton? I think I might be an alright race engineer. Let me know what you think, guys. I mean, I'm looking at all of these stats, all of the data, all of the time. So, just look at a few extra sensors, a few more columns. And I think my race strategy is fantastic. And there we go. We're back. That was a little bit scary for a second, but no, internet disconnected for 3 seconds and we're back. So hopefully, it's okay. Well, there we go. And we must be checking. I say I'm going to be Lewis Hamilton's race engineer, and then my internet cuts out. So a little bit interesting. All right. Has Bro been streaming all day? Indeed it has. I'm surprised my internet hasn't cut out more often. It's been 9 hours and 10 minutes, and my internet cut out for only 3 seconds. Okay. Yeah, 5 minutes remain. They're doing a rolling start procedure. So, this is what they're doing. Okay. I don't know how they're going to do a rolling start if there's no safety car, because normally, when you're doing a rolling start procedure, there's a safety car to follow. So, not sure what's going on there. Yeah. I'm impressed that Hadjar has done 87 laps considering only half a day. Yeah, no, it's done a brilliant job. He's hit the ground running, hasn't come in for many setup changes, potentially has lost a barge board. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, either way, he's done a lot of laps, so very, very nice. And yeah, the stream will be ending in about 4 minutes or so. There's really not much to do, given that everyone's just doing a rolling start procedure. Are Mercedes in the mud? I think their power unit maybe. Their aerodynamics and their chassis seems to be all right, but yeah. Most laps done so far in preseason testing is Lando. Yeah, Lando is, well, once he comes across the line now, he's exited turn number 15. Once he comes across it, it's going to be 150 laps for Lando Norris. And across the line he goes. Looks like the data's not updating, but either way, Lando Norris, 150 laps completed for him. Red Bull is somewhat reliable. Yeah. I mean, the hydraulic issue potentially could not have been a power unit thing. It could have just been, that there was a hydraulic leak overnight. We will not know. But the Ferraris, their hydraulics, and everything else has been looking pretty nice. Seems like Alonso angrily threw his gloves, and now they're 4 seconds behind. I mean, that is, there is that, but there's also Alonso has not been out on soft tyres pushing very hard whatsoever, because he's mostly got medium tyres on the circuit. He mostly requested medium tyres from Pirelli, so it's not going to be likely that he's going to be driving super fast this time around. I think next time he'll be driving quicker, but right now I don't think so. Yeah, but he also hasn't been pushing as well, because potentially the Honda engine may overheat and may stop working totally. So it's a bit difficult to tell. No. Aston Martin have gone up to 318 kilometers per hour. Here in the speed trap, they haven't actually been that quick right at the end of the straight. But most of the teams right now, what they are doing is that they will be quick for this part of the straight here, and then they slow down a little bit by the time they reach the speed trap. So the quickest we've seen from Alonso is 318, but then is lower down here. But the quickest we've seen from anyone is 3:39 from Charles Leclerc. So, yeah, and they've still got some time. Like Honda, if they're struggling with a cooling solution, they could come up with a better radiator, a more advanced radiator, slightly better cooling vents and cooling ducts on the sort of bodywork of the car. There's loads of different things that they could do. So, I wouldn't be too concerned about it. All right. But that is it. Everyone's sort of just doing their practice starts, really. I think that is the end of pre-season testing for day number 2. And yeah, it has been quite the long day. Hope you guys have had a wonderful time listening to me yap about all manner of different things. Yeah, it's been a good pleasure commentating to you all about pre-season testing. I will again be live tomorrow, and I'll be live for the whole day again. We may be getting some glory runs. We may be getting some drivers pushing a little bit harder to put themselves at the top of the leaderboard. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, I will definitely go get some rest, because that is definitely plan A. And yeah, I'll be seeing you tomorrow for the rest of pre-season testing. Everyone has done their practice starts. They're going away, and then they're going to make their way back into the pit lane. So, yeah, hope you've all enjoyed. Have a wonderful morning, day, afternoon, evening, or night, depending on where you are around the world. If you're interested in Proton VPN, go ahead and check it out. And yeah, hit the like button for tomorrow's stream. That would very much be appreciated. And if you could also hit the reminder button as well for tomorrow's stream, that would help out the algorithm a whole bunch. So see you all tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, for the third day of the Bahrain test of the 2026 Formula One season. Cheers, folks. Bye-bye.